All right, well, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions and I will act as the moderator of sessions today. So before I introduce our first program director, Sean Roberts, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student content and events to virtual content as we navigate through this global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our admitted students and attendees. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the presentation is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the presentation and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. Also, when you have questions for Dr. Roberts that you would like to address, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going back to that horizontal toolbar located in the bottom of your screen, below my video feed or the presentation feed, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. At the end of the presentation, Dr. Roberts will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order that they were submitted. When you do have a question you'd like to ask, please feel free to address it to everyone in the chat box so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see it, that it has already been asked, and they won't also ask the same question. And last but not least, I'm also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So without further ado, I believe that should cover all of the basics for our sessions and how they will run today. So I will now introduce our first program director, Dr. Roberts, who's the program director of the International Development Studies degree program. So Dr. Roberts, hold on one second. I will let you know when I've handed over. And now you should have the presentation privilege. So feel free to start the presentation whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for coming today virtually. I hope you all received an email from me recently where I outlined some of the things that you can take advantage of as you're making your decision about graduate school in terms of maybe sitting in on classes and making appointments with professors. I'm going to try to quickly go through my presentation because I'm sure there's plenty of questions that people will have, and I want to provide plenty of time for that. But if we don't get to your questions, I also encourage you to reach out to establish a meeting with myself or one of the other professors I outlined in that email. So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you on being admitted to our IDS program, which I believe, although I am biased, is the best international development program you can choose from. We have a particular kind of approach to the study of international development. Our mission statement is that our goal is for you to be able to operate at the forefront of the development field, capable of addressing global development challenges ethically in the most disadvantaged regions and among the most marginalized populations. So we have a multidisciplinary program with a focus on critical analysis and ethical practice. Our classes are all in the evening, which allows for internships or work. Classes are taught by both academics and development practitioners. And our capstone projects are, I think, quite unique. You essentially work as pro bono consultants with international development organizations, and you are responsible for seeking out those consultancies. We guide you to that, but it's essentially just the same as if you were doing a consultancy, although you're not getting paid. There's also opportunities for summer internships abroad. Increasingly we have short field-based courses, and we have some study abroad programs, but most of our students tend to do internships in the summer and tend to stay in DC during the school year, in part because of the way our program is structured. The capstone is an invaluable practical experience. You form groups, and on that basis, you seek out a client for whom you will carry out a project. It's usually field-based applied research, and it's mentored by IDS faculty, and we found that it really sets you apart in your job search after graduation. Our program, in terms of your thematic focus, is extremely flexible. We want you to pursue your passion. So we have a series of core courses which you would take with your entering class that ensure that you have kind of the core competencies that are required of all development practitioners. And those include theory, policy, and practice, economic development, research methods, and development management. And for some of those, for the cornerstone, the international development policy and practice, and capstone, those you only take with other IDS students. The other classes have some more flexibility, but we have a list of classes that fulfill those requirements. And then your area of specialization is negotiated with your advisor. And it's open to any field or any combination of topics. A lot of people will come to our program thinking that the illustrative field of specializations that you see on the website are your only choices. That's not the case. You can develop a field of specialization that's cross-cutting. It can be very specific. It can be broader, but it's really of your own design. We also have a range of one-credit professional skills courses, some of which deal just with more generic professional skills like public speaking and writing, but others focus particularly on skills related to development. And finally, you have access to courses throughout the university, not just at the Elliott School. And even you can take up to 2 courses at one of the other consortium universities in the DC area, which includes essentially all of the DC schools with graduate programs, with the exception of Johns Hopkins SAIS. I wanted, I think given the current circumstances, it makes sense to talk a little bit about the kind of accommodations we're taking for the COVID-19 crisis. We're trying to keep continuity in our training of development practitioners during this time. We've brought all classes online. We've established some extracurricular things, including a contest for designing projects that address various development challenges in the context of the crisis. We're going to bring our capstone presentations online, and those will be on May 1st, and we'll be inviting all of the IDS admitted students to that. Also, the capstone projects of our graduating class have all changed quite a bit. They were all preparing to travel right prior to this crisis. and they weren't able to travel, but they've all adapted their projects, I think, quite well to the situation, having done already a lot of desk research and administering a lot of their field work through Skype interviews, through internet surveys, and so on. And we're trying to make contingency plans for students who may have difficulties committing to being in Washington, D.C. in the fall semester. So we're exploring plans to offer a flex option for the fall, which I think you're going to hear more about very soon. And that would allow those students who are unable to move to Washington during the fall, whether it's due to financial uncertainty, visas, health concerns, etc., to take their first semester online. So that would include, we're going to work on an online version of our cornerstone class, which would be something that everybody would be taking, in addition to several other classes. And you'll get more details on this in the near future. And also, as I outlined in my email, there's several things you can do to learn more about our program virtually. We usually like this time of year when admitted students come to campus. We get to meet them, answer all their questions in person. Unfortunately, this year that's impossible. But as I mentioned in my email, you can sit in on an online class. And I encourage you to contact Melissa, our program assistant at ids@gwu.edu to arrange that. We encourage you to make appointments with our faculty members to hear more about IDS, their work, or anything else in which you're interested. And I gave a list of faculty in my email, and I think if you contact Melissa, she can also arrange for you to meet with other faculty members. And we very much encourage you to join on May 1st for our capstone presentations, because I think that'll give you a really good idea of what you come out the other side of the program with. Our core faculty include myself, Professor Christina Fink, Dr. Samuel Letterman, and we have a new faculty member coming on this coming semester, Miriam DeLoffrey, who will be focusing particularly on humanitarian assistance. And you can explore, our biographies, our research interests, the classes that we teach. And you can also reach out to us, any of us, if you would like to talk about what to expect in the IDS program and from classes at the Elliott School. I think that one of our real strengths is that we have a very strong community. It's a cohort-based program. So you come in with the entering class, and you essentially develop really strong bonds with your colleagues during that time. You take core classes all together. You end up creating groups for your capstone together. There's also an organization for international development, which is a IDS student-led organization that you can kind of give character to your class. You can organize social events and academic events and professional events through that organization. And I think that really this aspect of the program is particularly important for the field of international development, because you need to kind of establish that network of colleagues that you can draw from and learn from. And throughout your program, you will certainly learn a lot from other students. We have a very diverse student body that's a vibrant mix of U.S. and international students, as well as a mix of people with quite a bit of experience in international development and those who are just at the beginning of their career. in terms of after graduation, this is just an illustrative list. Really, most of our students, the almost 90%, 95%, I would say, end up working specifically in the international development field in a broad array of organizations, in government, international organizations, NGOs, corporations, consulting firms, etc. And this is just kind of an illustrative list. It changes every year, but we certainly have alumni working at USAID, Millennium Challenge Corporation, UNDP, World Bank, the State Department, various consulting firms like Chemonics, Bechtel, NGOs like PACT, FHI 360, the Urban Institute, Mercy Corps, etc. Resources, I encourage you to explore some of our social media. The Facebook page is particularly useful because you get interaction between alumni and students, and you could certainly contact Melissa if you were interested in joining the Facebook page. You can also contact me if you have any questions, and Melissa. Melissa, in addition to being the program assistant, is also a first-year student. So she's often the best person to ask about things related to student life, or even student life just living in DC. And unfortunately, questions about fellowships and GW job opportunities are a little bit beyond my pay grade, but I encourage you to look at this web page that's highlighted. In terms of getting jobs at GW, you might talk also to Melissa, since she's a student working at the university. And that's all I have to say. So we have, I think, plenty of time for questions, and I encourage you to ask them. All right, so I have 2 questions to start out with. First, how large is the incoming cohort of students? It varies every year. It varies usually between about 40 and 60. Classes are capped at 20 students, generally at the Elliott School. So I'm always focused on the 40 and 60 number, because if we have a group of students that's closer to 40, that means that we have 2 sections of each of the core classes. Our student body, our incoming class last year was a little bit larger. It had about 55 students, so we made 3 sections of all the cohorts. And just so you know, we have the core faculty members teach all the core classes. So, and we tend to team teach them. So when we have 2 or 3 sections, different professors take different modules of the class. And if you were interested in sitting in on the policy and practice class, that one is one of the core classes. It has 3 sections. So as I mentioned in my email, it meets Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night. And the other question I had was to speak a little bit more about the capstone process. So this is something we've been doing almost 20 years at the IDS program, and we've kind of adapted, I think, to a very good process that is both student-driven, but includes a lot of oversight and advising from faculty. So at the end of your first year, so our first year students are doing this right now, you will establish groups with your peers in your incoming class, and those groups are generally created around common thematic interests, because you're thinking you want to do a project, let's say in public health, or you want to do a project that involves agricultural development or governance or human rights or whatever. And sometimes you have kind of a coming together of different interests. So, often we'll have groups where there might be one person who is particularly focused on gender and development, and a couple other people who are focused on public health, and they decide they want to do something related to public health and gender. Over the summer, you work on establishing a prospectus for your group, a very brief outline of your capabilities and your interests that you can then send out to potential clients. You also make a list of potential clients, and you do some of your own research in the area to make sure that you're kind of current in all of the major debates about the issue that you're most interested in. And then in the fall, you essentially pitch your idea to various groups, and that involves a little bit of negotiation, because really you want something that's going to be particularly useful to the organization you're working for, so that they're more invested in it, and they often will cover expenses for travel. There's also a fund from the Elliott School that you can apply to for travel funds. And then over your spring break, you do your research, and by the end of the school year, you're presenting your research and giving deliverables to your client. Question about advisors. Let me just see if I can get, whoops, let me get the chat here so I can see everything. How are students paired with advisors? And how often do students generally meet with their advisors? So what we do is we realize that a lot of students don't know exactly what they want to do when they enter the program. There is a process in the first semester where you have to put together a plan of study, which is at that point mostly theoretical, and often students are not completely decided on their field of specialization. And at that point, we essentially divide students up by their expertise with different advisors. As I said, your interests may change, so it may not be the penultimate pairing initially, but we try to match interests as much as possible. And you're essentially, the advisors are available to students all the time. You absolutely have to meet with your advisor that first semester as you're putting together your plan of study. And we encourage students to meet with any professors with whom you share specific interest, and professors are always open for meeting with students. So, I mean, my office hours are always quite busy. So students, I think feel very comfortable approaching their advisors. And we try to make sure to advise you essentially both on your classes, but while taking in consideration your career goals. And then I should also mention you'll also have advisors through the graduate student services, and they focus on specifically making sure that you are fulfilling requirements. But they also have a lot of resources to help you along in your career development and your job searches. So we kind of work very hand in hand that way. So it's up to the student, but you have a lot of face time with advisors if you wish to. So a question about how most IDS students spend their day with classes in the evening. So I would say, and the person was asking about do most work full-time, part-time internships, work on campus. It's all of the above. So we have some students that work on campus. There's some campus work that carries credits as a benefit, which a lot of students will try to take advantage of. We have a lot of students who will do internships. If you don't have much experience in international development, we highly encourage you to take advantage of internships in DC, and the Graduate Student Services provides a lot of help with that. We try to help with that. Alumni send us notices and so on. I would say, it varies by year, but, maybe 25% are working full-time. They may come to the program already working full-time, a lot of them in development, sometimes in another field. One thing I will mention is I highly discourage you from studying full-time and working full-time. And an important point on that is that you will hear if you receive a fellowship offer that you are obliged to study full-time. However, if you do receive that and you do work full-time, I would encourage you to contact the admissions office and find out if there's some flexibility about that, because I think it's often waived so that you can you can study part-time and still receive your fellowship. Okay. How could incoming students go about obtaining assistantships related to their field of study? Well, there is, I would encourage you, if you're interested in employment opportunities on campus, again, to contact Melissa. There's no formal assistantship program related to the MA programs at the Elliott School, but a lot of professors are working on externally funded grants that may allow them to hire students. And we have several research institutes at the Elliott School that have these sort of research projects, some of them which do offer assistantships. And we also have, there's some programs I know both at the Asian Studies Institute and the Eurasian and Russian Studies Institute that offer graduate students an opportunity to do some research assistantships with professors. I've benefited from that before. I've used research assistants from their programs. They're just part-time work that's kind of intended to get students an opportunity to be involved with professors' research. And so there are opportunities like that, and you essentially have to seek them out. And I do encourage you to look at Josh and Danielle have provided some information about the career development and academic advising through the Graduate Student Services. Question about how important is regional focus in the program. That is very much a personal decision. I think that I find that some students enter the program very adamant about their regional focus, others not as much. Generally, students will, even those who have a regional focus, might not take a lot of classes related to the region. For one, usually when somebody has a regional focus, they already have a specific interest in a lot of background in that region. And two, you can focus on thematic classes and doing your term papers and research projects focused on that specific region. I can kind of tell you from my own experience. I'm an anthropologist. When I got my PhD in anthropology, the program I was in, my area of my regional focus is in Central Asia and the former Soviet Union. There weren't really classes in anthropology about that region, but I would always be writing my research papers for any class I took on that region. So a lot of students do that, and there is certainly plenty of opportunity to take regional classes. As I mentioned, we have an Institute of Africa Studies, we have an Institute of Middle East Studies, we have an Institute of Europe, Russian, Eurasian Studies, and we have an Institute of Asian Studies. We don't have an Institute of Latin American Studies yet, but we do have a Latin American Studies program that also provides classes on Latin America. So there's plenty of opportunity to get regional expertise. And one thing I wanted to note too, in terms of what students do during the day, some students will find, their first semester they might not want to jump into a job or internship. There's no better place to be for events about international development than in Washington, D.C. There are constantly events. I always bemoan that I'm unable to take advantage of the full scope of events that are around the city at any given time. But sometimes students that first semester will just focus on that and really get a lot of information that way. So question about how common is it for students to conduct research for the capstone abroad within the region of interest focus? Essentially, that is almost always the case. Now, it's not obligatory to do your capstone fieldwork abroad, but in my experience, almost always students have. The only exception is this year when their travel was canceled. But traditionally, students have gone abroad, and as I mentioned, there's a fund at the Elliott School that helps finance travel for capstone. And often in our program, if you establish a project that is particularly of use to your client will cover those expenses. But usually it is applied research for a client in the field, and it usually means that it aligns with your interests, whether it's thematic or regional, because you have established that relationship with the client. And how long do students typically spend abroad conducting this research? It's usually 2 weeks, you have your spring break, and usually students will go either the week before spring break and spring break, or spring break and the week after, and make sure to let their professors know beforehand that they will be missing one week on either side of spring break. And another point is I really encourage students to do summer internships before or in between their first and second year. The Elliott School has funds to help students do internships abroad, and we found that students will work in development organizations in the field abroad during that summer, and that is a critical addition to your CV and to your experience. And basically, we have a very specific focus on field work because we know that in international development, that's a very important part of getting employment. Are you aware of any cases where a student has studied abroad on a fellowship such as a bourne or Fulbright during the semester and used that time for capstone research? That becomes very difficult because the capstone is actually a group project. We have had students do a bourne fellowship, and they've had to actually extend their IDS program to facilitate that, and they've come back and joined the next cohort after doing their year in the field with a fellowship. And if you have more questions about that, I would be, if it's specific questions, I'd be glad to do that. And please refer to that email I sent. If you have any follow-up, we'll be very happy to try to help you. It's been a pleasure meeting you all virtually, and I hope I get to meet a lot of you in person this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. All right, well, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of today's sessions. So before I introduce Dr. King, I want to quickly, first and foremost, thank you all so much for tuning in today, bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. Now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our attendees. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are on mute. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you're seeing the presentation is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below my video feed and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you have questions that you would like to address to Dr. King, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going once again to that horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the presentation, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. Dr. King will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order that they were submitted at the end of his presentation. And when you do have a question you'd like to ask, please make sure to address it to everyone in the chat box so that if another student has a similar question, they can see it, then that has already been asked. And finally, I'm also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics for how our sessions will run for today. So without further ado, I will introduce Dr. King, who is our program director for our Masters in International Affairs. So hold on, Dr. King, I will hand over the presentation to you. In just a second, you should be able to see that. And once you have the presentation, you should be able to go ahead and start.
Well, good morning. I just wanted to reiterate some of the things Josh had just said. I congratulate you and admire your perseverance. Thank you for coming out for this online admitted day. I hope you and your families are safe. And I just want to encourage you to stay at home. And from there, I want to introduce myself briefly. My name is Marcus King. I'm a faculty member here at the Elliott School. All of our programs are led by full-time faculty members. I have a PhD in International Affairs from a similar program. I've led the program for 6 years, and I come to the Elliott School with equal experience in academia, government-related research, and presidential appointed policy positions in the U.S. government. My teaching and research focuses on transnational security, most particularly environmental security and climate change. So I look at the intersection of natural resources and conflict. But now on to the program. This first slide here shows the HMS Victory. The HMS Victory was the flagship of the Royal Navy at the height of its power in the 1700s. This ship on the slide, so for those of you not familiar with the military, a flagship is the lead ship in a fleet of vessels. It's the largest, most heavily equipped, and best known. MAIA is the Elliott School's flagship program because we exemplify all of these characteristics. Why would you choose an education at MAIA? So MAIA is composed to address the world's global challenges. This is much the same way that the university itself and the Elliott School is composed. The most important global challenges include things like what's most prescient right now is diseases, also global cyber issues, the financial markets, and also transnational security issues like global terrorism. So these are the most important global challenges, and the school is organized around them. And so why the Elliott School and why MAIA? Why MAIA is because, for one, we are located here in the heart of Washington, D.C. And why is that important? As this picture itself shows, we are literally steps from the World Bank, the IMF, the Organization of American States, and the State Department. This allows us to hire top-tier faculty who want to be in Washington at the Center of International Relations, and faculty practitioners. We draw upon a large DC policy community for what we call professors of practice, and also part-time faculty who are working in the fields that they're teaching about. They're connected to the latest trends, most particularly the latest trends in employment. We also, what's unique about the Elliott School is also evening classes. Evening classes facilitate the majority of our students who will work or hold internships. Our practitioner faculty can be here at school because they come after their daily work. So this is unique among the schools in Washington, D.C. It's the convenience of evening classes. Also, evening classes facilitate hundreds of lectures, conferences, seminars, and distinguished guest speakers we have at the Elliott School. We have approximately 300 events per year. This can be overwhelming, but they're tailored to people's specific interests, and I'll get more into that later. Also, our DC location facilitates visits from high-level dignitaries, from French President Emmanuel Macron to Greta Thunberg, who came by rather unexpectedly last year. We have 18 research institutes and policy programs, which is another unique feature. The institutes are interesting because they basically align with the MAIA concentrations that are available. The institutes themselves host programs that are relevant to either the thematic or regional focus that you may have in MAIA. Many events are also held at lunchtime to accommodate working students. For example, our Institute for Middle East Studies hosts a popular blog called The Monkey Cage. The Monkey Cage was rated as the most reliable source for Middle East information by a recent survey of government agencies. Also at our Institute of International Economic Policy, we have a famous scholar, Dr. James Foster, who developed the indicators used by the UN and the World Bank to measure poverty. So this is just another example of the real-world research that takes place in our institutes. Our regional institutes also provide students with scholarships and other opportunities for funding, such as language study and funding for travel to the regions, which often takes place over the summer. So on the next slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about our purpose here at MAIA, our faculty at MAIA, and our students. Our purpose, along with myself and a dedicated team for MAIA that includes an advisor for academics, that also includes a career coach, we cooperate closely with the Graduate Student Services Office to ensure that you are informed, first of all, about the events and also about the career opportunities that will make the most of your time here at the Elliott School. We realize that many students come to the Elliott School having majored in political science, for example, or international relations, or they have international professional experience. What we try to do is help you leverage that experience for the maximum global impact and for employment. Your career plan is also part of what we call a comprehensive action program, CAP. The comprehensive action program is a form, really, but it's developed alongside your academic plan and your career plan, which is literally a document side by side, and understanding your academics reinforces your career, and you can see how you progress through both of these at the same time. So we're excited to have been able to fully integrate career services, advising, and the MAIA program. Along with myself and our program coordinator. As a team, we're all there to serve you. Our faculty at MAIA is made up of 3 different types of professors. We have a core faculty that has solid roots in the social sciences. For example, Dr. Finnemore, Martha Finnemore, Dr. Michael Barnett, Dr. Charlie Glazer, who teaches our International Affairs Cornerstone class. If you take these 3 together, this is really the greatest concentration of scholars of international relations theory at any school, at any peer institution. We also, as I alluded to briefly, we have the opportunity to have professors of practice. Professors of practice have usually had distinguished careers, including cabinet level officers, such as the former Director of Central Intelligence, Ambassador John Negroponte, who served us last year. We have Admiral Michelle Howard on the faculty. She was the first Black and female person to earn the rank of Admiral in the Navy for surface warfare. She's perhaps best known for leading the SEAL team strike against the Somalian captors in the movie Captain Phillips. So she's also very famous. Another professor of practice is Edward Skip Ganim Jr. He was one of 2 former directors of the Foreign Service that we have here on faculty teaching MAIA students. He's also an Elliott School alumnus, and he served as former ambassador to Kuwait, Australia, Jordan, and the United Nations. So you can also learn, almost as importantly, from your fellow student. Ideally, the way I teach my classes is hope that a person from the region we're discussing, a region that is impacted by our teaching, is in the classroom. And this is very frequently the case. What this brings to me is the fact that MAIA is one of the most diverse programs at the Elliott School or any competing institution, because our hallmark is our diversity. We have international students and students from just about all of America, that can bring this diversity to the classroom. Our program is predominantly female, slight majority. We have 26% students from underrepresented populations here. That's a much higher percentage than our competing programs. And we have 20% international students, which is a relatively high number as well. We generally have had many Chinese students. Over the last few years, there's been a particular rise in applicants from Africa. They're the fastest growing cohort. And I think this is probably coincident with an increasing interest in the program in development policy as well as conflict resolution. I know it's really enriched my classroom to have people, for example, I had a student from Somalia when we were discussing drought in Somalia, and she was a PhD student. So you take classes with a variety of different students from other parts of the university and also from consortia around Washington. We have consortium partners. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the different concentrations here. I mentioned that there are 15 concentrations, which is part of the flagship designation we have. We're the largest and most diverse program. These are listed here. These are what the thematic specializations or concentrations. They're listed in order of enrollment. So international security studies is our largest concentration. Taking together international security studies and conflict resolution are sort of two sides of the same coin, in my view, so they're security studies writ large. This group of people is about usually just under half of the students here in the MAIA program. But as I had mentioned, international development is our largest growing concentration over the last couple of years. Partially because we have excellent instruction in economics, including development economics, and bottom-up focused pro-poor development courses. But also, I think because we do have an econ requirement, and MAIA students are not afraid of economics generally. Two other thematic specializations here I just wanted to highlight quickly are global gender policy and global energy and environmental policy. These are special to me because, as I've said, I was here about 6 years, and these are two programs that have started up under my watch. The largest success story in some ways has really been our global gender policy concentration. It's unparalleled among our competitor schools in international relations because it's really come together where we have core faculty who are experts on gender policy. We have research methods courses specializing in gender policy, and we've integrated gender policy into the curriculum of other areas like conflict, gender and conflict, gender and development. And gender studies has also been the focus of one of our capstone sections. So putting that all together, that's an unparalleled opportunity for gender studies. And also global energy and environmental policy has always been important to me, and I'm really glad to have established a concentration in that because I do believe that climate change is the civilizational challenge that we face right now in the international arena. So these are all courses as part of the International Affairs program. These are thematic specializations. Interestingly, and something that I've really not understood, to be frank with you, is global health has not been one of our larger thematic specializations. And it's interesting because we have very close ties to the Milken School of Public Health, and you can basically do a dual degree between a master's in public health and the NAIA degree. So, unfortunately, in some ways, I do see our cohort growing in global health, and we're really ready for them because we've got a lot of great connections in that area. So moving along to our other set of concentrations, these are our regional specializations. Our regional specializations are interesting in the sense that we do have a small number of students that have a concentration in regional studies. in the way that sometimes I look, though, at regional studies is they're sort of a proving ground, let's say, for a thematic concentration. And what I mean by that, for example, is if you have your primary concentration in conflict resolution or development, a second regional concentration on a region like Africa would make a lot of sense because Africa is an area where these issues play out. One thing our dean, Ambassador Ruben Brigidi, is always known for saying is that all issues, all major global issues, play themselves out one way or another on the African continent. So this would make sense. So we do have the capacity to do two concentrations, and frequently a regional concentration would be the second concentration. You don't by any means need to do concentrations, two concentrations. I find a lot of times you have more freedom if you constitute one formal concentration and then you take a variety of electives and supporting courses from other specializations. You always are building something I call the coherent narrative about your study here at MAIA, and you can always refer to your primary concentration and then other significant coursework in another. I believe we have about 30% of our cohort that does two concentrations. I think that number is correct. So quickly, I wanted to really drill down on our curriculum. What we have here in this flowchart is just a curriculum sample. This is an imaginary student, but it maps the course of very many students, actually. This student here has taken international security studies. So this gives me an opportunity to describe our core curriculum. So the core curriculum, which is one of 4 semesters, 40 credits to complete the program. The core curriculum is 9 credits. And this is composed of, what I said, sort of our main social science classes that are taught by our regular faculty that really form the basis of theory from which to build your study of the practice of international relations upon. And so our International Affairs Cornerstone is a class on international relations theory. Many of you have majored in international affairs or taken political science courses, but this one is really special because not only does it give you the basic theories of international affairs and a review there if you haven't had them, but it applies them to specific case studies and different situations that will come up within your supporting coursework, no matter what your concentration is. Another course in our core is called Uses of History. Uses of History is very interesting because we should really be calling it misuses of history. So this is how regimes across the world have had something what we call creation myths. We've had impressions of history that have really formed their behavior and how they relate to other nations. As I had mentioned, economics is within our core curriculum. We have a course on international economics, which most people would take just one, but we also do have a major field in economics where people will also take more advanced coursework on trade and finance, econometrics, applied economics, that sort of thing. So it says major field here. This is what we used to call them, but now they're concentrations. This person's concentration would have been international security studies, where they took a total of 12 credits. And these are examples of some of the supporting courses for the international studies concentration. Fundamentals of Intelligence is a very popular one for people that would go on to become analysts. Homeland Security and Transnational Security. These 3 courses to me, especially as a professor in this area, are mutually reinforcing. You would understand how to be an intelligence analyst for transnational security, for example, which are security threats that don't invite only a military response. The electives this person then took was cybersecurity and cyber threats and policy. So you can see they developed sort of a mini focus on cybersecurity that complemented their fundamentals of intelligence class, strategic planning, and of course on understanding nuclear weapons. We also have skills courses, which makes us unique among our competitor institutions. These skill courses are 1 credit per course, and they are interesting in the sense that they present very hard skills sets. The ones that I generally recommend for people are sharpening your writing skills of short memos and briefings. So that's like writing for international affairs policymakers. This person took a negotiations short course for 1 credit. Formal briefing, sharpening those skills is another really important course. Frankly, one that I wish I had taken earlier in my career because I became proficient after about 15 years of service in the government at really delivering a hard-hitting formal briefing, and I wish I had had that skill earlier. It's possible to also take a skills course related to language. So this person sharpened up their Mandarin, it looks like, so they did a 1 credit language course on Chinese. Finally, we have the capstone, and I'll talk more about the capstone later, but this person did a thematic capstone related to security. So now is something I think, I just gave you a typical pathway here, but I wanted to mention something that has just been developed by us in the last week or so, and this is something called the Flex Start option. The Flex Start option is for admitted students such as yourselves that are going to be beginning study in fall 2020. You're eligible to participate in this program. And this is especially for students that may be experiencing some sort of COVID-19 related delay, maybe in your visa, maybe there's travel restrictions in your country, especially for our international students. Maybe you have a concern about relocating to the Washington, D.C. area at this time. You can sort of rest assured that now you could do your first semester remotely. So you have the option of enrolling in 2 or 3 courses online for the fall semester, and these courses are included in our core. The International Affairs Cornerstone will be presented, also economics, and then you could choose one other course from your future intended concentration. And so this is, you're eligible for a total of 9 credits that you can take off campus during this first term. And we do have an in-house instructional design team because we already do offer one of our courses, the mid-career Masters of Public Policy course online. So this instructional design team has put together these courses for you in case you can't make it to campus. And so this is something we're offering, and I know the competitor institutions here in DC aren't to do this. So I just wanted to throw that in. If you want to learn more about the Flex option, you can send an email to ESIA-grad, which is going to be flashed up as one of your options on the last screen here. So I think now is a good time to talk about the capstone. The capstone, we refer to it as the global capstone. Within the global capstone, it encompasses over 300 students from most of our master's programs, and the students break down for a project that lasts the entire second year of their enrollment in the program. And what the capstone project entails is it's an in-depth policy analysis, a policy research paper that often involves field research trips to foreign countries. These research trips are normally done over spring break in the spring of your second semester within the capstone program. And what you're really doing is, well, to back up a bit, you break up into thematic sections that reflect your interest, usually your concentration, and each thematic section has about 20 students in it. I happen to teach a capstone. Within my capstone, we have groups of 3 to 5 students that then work together on a group project to do this policy research paper that provides recommendations, almost always working with a client. So some of the clients we've had, recently would be the U.S. Department of State, the Global Engagement Center there. If you know, they work on counterterrorism. Center for Strategic and International Studies, development-focused students might work with the World Bank, for example. And we've had people capstone program that have with public-private and nonprofit organizations. So the capstone program has really been the hallmark of the experience, and we've developed this in the last 4 years. It continues to evolve, and one way it has evolved is that there is now more and more funding available for students to travel, and it's a competitive process where you apply for funding for your travel in the spring, and most viable proposals, if they're of high quality, are funded, and most students do have that capacity to travel. Also, to let you know, if you're concerned about issues, perhaps security clearances that you hold because you're working during the day in an internship, you don't have to travel, but it's an opportunity for you to travel. And the way that we teach our courses in the evening in general is what really allows you as students to obtain internships. Most of our students have either an internship or full-time employment. Our international students not as much, but maybe the second year they'll seek employment. But I look at the capstone as a bridge into your career. There are many examples of a capstone team that would work in a particular sector, that would have a particular client, and then would transition into working either in that field or for that particular client. So we're very proud of how the capstones developed in the last few years. So moving to the next slide, I ended up covering most of this, so I'll basically, just reiterate that we do have a 3-credit total of skills courses, 1 credit per course. And here's just a list of some other courses. I mentioned writing for international affairs professionals. But a really interesting one has been use of mobile phones in development. Many countries obviously do transactions not through formal financial institutions, but over cell phones. So that's a very important course. Another one that's not listed here, but I think is I know is very popular and is very useful, is one course called Inside the Embassy. Inside the Embassy is taught by Ambassador Ghanim, who I mentioned was the Director General of the Foreign Service. And this just gives you sort of the same experience as what they call the A100 course for diplomats, which is the introduction to being a diplomat and really getting people a leg up on understanding how an embassy works. Speaking of the State Department, I just wanted to mention that we do, sorry, I'll just go to the next slide here. Speaking of the State Department, I wanted to reiterate interning while you study. You are in the heart of DC, where you can intern in defense development and diplomatic communities. But I wanted to mention that we've had incredible placements particularly with the Department of State. And this has been a great opportunity for our students to get a leg up, for example, on the security clearance process. Other students who are coming into DC from other institutions, especially outside Washington, they'll arrive in DC after their graduation, and then they'll realize from that point they've got a 9 or 12-month process in order to get the security clearance to work either at the Defense Department or the Department of State. Whereas we have dozens of students that have already been interns there, and they can transition smoothly right upon a graduation into those positions. But also the reinforcement you get, obviously, in the classroom from spending your time during the day working on an issue and then learning about it and reinforcing that knowledge, is really a hallmark of our opportunities here. So quickly on to employment. We have over a 96% job placement average of our graduates. This data is obtained from a post-graduation employment survey that goes out to all MAIA graduates. It has an excellent response rate. So you can see that graduates of the MAIA program, more than all the others probably, are really distributed equally between the public sector, the private sector, and the nonprofit sector. One thing I'll say about the private sector, you see that's about 25% of our graduates, is that most students in the private sector are actually working in positions in support of the public sector. So what do I mean by that? Consulting firms that work for development-related consulting firms that might do metrics and evaluations, for example, for USAID. That would be an example of a private sector. Also, there are plenty of other consulting firms that place employees within federal agencies, so that might be another example. And then also people that are working in places like Deloitte Consulting, Booz Allen, that are a little more aligned with the financial sector. Nonprofits tend to be NGOs that are doing active work on the ground in foreign countries. So this is pretty much what I had to say. I might have skipped over a few things, but I wanted to put a face to a name here. So this is me as the program director, and this is Melora Homan-Smith, who is our program coordinator. We've already reached out to most of you with specific emails one way or another. But if you have any questions, you can directly email Melora at MAIA for program questions. For admissions questions, including the flex option, we also have the email for ESIA grad. And quickly on Melora, she's a recent graduate of the program, so she's an extra special resource for the inside scoop, so to speak, on what it's like to be a student, having gone through the program herself. So she's a resource. As I mentioned, we're a team. We also have a dedicated person in advising, Sarah Dennis, who handles the MAIA program specifically, and we have a designated career coach. So the four of us, we're all here to serve you and to help you take the best leap you possibly can forward into your future and your career in international affairs. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions. And I saw a lot coming through when I was speaking. Okay. So what I'm doing is doing these in the order they were received. How long do students typically spend abroad conducting the research for the capstone? Well, again, as we know that many students are holding internships or full-time positions, most of the field work for a capstone would occur during spring break. So spring break is a week, and then you could add each weekend onto that, so that's 10 days, maybe even take a few other days off. So I would say that the duration is in the spring, and it's about 7 to 11 days of field work. Are you aware of any cases where a student has studied abroad on a fellowship such as Boren or Fulbright during the semester and used that for capstone research? During the semester and use it for capstone research. It is possible, but remember that the capstone is a group project, and so you may bring something to that project related to your personal experience where you've traveled, but generally your sort of research agenda that you've set forth and the way that you're setting out to answer the questions is a team effort, and you'd probably be traveling almost exclusively be traveling with other members on your team during that time over spring break. Okay, what's the difference between international security studies and security policy studies? I'm a bit confused. Okay, so we have a specialized degree here at the Elliott School in security policy studies, which is a separate degree from the MAIA degree. The MAIA degree has within it a concentration on international security and a concentration on conflict resolution, both of which are security studies. But we do offer the core curriculum, which is more of a generalist curriculum. I think that what the skill set that we're really inculcating in people here is becoming an analyst, and that's an analyst that could be at any agency. It's someone that might be interested in international organizations other than only defense-related positions, and so that the specialized degree in security policy studies is more for people that are absolutely certain they're on that track, and also people that have usually had intervened work experience, especially in the defense sector. And frankly, it's a less diverse program. They've got fewer international students and fewer electives. So that's the difference between the two programs. Can we take more than 3 credits of skills courses? I'm the ultimate, I guess, arbiter or person who decides on your program of study. A program of study would be basically something that I would sign off on along with your advisor. So there are some situations where people will take more than 3 credits of skills courses, but a lot of times that may have more to do with a sense where maybe you've studied abroad at one of our excellent programs like Sciences Po, or in the health school where they offer 2 credit courses, and then you're evening yourself out by taking that 1 extra credit in order to reach the 40 credit maximum. So that'd be a situation in which people would take more than 3 skills credits. Yeah, there's lots of questions about security studies and the IA concentration. Does GW pay for language courses? Generally, the language courses, I'm a little confused by this, but there are language classes that come outside of your general curriculum that you may decide to take from other institutions within DC that offer the opportunity to brush up on these classes in order to pass your proficiency. And so those classes are not covered by GW, but there are other opportunities. We have, for example, language lunches in many different languages where you can come and sharpen your skills with other students. That's free. And also I noticed that there are institutions around DC, especially regionally focused, that do offer free language courses like the Goethe Institute in German, and some of the other Middle Eastern countries run programs that are for free.
Hey, Dr. King.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't mean to cut the question and answer round short, but I do need to prep Dr. Brown for his presentation starting in a couple of minutes. So if any questions weren't answered by Dr. King or Melora, I highly recommend to contact maia@gwu.edu to get in contact with Melora and Dr. King for any other questions that weren't answered today, or that other questions you might have after today. But thank you so much, Dr. King, for tuning in, and I'm sorry to cut you short, but I just kind of need to get the program running with Dr. Brown up next.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Josh, and special thanks to Melora, who has already responded to so many of the questions that were presented in the chat, and we're available, as you can see, at these email addresses. So thank you very much.
Well, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of these sessions today. Before I introduce Dr. Brown, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this global pandemic. We want to make sure we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. Now, I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our admitted students. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you entered the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the presentation is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please make sure that your cams are also off This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the presentation and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Brown, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by once again going to that horizontal toolbar located at the bottom of the screen where you see the presentation, and you'll see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box feature. Dr. Brown will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of his presentation. And please make sure to type each question to everyone so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And last but not least, I am also recording this live session as well. I'll make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics for how our session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce Dr. Brown, who is the program director of the Middle East Studies program. And Dr. Brown, you should see that you have become the presenter in just a second or two. So when you are ready to go, feel free to begin your presentation.
Okay, let's start. Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, I'm the presenter. The feeling of power is just overwhelming, but I'll try to use my authority responsibly. Thanks very much, Josh, for setting this up. Thanks very much, all the students, for attending. This is, always an exciting time in your life when you're looking at possible graduate programs. It's just done in the most unusual circumstances possible. I hope that you're all healthy and well. And if you've got any questions about anything that I say along the way, Josh said, wait till the end. You actually don't have to. Just type the questions in, and I'll try to answer them. If there are questions particular about the kind of evolving responses to the pandemic, certainly feel free to ask those as well. But I've got a presentation about the Middle East Studies program. I'll just go through it, but again, feel free to type in your questions. I'll have to talk and read at the same time, and that might be a little stressful, but I'll just take a nap afterwards. So shoot your questions to me. So let me begin by just describing the MA program generally. Essentially what this is a program in a school of professionally oriented School of International Affairs that is oriented towards Middle Eastern studies. Presumably you knew that much when you applied, but let me go into a little bit of detail about how we apply that. What that means is you will take a multidisciplinary academic foundation. Basically, these will be political science, history, economics, anthropology, geography courses about how those disciplines approach the Middle East. And then we'll add to that a professional specialization. And this is something that you would hope to apply to the Middle East. It might be development, it might be communication, it might be public health, or there are all kinds of professional specializations. And then we've also got a rigorous language requirement, which I'll talk more about as we go on. The curriculum is 40 credits. There's a cornerstone symposium that will be taught by my successor as program director. I served till this summer, then Mark Lynch, very prominent political scientist who directed the program before, will be taking over. So he'll be teaching the cornerstone symposium in the fall. That's restricted to first-year Middle East Studies students. MA students. So that's where you'll learn you'll meet your cohort, and you'll also have an overview of how it is that we study the Middle East. And then there will be a core field. That's what I was talking about, the disciplinary courses in political science, history, geography, anthropology, and so on. And then 3 other courses involving the Middle East anywhere that are at GW. And we've certainly got a list of those. If you've got any questions about particular courses that we might be able to offer, ask. So that adds up to, I do this quickly, 21 credits, but it's a 41 credit program. Where do the rest go? Well, you choose this professional specialization, as I said, and those are 4 3-credit courses. There is a list of, or mention of just some of them. And if you don't see something on a curriculum, come to me and design your own. Tell me you're interested in A, B, or C, and we'll try, you might want a career that's working in say, civil society, development of civil society programs in the Middle East. If that's the case, we can sit down and see what kind of professional specializations would be most relevant. And if we don't find one on the list, we can make one up. And the second part are the skills courses, one-credit courses that are really designed to give you a skill that is going to be helpful to you in your career as an international affairs professional, writing an op-ed, giving briefings, grant writing, those sorts of things. And again, there's an extremely rich array of courses every semester. You'll just have to take 3 during the period that you're in the program. Then there's the capstone project. I mentioned a cornerstone in your first semester. In the last year, we do a series of students generally work in teams and do a capstone project. We've got it's a year-long project. It often involves travel. This year, as some students did get to travel, but the travel ban essentially went into effect just as some students were about to go off. But in previous years, they've gone to the Gulf, they've gone to Morocco, they've gone to Europe sometimes to meet with, there was a group a couple years ago that did something on Islamic education in Turkish schools in Germany. So they went to Germany. This is usually a team project that involves a major research project that we put on our website. So this is something that is designed to be publicly presentable and also involves an oral presentation as well. This year's capstone projects have had to adjust a little bit, as everybody's had to adjust, but we're about to have the presentations at the end of this month. If any of you would like to join in and view them online, simply shoot me an email or shoot Maisha Munawara, who is the program assistant, mesp@gwu.edu, an email, either of us an email, and we can give you the schedule of capstone presentations, and you can join just to see what you would be doing 2 years from now, although we hope by then you'll be doing it in person rather than on the web. So now let me talk about the language requirement. This is big because it is really not credible to present yourself as somebody who is a Middle East expert who doesn't have a working level proficiency in a Middle Eastern language. So you basically are required to have some language ability coming in. And then you sit down with Nashwa Tahir, she's a professor of Arabic here, she's our language advisor, and work out a plan of study that's going to get you up to the level of proficiency needed for the exam. We offer courses right now here at GW in Arabic, Persian, or Hebrew. If you want to do Turkish or Kurdish, we can work out a plan for you. Kurdish has been a little bit of a challenge, but we found that we can do it. Turkish a little bit less so. So those are the languages. We've got full set of courses, especially in Arabic and Hebrew, but some in Persian as well through the advanced level. And we also offer content courses in some of these languages. Middle East Studies program is also a member of the CASA Consortium, that's the Center for Arabic Study Abroad. And so some of our students sometimes apply to that, take a year off and do the CASA program. I did it back in, well, I don't want to tell you what year, but I'll just say Ronald Reagan was president when I did the CASA program. And we've got various ways to support language study for our students. If you take a content course, that's basically an advanced course in a Middle Eastern language, you can count that towards your 40 credit hours. But if you have to take courses at the intermediate level or you need other kinds of language work, that won't count towards your 40 credit hours. So what do we do to help you? Well, we have summer language grants, and those are available. We've been pretty lucky with being able to fund most of the students who apply. So if you want to do an intensive summer language program, just let us know and we'll be able to support you. I should say we hope to be able to support you, and so far our hopes have not been dashed. We've also got we're designated by the Department of Education as a recipient for foreign language and area studies grants. We have these over the summer for those students who applied for but did not succeed in getting the year-long FLOSS fellowship. You're still eligible to apply for the summer one. In terms of the summer language grants, our students go all over, to both domestically and internationally, and we're looking actually for a way to see if incoming students can be eligible for these summer language grants because of the extraordinary circumstances we're facing. I hope to have word on that soon, but we just don't know quite yet whether we'll have the funding. Okay, what's distinct about us? There's all kinds of Middle East studies programs around, and you may be looking at other Middle East studies programs. Elsewhere, you might be looking at non-Middle East studies programs. What's distinctive about us? Well, we're kind of cozy. This Elliott School is big, got a lot of resources, a lot of classes, and the Middle East studies program is small. You see the size of the entering classes there. We're shooting for a class this year of probably something about in that range, 8 a dozen, something like that. And you take the cornerstone together your first semester, so you're able basically to be within a cozy atmosphere, working out an individual relationship, sometimes with one or two key faculty from the beginning. I should add here that there's a possibility that some of you might want to come and not be able to come to campus right away. If that's the case, or if that turns out to be the case, you decide to come to GW, but there's some kind of travel ban in effect, you can't leave your country where you are or something like that, let us know. We're prepared to make whatever arrangements are necessary to make it possible to start your first semester remotely if necessary. In normal circumstances, and we hope the fall will be normal, but we're making preparations if it's not normal. If it is normal, then classes are offered in the late afternoon and evenings, and what that means is that you can combine your classroom education usually with internship or part-time work. Almost all of our students do something outside the classroom. And there's an awful lot that goes on in Washington related to the Middle East. A lot at GW. We're the headquarters for the Middle East Studies Association, the scholarly association for Middle East studies in North America, really a global association. And we also host some Middle East initiatives here, which I'll talk about in a second. The curriculum is practical. It's really designed for people who are interested in making careers in international affairs. It involves, as I described, this professional field. It involves these skills courses. The capstone research project gives you something at the end of your program that you can show people. You can show your family. You can show potential employers. Occasionally, I've even had people contact me a couple of years later saying, hey, I did a web search. I came across this project. Can you help me track down the people who did this, because we're real interested in talking to them about it. It's a really active campus. Right now, it's a sleepy campus, as most campuses are, although we're managing and finding ways to do things online. When we're here in person, it's like drinking from a fire hose. Film series, lecture series, conferences, and so on that are hosted here on campus. An awful lot more that is in town. Let me just talk about some of the things that go on campus. There's POMEPS. There's Mark Lynch, the incoming program director, whom I hope you'll get the chance to meet in the fall. He had something called the Project on Middle East Political Science, which is an attempt to bring Middle Eastern politics and scholarship about Middle Eastern scholarship into public view. So it's extremely active. There's an annual conference. There's a series of book launches by academics. There's a series of events on campus. That means that basically, if you come to GW, you can get a collection of free books at the book launches. You'll have the opportunity to meet probably most of the prominent Middle East political science scholars in this country and globally who come through. We've got the Middle East Policy Forum headed by Ambassador Skip Ganim, who is on our faculty, and he hosts events with that are oriented a little bit more towards the policy community. You see him there meeting with David Schenker, the Assistant Secretary of State for Near East Affairs. But he'll have evening events, lunch events throughout the semester, and he, believe it or not, in the 1960s, again, I won't give you the exact year, he was GW's student body president. He's got a special place in his heart for GW students. After many of his events, he'll have dinner at a local restaurant. It may be the nicest dinner you'll ever have in grad school. and he rotates invitations among students to attend with speakers and faculty. We've got enormous study abroad opportunities as well. If you want to fit study abroad into your curriculum, come talk to us. It's an evolving environment in terms of where you can study in the Middle East. We've had students who've gone to a variety of locations in the Middle East and fitted into their program. And last year, for the first time, I took a group of students over. You see them all there. I'm the one with the colored pants right in the middle, to the American University in Cairo. It was a travel course where we visited Egyptian institutions, the Supreme Constitutional Court, El Azhar University. We visited a family court in Greater Cairo, hosted judges and so on. It was on Egyptian legal and religious institutions. We met with an MP, actually. Believe it or not, visited the parliament and got an ovation there. That was a little bit of an embarrassing moment. We're happy to have us there. And I'm hoping to do the course again next year. There should be study abroad opportunities. Again, let me know if you have any questions about any particular opportunities. Career development resources. The Elliott School has a very robust set of opportunities for developing essentially for working with you from the minute you set foot on campus, or I should say even before you set foot on campus, if you can't set foot on campus right now. We've got a dedicated person in the career office, Sharon McCoy, who you'll likely meet with very, very soon if you come, but a large staff that has a whole array of opportunities for you. Here are some of the places where our students have gone on to work. Here's sort of a breakdown of where they go. This is for 2016, when we surveyed them, 5 went in the public sector. This was a small graduate class. 4 went in the public sector, 2 went in nonprofit. 5 were still looking. That's actually an old graph. I can probably get you a more recent one if you've got more recent questions. Middle East Studies faculty. I'm just going to talk to you about it. There's me on the floor of the Egyptian Parliament talking to a couple of the students in the class. I'm a political scientist who focuses on the Middle East. There's Mona Atiyah. She's director of our Institute for Middle East Studies, which does programming, research support, supports some of our students in some ways. She's a geographer who focuses on poverty, has done great work in Morocco and Egypt, just a wonderful person to have on board. There's Mark Lynch, incoming program director, past program director, very prominent political scientist who works on the Middle East. There's Skip Ghanim, who I mentioned before, former ambassador to Australia, to Jordan, to Kuwait, former director general of the Foreign Service. Really a gem to have as a human being. It's somebody who is always happy to meet with and work with students. There's Alana Feldman, who is an anthropologist, works in the dean's office now, is a vice dean of the Elliott School of International Affairs, but she's done work on Palestinians. She's done work on humanitarianism, on relief, and really, it's the sort of person that when I go to other academic conferences and I say I'm from GW, they say, oh, that's where Alana Feldman is. So it's a very prominent in her field. There's Shana Marshall, who's the associate director of the Institute for Middle East Studies. She's a political economist, really has been very involved, very active in supporting the Middle East Studies students and in teaching a course on political economy of the Middle East. And there are some additional Middle East faculty. Actually, a lot of these are prominent and deserve much more than a bullet point. Dina Hori, who's actually incoming president of the Middle East Studies Association, the Academic Association. Shira Robinson, who's a historian who teaches a lot of our students, and so on. So we've got a lot of Middle East faculty here. And finally, if you've got questions, shoot them to me right now. We've got a few minutes left. But certainly feel free to email me, nbrown@gwu.edu. If you don't want to contact me directly, or you've got a more administrative thing or something like that, Maisha Munawara is a program assistant. She's at mesp@gwu.edu. It's got language questions. Nashwa Tahir is a fantastic language teacher, who's also just a very nice human being. And my experience in studying languages is those didn't always intersect. Sometimes the best teachers were also the toughest, but she's nice and effective. She's our language advisor. So you've got questions about, what language classes should I take? Am I really ready for this? What do you recommend I do to get ready? And so forth and so on. You can contact her directly. So that's it for my formal presentation. So far, you've been very good about listening, but not very good about asking me questions. So please shoot questions through the chat box, and I'll be here for another 5 minutes or so, I guess, to address any kinds of questions that you might have. While questions come in, and none have come in yet, I may have answered all questions in advance. Let me just take a moment to stress what I said before about what's going on with regard to the pandemic. Again, it's just an unusual time to be making plans, and what we're doing, I sent an email, I think, to all the students who were admitted to the Middle East Studies program last week, explaining we're positioning ourselves in different kinds of ways to cope with this. And we're looking at ways to sort of start, for instance, a group of people who are interested in Middle East studies over the summer, what I'm calling a virtual happy hour, which incoming students would be welcome to join, from recent alums, current students, and so on. We're experimenting with moving certain classes online. And we're taking other kinds of steps so that whatever happens and whenever it happens, we'll be prepared. Good question. Can students, wait a second, let me see. There are two questions that have come in. What kind of opportunities to partner with a global gender policy program? You could certainly do a professional field in global gender policy. You could take some of your electives, Middle East electives in that field. That's actually something that a couple students have done. Previous question, would I recommend doing a thesis? Can that help students who want to do a PhD online? Our students are steered towards the capstone. That's a group project. If you think you've got a PhD in you and you want to do an individual project, come talk to the program director. And we do approve it. You have to request it. And generally, the most persuasive reason is I'm interested in doing a PhD program and I want to see what doing a thesis would be like. So you can ask. And if you've got any questions about that individually, certainly feel free to shoot me an email. Can students outside of the program use the same resources for studying abroad in the Middle East? Yes, essentially. So the study abroad programs that I mentioned, even my course, were open to all students within the Elliott School. And students, I will say, who want to do, say, summer language study and so on, are eligible, I think, to apply to the Institute for Middle East Studies for language program. I personally want you in the Middle East Studies program, but there are certainly ways, if you decide to go to another program, you can take advantage of the resources that we offer. And we do have a lot of overlap. Probably the biggest ones are with IDS, the International Development Studies, and with security policy, as well as international affairs. Elaborate more on the capstone projects. So you can take a look at our website. We've got them all up there, and you can see the final product. But what I would say is that they usually involve travel. They usually involve some practical application of something that you've learned. During the, we've had students, for instance, study things like how it is that public space is allocated and regulated in Beirut. That's just one example. We've got students this semester looking at what calculations Syrian refugees make about repatriation. So those are the kinds of ideas. Again, I can give you others, but you can look on the website and shoot me an email. I want to get to the other questions. Exchange program with Sciences Po, yes, it exists at the international affairs level. At the Elliott School level. We haven't had that many students do it from the Middle East Studies program. A lot has to do with course selections, but yes, it exists. And certainly come talk with me if you're interested in exploring that. Is it easy to integrate study abroad experience as a full-time second-year master's student? Yes, you generally want to do it in your first year, the spring semester of your first year, because of the capstone. But if you want to do it in the second year, you can work that out with the program director and even perhaps combine it with your capstone. And the other thing is I hope to do my Egypt course next year as well. That would be a short-term opportunity. And there may be other short-term opportunities available as well. I apologize for the speed at which I'm speaking. I do that in the classroom too, but right now my excuse is that I have so much ground to cover. But it looks like I've answered all the questions. If there are any other questions or any that I missed. If not, thank you very much to Josh and Nicole. I see you getting links out at almost as fast as I speak. Great team here working at the Elliott School. Hope you'll be joining us in the fall.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for your presentation today and for speaking to our admitted students into the MES program. We'll be sure to, if we get any questions submitted to us, we'll be sure to direct them to you.
Okay, thanks so much for arranging this, Josh, and thanks to all the students incoming students, I hope, for participating. Hope to see you all in the fall.
Thank you so much and have a good rest of your day, Dr. Brown.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Morgan. This is Josh Fulton. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
All right. Hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of these sessions today. So before I introduce our next program director, Dr. Morgan of the European and Eurasian Studies program, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today, bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content. As we all navigate through this current global pandemic, we want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. Now I want to quickly cover a quick couple talking points of how this session will run and instructions to our attendees. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the presentation is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Secondly, please make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the presentation and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Morgan, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the presentation window, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box feature. Dr. Morgan will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of her presentation. So when you do have a question, also please address it to everyone so that every attendee can see all questions being submitted. So if they have a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student event newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that covers all of the basics for our sessions and how it will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next program director, Dr. Morgan, who is the program director of the European and Eurasian Studies program. And Dr. Morgan, I am currently making you the presenter, so whenever you are ready to begin the presentation, feel free to start.
Terrific, thank you. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everybody and say that I'm very sorry I'm not able to do this in person. We always have this online session, but we also normally have our in-person session, and of course I and everyone else regrets very much it's not possible this year. But I'd like to encourage all of you to not hesitate to get in touch, send questions today, send questions later. We can always set up phone calls and be in contact as you're making your decisions about programs. So just briefly a bit about me. I've been director of this program since fall 2019. So I took over relatively recently, just last fall, but I've been at GW since 2003. I'm a professor of political science with a focus on Western Europe. And so I'm in the political science department, but also jointly appointed in the Elliott School. And I have been involved in the Institute for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies here at GW, which is the kind of affiliated organization for EES. I've been involved in that organization for a long time. So I've been I know a lot about the program and the Elliott School, and I hope I can answer any questions that might come up today about the program. So just a bit about, I'll just give you an overview of some key points today about the EES program. It's really based on an amazing set of faculty members. I'm just pointing out here on the slide a couple of key figures in the faculty who you would likely take classes with or interact with in the course of being here. An important thing about our Elliott School faculty is that all of our faculty, whether they are the full-time tenured faculty or people who are, we have a lot of faculty who were previously in the policy world and they're in positions called professors of practice. We have a large part-time faculty that are often people working in various institutes, private sector, government entities around town. All of us are very much involved in both academic and policy debates. We all tend to locate ourselves with a foot in each world. So we care a lot about what's going on in the academic literatures on the region of Europe and Eurasia, but we're all engaged in public affairs in various ways. I think that's part of what makes us distinctive. So here you see a list of some of the key faculty, but there are many others who are involved in teaching for the program. Just a bit of overview about the EES program and really the core philosophy behind it. One of the key points is that the program, and I think it makes it distinctive compared to other ones, that we expect our students to be trained with knowledge about both Europe, West and East, and Eurasia more broadly defined, meaning Russia, Central Asia, former Soviet republics, and so on. And that means our courses, you know, when you look at our course requirements, one of the requirements is that you take courses on both regions, because we feel like in the world today, it doesn't make sense to try to understand some of the issues facing one region without seeing the broader connections. And so that is part of what makes our program distinctive compared to other programs. In addition, this is the second key point of our philosophy, we feel it's important for students to have an interdisciplinary understanding about the issues facing the region broadly defined. And so students take courses in multiple disciplines. It's a requirement to take courses in at least 3 disciplines, and that's usually political science, international affairs, economics, history. It could also be anthropology, sociology. There's a broader array of disciplines that are possible, but that's an important part of our philosophy as well, about how we should be training future leaders in this region. Then a third point, and this is something that pertains to many of the Elliott School programs, is that we're looking not only to give you a grounding in the region, but also help you develop skills that you need. So we're not, and it's important to me that people not just view this as skill building, but at the same time, I don't want to kind of neglect the importance of building a toolkit. And so among the things we have as part of our requirements is a research methods or economics requirement. We have a variety of skills courses available at the Elliott School. It can be writing, it can be negotiation skills, it can be quantitative skills. And so one of the things I like to do in advising students is have them think early on about what toolkit they want to come out of the program with. And so that's another part of our philosophy. In terms of the curriculum overview here, and you can look at this online very easily, but this shows you the courses, the trajectory students take, starting out with a cornerstone on Europe and Eurasia, which is available in the fall. Then you have this economics or research methods requirement. There's a 15-credit core field that gives you this foundation in Europe and Eurasia, and here's where the requirement is that you take courses on both Europe and Russia / Eurasia, more broadly defined. Then there's the professional specialization field, and these are just a couple of the examples of the fields that people specialize in. There are 6 different options, and you can look at those online if you're interested to see what the possibilities are. Very common ones are some of these: security, there's one on diplomacy, there's a field on business and economics. There are other ones on international organizations, there's a science, technology, and international affairs specialization, and so on and so forth. There's a foreign language requirement, so you'll need to pass a proficiency exam in a major European language. Those of you who come in already with a native fluency that are usually exempted from this, but others will take the foreign language class, and or the foreign language test, and there's information about that online. So you can see the level that's expected for the different languages. 6 credits of elective courses. And so I'm actually not able to see the very bottom of my slide for some reason. So I can't actually see the very bottom of the slide. But in any case, there we go. The 4-credit global capstone to be taken at the end of the program. And the global capstone is a program that the Elliott School runs for many of its international affairs students. I recommend you take a look at what the capstone involves. But really what it's about is working collaboratively in small teams for a client usually in the DC area, but it can be broader than that. It can be, Department of Defense, or it can be an international organization, or it could be a think tank. And so it's working on a project of interest to that client, working collaboratively on it, and then making a presentation to the client of the end product. So it's a really great experience, intellectual experience. It's a team experience, and then also helps connect people to potential employers in the area. So it has, I think, a lot of merit and is a valuable part of the program overall. Okay, so just a bit about the Elliott School, and these are some broader points about the school and what makes it distinctive. As noted here, our faculty are leading experts, national and international, in their fields. The point that I was making earlier about how many of them have backgrounds in working in the policy world in Washington and elsewhere, and or are connected to that policy world. So that's very much distinctive about the Elliott School. Another key point is that our classes are in the evenings. The earliest class meets around 5. I think it's a 5 to 7 time slot, and 7 to 9 time slot are the main times when courses are available. So this makes it very much possible to continue working or have internships or part-time jobs while you're doing the program. A third point then is the flexibility of the program. We have the philosophy driving the overall trajectory that we'd like to see students make in the program, but then there's lots of possibilities for different specializations, a variety of electives, ways to meet that research methods or economics requirement. If you're interested, you can write a thesis. I've supervised a number of theses of our Elliott School students over the years, so that's an option as well. Independent study options and so on. So we do offer considerable flexibility, given that we want students to come out of the program with the kind of background and toolkit that's most useful for them. Then finally, a key point about specifically for the EES program is that there's the possibility to benefit from a variety of research programs at the Elliott School, which include some of the ones listed here: PONAR's Eurasia, the Central Asia program, our Arctic Research Coordination Network, and so on, that are all housed within the Institute for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies. Which brings me right to the next slide, which is about the Institute for European, Russian, Eurasian Studies, or IRES, which is really reflective of the broader community at the Elliott School for our EES students. So IRES houses the EES, and it has a host of events, activities, workshops, publications, and so on that happen there. It's a very dynamic place of researchers, of scholars, academics, policy people who come together interested in the region. And so among the important centers are PONAR's Eurasia, which is, you can look online about it if you want. You can go to the Institute's website and find the link, but it's the program on new approaches to research and security in Eurasia. Basically a network of academics that originated at Harvard and then moved to GWU, and has been incredibly important in fostering connections across between academics and policymakers and people engaged in public policy for thinking about the region. So with all the events that go on at the Institute, there's a lot going on, and you can be as involved or not involved in that as you wish, but there's plenty of opportunities for developing your knowledge about the region through the things that are going on at IRES. As you can see here, IRES has been ranked number 5 of the world's leading regional studies institutes by James McGann, who is well known for his analyses of the think tank world. And when he looked at university-based regional study centers around the world, he put IRES at number 5, which is an incredible statement about just what a dynamic place it is. Then a final point about our community is our alumni, who are all over town. And you can see some examples of the kinds of places that they are at. If you look at our alumni in general, you know, the largest proportion of them end up in government of various kinds in the public sector. But we also have alumni in the private sector. I think about a quarter of them end up in private for-profit entities, and about 13% end up in the nonprofit world. So we have people all over town. I was very disappointed this spring in that I organized an alumni event where we were going to have a panel of alumni from the EES program and offer opportunities then for networking by our students. So they could hear the alumni speak a bit about their experience in the program and their experience after the program. And then we're going to have wine and cheese and a nice opportunity for people to hang out. Well, as you can imagine, this was planned for the third week of March and all fell apart because of the situation. But we will organize this when it is possible. Hopefully next spring we'll be able to do a similar type of event, because I think it's really important to think about this program as a bridge for you into your the next stage in your career, the next job you're looking for, the first job you're looking for, whatever it is. We want this program to be a bridge between your education and the wider world. A few final points about the program: the study abroad opportunities that students can earn up to 10 credits studying abroad at one of our Elliott School exchange partners. You can see the ones that we currently have are in France, Germany, and Switzerland. At the moment, we have been working on developing a new exchange partner in Russia, and we're continuing to look for additional partners in other parts of Europe. All of this could be somewhat on hold, as you might imagine, given the situation. So not sure in the next year whether this will be possible, but I would hope that in the following year, at the very least, we'll be able to have exchanges operating again. There also is the possibility for summer study abroad. And that pretty much brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'm very open to answering any questions that you might have. Okay, so one student has asked about a thesis. So I think the best thing to do would be to think about a faculty member, and this would most likely come from the classes you're taking, but you also could just survey the available faculty members and go to office hours. But think about the kind of topic you'd be interested in working on and who you'd likely want to have supervise the thesis. And then start a dialogue with that individual about topic ideas. And it could be that you could start exploring an idea for a paper you write for a class. It could be that you spend some time in the summer in this capacity. I can tell you one student, Elliott School student, whose thesis I supervised, she actually started out as a research assistant for me. I needed someone who spoke Dutch, and there aren't a lot of students who speak Dutch, but she had great Dutch, and she did wonderful Dutch language work for me, looking at original sources. And then I told her, use some of the information you have, because it was on the topic of immigration. She was interested in that, and so she used some of the material from the RA-ship and was able to write a really terrific thesis, which I supervised as well. So just an example of how those kinds of relationships can be forged. The Institute for European, Russian, Eurasian Studies has an RA-ship program that you can apply for that has taken undergrad and grad students who want to work as research assistants. And that can be one way as well to kind of forge that type of connection. Okay, so I see, let's see, a second question here. Let me see if there are any others that I missed. Yeah, that's the thesis question. So there's a question about ways people can ameliorate their language skills. So there are some language courses that you can take. We don't have a lot of room in the program for extensive language training. So for some students, that's why they've turned to study abroad programs or language study programs in other places. Places like Middlebury or Indiana University are well known for their language programs. There are also opportunities, language tables and so on that develop where you can have like a Russian language table that meets regularly, or a French language table, so people can get together and practice their language skills that way. There's a question about internships where someone could use their language daily. That's a good question. I think that's the kind of thing where in the course of seeking out internships, that could be the type of thing you could specifically look for. I certainly know of students who have jobs I can think of right now who are using language regularly, people in the program who are already using Russian or using French or something in the course of their job. So I see no reason why you couldn't find internships that would help you in that regard. One thing I would say is that the Elliott School has great resources for helping students with internships and seeking out employment. I mean, that's a big focus of the Elliott School, is to help students find what they want in terms of career opportunities. So that would be a good thing to investigate with the people who work there. Let me see here. Are there professors from the business school that focus on the business concentration within the program? We have courses for that concentration, and I think you can go and look at the course bulletin and pretty much see what they are that involve professors from the business school. So absolutely, yes. Oh, here's a long one. Hold on, let me get into it. Newspapers, magazines, it should be part of our daily rotation. You would recommend to familiarize ourselves further with the current situation in Europe and Eurasia. Absolutely. Well, so I am a regular peruser of foreign policy and foreign affairs. I also really find the Journal of Democracy very useful for me for keeping up on developments in especially Eastern Europe and the post-Soviet space. So I think those are excellent sources. I actually would, I'm trying to think, Sean, if you're more interested in Russia and Eurasia, I would spend some time following PONARS. I get I get a daily and a weekly email from PONARS. And I often follow up on the email I get. I just signed up for their regular emails. And so I'll often follow up on the citations that they have. They'll have links to reports. They'll have commissioned specific pieces. They'll have short essays. I find that's incredibly helpful for following what's happening, but also getting the take that the experts that are connected to PONARS provide. So I think that's actually, depending on the area that you're interested, a valuable way to follow up. Now let me see, what else here? More questions. Recommend taking a new language. I think it's tough to take a new language while doing the MA program. I would say it's challenging. I mean, I think you could certainly start a new language. I wouldn't expect that you could test at the level that's required of a new language. So that I would say is difficult. But at the same time, as I was emphasizing with skills, I think, you might think about what are the skills you want to try to accumulate while you're here. If that means a summer program in a country where you can start to work on a new language, then I think that's the kind of thing to consider and think about, what are your goals while you're in the MA program. I mean, I think one of the difficulties would be that the low-level language classes you can't get credit for. So if you're doing intro language courses, it's not our policy, it's a GWU policy that those don't count for master's classes. So you'd have to keep that in mind as you're trying to think about the types of courses you want to take to meet various requirements. Career services and finding internships. Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing to do would be probably to look at the Career Services website. And if you have questions about that, to contact the people over there. I mean, I'm immensely impressed by the people in the Career Services offices. I think they work very hard, and you can imagine they're working even harder now in this climate to think about how to help students, find the jobs that they're looking for. So I think that, sort of perusing the site over there and getting in touch with some people over there would be better than asking me, since it's not really the area that I work in. But I do think that there are some very dedicated personnel in that part of the Elliott School to work on this question. Okay, let me see if there's anybody else. Yeah, in what ways do students, let's see here, become involved in PONARS? Here we go. Well, they have events all the time. And so one way I would say is to get on their, distribution list and just be, basically once you're at the Elliott School, you're on the IRES distribution list, so you'll get notifications of all the things that are going on there. So, just going to events, getting in touch with faculty, meeting them in their office hours. You could look into the RA-ship program. These would all be ways to kind of connect with PONARS. And it comes down to how much time you have and want to put into it. If you have a lot of time to put into connecting with faculty there, going to events, reading the various kind of posts and essays and papers and so on, you can get really involved in PONARS. But it's really up to you. It's up to you how much time you have, how much you want to sort of make that part of your time at the Elliott School. Let's see here. Oh, thanks, Joshua, for posting the link. And for the graduate career development. Yes, thanks for posting that as well. Perfect. Anybody else? I just want to reiterate to you that you shouldn't hesitate to get in touch, especially now that I've gotten really familiar with Zoom and Skype and everything else. I'm very happy to set up any kind of call that would be helpful. And so I hope you won't hesitate and just contact me with any questions. We also can communicate by email, whatever works best for you.
Well, Dr. Morgan, I think that's all the questions that I am seeing come through right now. If you want to stick around for a couple more minutes, that's great. But if not, since you put your email up there, students can address questions to you directly. Or also, if you're tuning in, feel free to contact us in graduate admissions by going and emailing us at esiagrad@gwu.edu. I put that email address in my previous message just a couple minutes ago. So if you do have any questions for Dr. Morgan or us in graduate admissions, feel free to get in contact with us. But thank you so much, Dr. Morgan, for tuning in today and providing this great informational session on the European and Eurasian Studies program.
Sure, it was my pleasure. Thanks so much for organizing.
Yeah, of course. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
All right, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session today. So before I introduce our next program director, Dr. Sotomayor, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. Now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our admitted students. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar when you are seeing or where you are seeing the presentation is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the presentation and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Sotomayor, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going once again to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the presentation, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. Dr. Sotomayor will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of his presentation. And when you do have a question you'd like to address, please feel free to address it to everyone in the chat box. So if that another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics for how our session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next program director, Dr. Arturo Sotomayor. And real quick, Dr. Sotomayor, I will hand over the the presentation ability to you, and you are unmuted. So whenever you're ready to begin the presentation, feel free to start.
All right. Thank you, Josh, for this introduction, and to all our students, welcome to GWU. And I mean that not only figuratively, but literally. I'm speaking to you from my home. I'm actually one of the so-called last of the Mohicans, meaning that I'm one of the last faculty members that is still working on campus. And the reason is because I'm a faculty member, a faculty in residence, and so I live in a residential unit. And on a normal day, you might have heard a lot of noise in the background, and that's because I live in a faculty, in a residential hall where we have tons of students under normal times. So welcome to my home, and welcome to this session. So first and foremost, I'd like to say, on behalf of my team, congratulations on being admitted. And I mean that not only on my side, but also on behalf of Dr. Paul Williams, who is the co-director of SBS, and also Jeannie Ann, who's on our chat room. And you might actually see some of her texts as well as she has joined our session. So welcome again. Let me also say and publicly acknowledge and recognize your efforts. We read your applications, we heard what you had to offer, and we truly think that you would be a perfect fit for our program. I know that this have been some uncertain times, and you probably have a lot of choices as well. And my message to you is that I hope that the Elliott School and SBS will be a perfect fit for you. But do take a moment to acknowledge your success and recognize the hard work you've accomplished. You deserve it. So again, congratulations on being admitted. So let me talk a little bit about some of highlight some of our assets, so to speak, what makes us unique. And so these are some of the things that I think, from my own personal view, make SPS a unique place to study security studies. Of course, one of them is the fact that we are based in DC, where, of course, this is the place where policymaking is done. And so if you're interested in pursuing a career in a governmental agency or in policymaking or with an international organization, you're in the right place. The other thing that really, is a distinct feature of our program is that we're vested in generating knowledge, but knowledge that can be applicable to the policy realm. Another asset of our program is the diverse background of our students and faculty. We have about 1/3 of our students come from the services, 1/3 of our students come directly from college, and another third comes from, having gained professional experience and then returning to school to kind of refine their professional skills. And that really makes for a very rich rich community. About 10% of our student body is made out from students overseas, and they also bring a very rich and diverse approach into our classrooms. Flexibility is another thing that we're very proud of. You can finish your program as a full-time or as a part-time student. We have flexible schedules that allow you to work during the day and come to class in the afternoons and evenings. We really take on an interdisciplinary approach to the study of security studies, so we're not just married to one theoretical approach. We see security studies from a political perspective, from a legal perspective, from a historical perspective. We really want you to understand the general broad breadth of issues and topics that relate to security studies. We also offer a variety of courses, not just academic courses, but also professional skill courses, field courses that will enrich your education experience. And finally, I'm extremely proud because we're one of the oldest programs. We've been here for more than 11 years, and we have a very rich network of alumni that are very well connected and have helped to enrich our networks with the overall policy community. So the way we structured our program is in a way that we want to emphasize two things: breadth and scope. We want to expose all our students to general knowledge of security studies, but we also want you to gain some specialized knowledge about our field of study. So that's why we've organized our program into 4 main concentrations. So if you're interested in matters related to defense, intelligence, and foreign policy making, U.S. national security might be your concentration. If, on the other hand, you're interested in exploring the role of non-state actors, and that may include insurgents, terrorists, organized crime, and other illicit non-state actors, then national security might be a good concentration to focus on. If, on the other hand, you're interested in exploring the underlying conditions that allow wars to end, especially civil and ethnic wars, and what are the best conditions to implement a peace building, a humanitarian or peacekeeping operation, then conflict resolution is the right concentration. And we're also interested in exploring how nuclear, cyber, and other new technologies affect war, peace, and stability. So again, breadth and scope. So you have a combination of general security studies courses, but then you also get to specialize, so breadth and scope. And we're organized as a 40 credit hour program. And again, you can finish this as a 2-year program if you're a full-time student, or as a part-time student. We allow you to actually take courses during a 5-year period if you're a part-time student. And so this is how our curriculum looks like. All students have to take 2 core classes in international security and security policy analysis, preferably during their first year. This is where we give you this general knowledge. Students have to choose out of 4 concentrations: U.S. national security, transnational security, conflict resolution, science and technology. And so they choose a concentration and a required class, and they take 3 additional courses within their concentration. Students can take up to 12 courses on 12 credit courses of elective courses. They can be from within SBS, across our schools, at the Elliott School, even outside of GWU, thanks to the consortium that we have built with other 13 campuses around the DMV area. You can take up to 3 skill courses. That includes courses on negotiation skills, on writing, on oral presentations. We have a variety of skill courses. Students also have to meet 1 tool course, 3 credits, either in language or statistics. And finally, all of this, it's all of this knowledge it's wrapped up in our capstone experience, which is our signature course, a 1-year capstone experience where you implement a policy project. We are also the program that offers the most courses, graduate courses at the Elliott School. We offer almost 70 courses on a yearly basis, about 30 courses in the fall, 30 courses in the spring, and 12 courses during the summertime. The list that you see here on the screen is actually the list of courses that we'll be offering this fall. And as you can see, it combines both breadth and scope in all 4 concentrations. And every time, we also try to bring in new courses because we like to stay fresh, updated, and analyzing current topics. Recently, one of our colleagues asked me if we had any courses that dealt with the global pandemic. And the truth of the matter is that we do. And we have a class called Emerging Threats, where we analyze some of these issues. But we're also interested on science and technology and transnational threats and the conventional security topics. So breadth and scope again. I'm also extremely proud of our very diverse faculty that it combines full-time faculty. These are faculty who have an appointment as full-time professors dedicated to our program, as well as professors in practice, policymakers, visiting speakers, and whatnot. And it's a very large team of professors, and I just want to highlight some of our most distinguished professors. That includes full-time professors who have conducted and are conducting top-notch research in security studies. It includes Michael Brown, who you see on his orange tie. He's actually the former dean of the Elliott School and the former editor of International Security, the leading journal in security studies. To his right is Alex Downs, an expert on military effectiveness and the director of the Institute of Security and Conflict here at GWU. He's also a leading expert on military issues. And some of the rising stars in security studies, like Fiona Cunningham, who completed her PhD at MIT and did a postdoc at Stanford, and is really someone who's doing innovative research on science, cyber, nuclear issues, and U.S.-China relations, as well as Rolly Lal, the author of 4 books on transnational security. And all of these individuals are conducting, again, very specialized research, but they're also conducting research that has policy applications. So they bring all this knowledge into the classroom. We also have a number of part-time faculty members with vast policy experience that also enrich our classrooms. And these are just a few of the faculty members we have in our team. It includes Michael O'Hanlon from the Brookings Institute, who will be teaching a summer course. Ambassador Bonnie Jenkins, who was an Obama administration appointee who served as leading ambassador to nuclear negotiations, to Jonathan Schroeder, who is the director of research at the Center for Naval Analysis. And all of these individuals bring vast policy experience and knowledge into our classrooms. And again, we have over 70 courses. We also are able to offer a variety of teaching formats and options for you. In-person courses, online courses, hybrid courses, field courses, especially during capstone, skill courses, and whatnot. And in fact, for those of you who may be facing restrictions for traveling, especially in the fall, we actually have all of our required classes are being offered online now. And of course, we offer a vast number of courses, not only required and core classes online, but other courses that may allow you to actually take classes online for your first and second semester. So again, this also brings flexibility into our curriculum. Another asset is, of course, because we are based in DC, there are lots of internship opportunities that you can benefit from. And now actually we're also exploring remote internship opportunities, working very closely with career services here at the Elliott School. And for us, it's really important that our students get this practical experience because usually this is a pathway to getting a full-time job. And of course, when you're in DC, there are lots of these opportunities where you can begin and explore careers in the security sector. Under normal conditions, I would also set some things about our study abroad program, which we offer courses during the winter time, during the winter break, which is actually completed one in January in Egypt. But for the time being and given the current circumstances, this program has been suspended for the time being. I was actually working on a summer study abroad program in 2021 to go to Mexico to analyze border security. And so we hope that once things resume to a new normal, that we'll be able to reestablish our study abroad program because this is a fantastic experience to expose our students to language, travel, and cultural immersion. I'm sure that one of the questions that you want to ask is, where are our students being employed and by whom? So on the one hand, I'll tell you that about 49% of our alumni are being employed in the public sector, and that is mostly the intelligence community and defense sector. But I have to say that a rather non-insignificant portion of our students are also now working in the private sector. And that includes aerospace, technology, and telecommunications, as well as the nonprofit sector. In terms of salaries, first, I forgot to mention that about 90% of our students who graduate from SBS are able to find a full-time employment after graduation. And the salary range on their offer varies from anything between $40,000 and $89,000. So the success of our program stems also from the fact that our students are very successful in the labor market. And these are some of the places where our students are currently employed. And these, especially our alumni, are great facilitators in helping other students find job opportunities. And we host a number of events with career services to help you in that endeavor. So I want to keep it short because I know you all have questions, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions and address your inquiries. I'd just like you to know that this is our contact information, and if you need any further information, you can, of course, contact us directly. Jeannie Ann is also available, our program assistant, to help you in your decision. And now I look forward to your questions, to answering your questions. Don't be shy. I'm sure you have questions, so. Sure. So one question is, can I speak something to the fact about internships? So I would say that about 85% of our students are able to conduct some sort of internship opportunity here in Washington, D.C. And that's just because there's so many internship opportunities here available. And so it's a great opportunity, as I mentioned to you, to find a permanent job or to network. And again, as I said, because our courses are structured in the evening and afternoons, it's perfectly doable to engage in an internship opportunity. I know that many students would like to know, well, how many paid internships opportunities are there available? And the truth of the matter, there are a few of them, a handful of them, but luckily we do have a career services office that facilitates the search for these internship opportunities. I would say that my most successful students are those that probably started with perhaps an unpaid internship during the first semester, and then slowly were able to find something that was paid. But more importantly, it was a pathway to finding something, a permanent job, so to speak. Is it possible to have two concentrations? No, so it's not possible because, let me just go back to and show you the chart. I mean, you would if you're willing to take on more classes and pay more credits. But because our program is structured as a 40-credit course, and because you have to take core, concentration, electives, and capstones, you can only complete one concentration at a time. Having said that, you can actually take classes from other concentrations, right? Because we do have cross-listed courses. So I invite you to take a look at our SPS website. What are the advantages? All right, going too fast. What are the advantages of doing the security policies program? This is the International Affairs program. That is actually a very good question. So I would say that if you already know that you want to work in a security sector related in the security sector, then SPS is probably the best program for you because it will give you breadth and scope, as I mentioned to you, because you will have the network, that because you'll be working and analyzing security themes in a much more specialized way than you might do it in the MAIA program. The MAIA program is really a very general program that will expose you to all fields, not just security. So again, if you are interested in developing a career very specific in the security sector, then SPS might be a better fit for you. All right. So let me go back and keep reading. Can you elaborate on any research opportunities that may be available to SPS students through the GW? So the Elliott School has a number of research institutes, and that includes the Institute on Security and Conflict, directed by Alex Downs, and Institute on Africa Studies. Almost all regional programs have their own institute, and those are places where research is generated. What do I mean by research is generated? These are institutes that probably have some funding, a grant, and a research grant to conduct research. In some cases, those programs will hire research assistants. And the way it works is that their positions are usually advertised through jobs, GW's Jobs Central, where you apply for those positions. We have noticed that, in fact, our own students are able to identify those research opportunities, especially during the first year once they come to us. And so we have a large team of RAs, research assistants, placed in some of these institutes. So let me put down. Can I please speak more about the capstone project and what that looks like? Yes. So the capstone project is really our signature course. It's the way in which we wrap up all the knowledge that you've acquired in a 2-year program. The capstone is organized as a 1-year program. If you're a full-time student, you will usually start your capstone project during the 2nd year. And there are 3 characteristics of our capstone project. One is a team effort, and it's a collective endeavor. The second thing is it's policy-oriented. So what we want you to do in the capstone project is identify a policy problem that requires a concrete and practical solution. And the third element is that it has to be conducted through some form of field research or research informed. And I was add a 4th characteristic is that you have to identify a firm willing to take on your ideas and willing to at least guide you through the research phase. It's a 1-year course. It starts again in the fall and ends in the spring. We actually have funding, very generous funding for students who are interested in conducting field research overseas. For now, this has been suspended, obviously, given the current crisis. But that is really one of the most enriching experiences when students can go during the spring break to conduct field research for their capstone project. And when they come back towards graduation in early May or late April, the students will make a presentation in front of a client. And it's very interesting because one, some students actually have been hired by their clients after conducting the research project, or they can find references using their policy project that is derived from the capstone. All right, this is going too fast, so I'm just need to scroll up and see the questions. Wait a second. Capstone, are there research opportunities with the faculty? So there are, not within SPS, however, because SPS is not a research program. SPS is an MA program. And so we don't have a research project and we don't have a research grant, but there are research opportunities within the institutes. And there are also research opportunities in the school and in GW. So I can tell you, for instance, there's a program on Homeland Security, which is in a different school. And there's a program on cybersecurity in the School of Engineering and Business. And there might be some research opportunities there. If you're interested in research opportunities, what I would encourage you to do is go to GW Jobs, and then you'll see a link where it says job opportunities, and you can see all the job opportunities listed there. So what is the average cohort size and class size? Yes. So on last year, we had an incoming class of about 89 students. Now, our average class size is 20, meaning that most of our seminars, you will not have more than 20 students in your seminars. The only exceptions are core classes and capstones. Core and capstone is where the entire cohort meets, and there's a reason for that. We want students first and foremost to get to know each other. It's a good socializing experience, but also because core and capstone involve collective and team efforts, we want all people to be concentrated in one class. So your core class probably will meet on Mondays from 5 to 7, and is the entire cohort, about 100 students. And then the second part of the classes are usually split up in discussion sections. But those are the only classes where the entire cohort meets. And then the rest of your classes are capped at 20. So do I believe is it feasible? It's going really fast. I apologize, guys. Do we need to register for classes before August 28 orientation? And can you speak on the orientation? Yes. So, if once you've made your deposit and you have accepted our offer, you will receive instructions from the admissions office. And then registration usually begins early during the summer. So I usually encourage students to register for their preferred classes early on, because, again, some of our classes are capped. And so if you have made up your mind about our program, then by all means, I encourage you to deposit, to respond to us, and then by June, you will receive instructions for registration and enrollment. And we're also here to facilitate that process. We can always advise you and recommend you courses for the fall. So let me, again, go back to some of the questions that I hear here. Are students required to take capstone? Yes, it's a requirement for graduation. All our students have to take capstone course at the end of their second year. And of course, when you take capstone varies if you're just a part-time student. But we can talk about that and let you know how it might work. Is there any way we can meet or communicate with fellow SPS before orientation? And also wondering if there's a way to possibly find roommates in similar programs. So yes, we can always put you in touch with SPS students. So if you can contact me or contact Jeannie Ann, we can also put you in touch with the students. We also have an SPS student board, and this is a volunteer-based organization that helps us organize events, conferences, speaker series. And there are about 18 members in our student board, and those students are also eager to help you. And so if you would like to connect with some of our members, our student board members, just let us know and we'll put you in touch with them. SPS and the MAIA program, do they have different requirements? Yes, they do. I don't know about the requirements for the MAIA program, but they have different concentrations. So yes, they would have different requirements. So just to give you an example of different requirements, SPS has 2 core requirements: international security and security policy analysis. These are not required from the MIAA. Jeannie actually can answer to that question because she's an alumni of the MAIA program. So you can also touch base with her and ask her what are the differences in terms of requirements, given her experience in the MAIA program. How does experience of part-time students differ from students who attend classes full-time, and there is a notable difference? Well, so it's always a personal decision. I have a variety of students doing part-time studies at SPS. Some of them have full-time employments and with benefits, and of course, for them it might be a little difficult to commit to full-time studies, especially when they have to pay rent or whatnot. So it's a personal decision for them to go on part-time. These are also obviously very highly dedicated students, so they want to take the full benefit of having employment and taking the courses and dedicating time to their studies. For other students, it really depends. I have students who are being sponsored by their employers, and that includes public and private sectors. And so their employers may ask them to just register as part-time students. So the experience is overall the same, but obviously that's why we have conversations. At the beginning of each semester, we meet with every student on one-on-one meetings to take a look at their study plan and assess their career and their study plans to make sure that everything is well timed and that the student has a good plan for taking the courses. For these students, obviously, our recommendation is start with some of the core classes. Maybe just take the one core and one required, and then you can take another class in the spring. Some of the students who are part-time students actually take summer classes, and that's why we have almost 12 different courses offered during the summer, because they can catch up during the summertime. And our summertime is split into 2 sessions, session 1 and session 2. So technically, you could take up to 2, sometimes even 3 courses, depending on the schedule, during the summertime and catch up with the rest of your colleagues. All right, let me keep. So Allison wants to know can you begin signing up for classes on April 16 if you would like to contact your account. So registration for the fall, right now we only open registration for the summer. And so if you were to make your deposit and make your decision now, technically you could actually start taking classes during the summer. Registration for the fall will begin later, around late May, I believe late April and early May. We already have our fall schedule, but registration begins later after the April 16 deadline. I have a very good question here about theses. So thesis is optional, and we want to be very clear about this. So who is an ideal candidate for a thesis option? We have a number of students who are thinking about maybe doing a PhD, or who are thinking about employment in a research-oriented organization, like a think tank. Brookings would be a good idea, a good case in point. And for these students, they want to show their research skills and their individual research skills. So for these students, we do have a thesis option. We like to encourage them to start talking to us about thesis option early on, preferably during the first year, because the thesis option involves a thesis committee, so we have to identify a thesis advisor, main advisor, and 2 thesis readers. We also have to make changes and implement changes into their study plan because the students have to take additional courses, especially research methods. So again, if you think that a PhD program is something you have in mind for the future, this is a good opportunity to explore that area. But of course, we like to hear from them, from our students first before making that decision. Okay, thank you, Joshua, for answering questions about registration. The program social hours networking. Yes, we do have a number of events and network events. SPS organizes a speaker series. So we have an endowment, a very generous alumnus donated an endowment to organize a speaker series that is run by the student board. And so we bring policymakers, researchers to come and talk to our students. And usually those events are organized along with a reception that takes place immediately after the speaker series. On top of that, Career Services also organizes events with alumni, including dinners and receptions, where we want our students to network and connect. And the Elliott School organizes a myriad of events. I think last year we had over 365 events. That was more than one event per day. So there are tons of opportunities to network and connect with other members of our SPS community. So our students, the question is, how are academic advisors assigned or selected? So when you're admitted into our program and you accept our offer, you will be assigned to an academic advisor. In this case, her name is Elizabeth Lusk, and she works mostly with SPS students. So she would be your assigned or designated academic advisor, whom you would work on issues involving academic, credits, graduation, requirements, and she's another asset that is available to our students on top of the program directors and the SPS program coordinator. So do you know when financial aid packages will be released? That is a quick question that Joshua can perhaps answer. And I don't know, Joshua, would you like to answer that question about financial aid?
With any questions on financial aid or fellowships or anything concerning funding, students can email esiagrad@gwu.edu, and we can help direct you to the appropriate resource if we're not able to answer that question. So feel free to email us with any questions that are not pertaining to the SPS program.
Mm-hmm. I see a question here regarding internships and full-time jobs for international students. And so this is something that that I, at a personal level, have also been heavily vested in. As you can notice from my foreign accent, I was actually born and raised overseas when I came to the United States as a graduate student almost 20 years ago. So we understand that sometimes finding full-time jobs as a foreign national, especially jobs that require security clearances, can be a challenge. However, one of the things that I've noticed is that the jobs available are not just limited to jobs that require security clearance. One of the advantages of being in a city like Washington, D.C. is that we have a whole variety of international organizations that are willing to recruit international students. The International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and a whole bunch of regional organizations, including the Organization of American States, PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, as well as embassies. So one of the things that I've noticed is that some of our students, especially students from overseas, are often able to find either an internship or a part-time job opportunities in other embassies or international organizations. It does require some networking and meeting and making yourself available and connecting with people who obviously have connections in these organizations. So let me keep scrolling the questions here. Can you explain the amount of focus SPS puts on policy versus strategy, operations, and history? All right, so that question depends on your concentration. So the question is, can you explain the amount of focus SPS puts on policy versus strategy, operations, and military strategy? So if you're a student in U.S. national security, that's one of our main concentrations, then you are actually required to take U.S. national security as a required class. And then there are other classes available to you, including U.S. Grand Strategy, U.S. Special Operations, and then other related courses. So for the students who are in the concentration U.S. National Security, the question is really, do you offer those courses, is really kind of narrowing what courses you want to take. But overall, especially if you're in U.S. National Security, we cover those three topics: policy, operations, and strategy. And usually the course where all of these subjects are summarized and briefed is the U.S. National Security course. And then you have a whole bunch of other courses that you can choose from, again, almost 26 in U.S. National Security. If you're actually interested in seeing how many courses we offer for each concentration, I highly encourage you to take a look at our SPS website and then look at all the individual courses that we offer for each concentration. All right, let me keep scrolling.
Hey, Arturo. I think we have time for just one more question. So if you would like to find the next question and then reiterate your contact information if students have additional questions after today.
Sure. So let me just scroll down and put here the screen where we have our contact information. And then let me take on another question. What type of jobs can students take in the private sector? So there are a variety of jobs. We've noticed that, for instance, Boeing and other companies, especially those who are interested in cybersecurity, have hired most of our students, especially in cyber and technology. But we also have noticed that students have been employed in humanitarian organizations, for instance, because they have a lot of expertise in that realm. So we have science, technology, humanitarian organizations, and consulting firms as well that work for DoD. Can I take another question, Joshua, or have we run out of time?
So right now I'll need to begin preparation for our next session. So I urge anybody who has further questions for Dr. Sotomayor or Ginny to please utilize their contact information on this slide. So if you do have any questions that either weren't answered today or you have after today, please contact Dr. Sotomayor or Ginny on his program assistant. But thank you so much, Dr. Sotomayor, for tuning in today and providing this information. This has been a great overview of the SPS program. So thank you so much, and I hope you're staying healthy.
Thank you again, and best wishes to all of you. Stay safe and healthy, and feel free to contact us. Congratulations again on being admitted to our program.
So quickly, I just wanted to say hello and welcome to our Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session. Before I introduce Dr. Graham, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content. As we all navigate through this global pandemic, we want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. But now I want to quickly cover a quick couple talking points of how the session will run and instructions for our attendees. So first and foremost, can you please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times? I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the presentation slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the presentation and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you also have a question that you would like to address to Dr. Graham, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going once again to that horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the presentation slide, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. At the end of Dr. Graham's session, she will look at the questions that you have typed in and will answer them in the order that they were received. And also, when you do have a question, make sure to address it to everyone so that if a student has another similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. Finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out each Monday. And with that being said, I think that should cover all of our basics for how the session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next presenter, who is Dr. Shirley Graham, who is the Program Director of our Gender Equality Initiative here at the Elliott School. So Dr. Graham, I'm going to send over the presenter privileges to you, so feel free to begin your presentation whenever you're ready.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Joshua. And welcome everybody to this short presentation. It's wonderful to meet you, even though I cannot see you in person. It's great the fact that you are here and that you are interested in this topic and want to find out more about gender equality in international affairs. So first of all, on your screen, I have just given you an overview of the Gender Equality Initiative in International Affairs. We call it GIA for short, so that's the abbreviation in the center of the screen. And essentially, our role here in the Gender Equality Initiative is to really prepare global gender equality policymakers, expert practitioners, program designers, and leaders and change agents. So we take gender equality in international affairs very seriously, and I'm going to explain more to you in detail in a moment about why we do this and really what the correlations are between gender equality and international affairs. I'm also going to talk through each of these circles that you can see in the presentation to give you a flavor for the types of students who come into this program, what it is they're interested in doing and where they want to work, what it is they want to research, as well as the sorts of seminars, workshops, and events that we organize for our students and our wider community, our expert gender practitioner, faculty, academics, and researchers, and of course, our curriculum. So first of all, why gender equality in international affairs? Because we know that countries that have greater levels of gender equality are more stable, prosperous, and secure. Put simply, where men and women and all genders are more equal in a society, that society tends to be less war-prone. So when we include all genders in institutional decision-making, it makes those institutions more effective, and it makes the outcomes more impactful for the broader society. For example, when women are included in peace negotiations, they are 64% less likely to fail, and they are 35% more likely to last for 15 years. So this is a key outcome when the average peace agreement only lasts for 5 years. And yet, over the past 20 years, when we look at the statistics, women made up only 13% of all negotiators to peace agreements. They only made up 3% of mediators and 4% of signatories. And only 2 women have ever been chief negotiators. So we have a lot of work to do in relation to creating gender equality globally and specifically in the area of international affairs. So just wanted to give you this quick snapshot of statistics. So this gives you an overview of the global statistics on gender inequalities. It is estimated that there are over 120 million women missing from the world due to sex-selective abortions. 1 in 3 women experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime. And this is a statistic by the World Health Organization. Women and girls are 71% of the people trafficked, and 3/4 of those women and girls are being trafficked for sexual exploitation. In 2015, 23% of women undergraduate students on college campuses in the US reported being sexually assaulted, and these statistics still stand today. In North Africa and the Middle East, 40 to 60% of women have reported being harassed in the streets. And globally, we know we have a massive underrepresentation of women politicians, at only 24% of all politicians globally are women. So we have a massive overrepresentation of male politicians, obviously, but also 82% of these women politicians have reported humiliating and sexist threats. 1 in 10 women in the EU have reported cyber harassment, and 3 million girls are at risk of FGM globally each year. Over 200 million women have already undergone FGM. 1 in 5 girls globally are in child marriages, either forced or otherwise. And men are more than twice as likely to commit suicide. Men are also, as you know, the majority of soldiers worldwide, and also the majority of peacekeepers at 96%. Only 4% of all peacekeepers are women. And there has been a huge push by the UN to increase the numbers of women globally, but there's a number of stumbling blocks. And again, you can ask me questions about that at the end of the presentation if you're interested. 40% of armed forces use children, and currently it's estimated that there's about 300,000 child soldiers worldwide. Most of them are boys, but there are also many girl child soldiers in the world. So in many countries in the world, 72, same-sex relationships are still illegal. And in 8 of those countries, they are punishable by death. And women constitute only 5% of signatories to peace processes. Yes, as I've already said, they make a huge impact when they are present in those peace processes in terms of the sustainability of the processes, because of the diversity of experiences and the inclusivity of the different experiences that women and other members of society have had during the conflict that are brought to the peace table. Okay, so I'm now going to tell you a little bit about the Gender Equality Initiative and our student body. So currently this year, we have 43 students with gender concentrations. And these are spread across 3 different programs at the moment. So 23 of those students are from International Development Studies, 17 from Masters in International Affairs, and 3 from the Masters in Public Policy and Practice. We have 11 capstones focused on global gender policy. And we have a new director coming in, Christina Wilford. You can Google her and find out about her extensive experience, but she's going to be leading those capstones in the fall. So what are the topics of the capstones? Well, they are varied, but this year, for example, I can share with you that one of the capstones is about engaging men and masculinities in the healing of sexual and gender-based violence affected communities in Northern Ireland. And another one is working with women in Afghanistan on the peace process. and their exclusion from the peace process, so conducting research on that particular topic. In terms of student success, our students go on to work in a number of different fields, but with an expertise on gender equality. So, for example, Ruth is currently working as a monitoring and evaluation advisor for CARE in Ethiopia. Louisa is working on the gender portfolio for Central America at USAID. Elizabeth is working at UN Women as their policy and resource mobilization analyst. And Marina has been a recent intern also at UN Women. So again, you might be interested in asking me more questions about types of jobs and types of institutions, but that's just a flavor of some of the career paths our students are following after their course here. So in terms of the curriculum, we have the largest number of gender courses in the DC area of all the universities in DC. So here is an overview of our courses for this year. You can see in the spring, I've taught 2 courses, Global Gender Policy, Gender, War and Peace. And again, I don't have time to go into the details of all these courses, but I can certainly answer questions about them. We also have, besides the 3-credit courses, we also have a number of 1-credit skills courses. So if you look down to the bottom of the spring section, you can see 3 courses at the end there: Feminist Research Methods in Post-Conflict Settings, Gender Advisor Roles and Skills, and Gender Responsive Budgeting. They're all 1-credit professional skills courses. And then we also have a skills course focused on monitoring and evaluation. If you look down to the bottom of the fall 2020 section, you can see there's a course there being taught by Dr. Andrea Bertone, who is the Director of Gender Policy and Strategy at FHI 360, an international development agency. So she'll be teaching that course on gender M&E in fall 2020. So you can also see, if I move down, so these are the MA courses. And I'm really proud to announce that we have this new course. You can see Masculinities in International Affairs, being taught by Lakshman Balbase and Scott Wiener. And this course will critically examine the diverse experiences, roles, relationships, and responsibilities of men and boys in international affairs. And it will look across different contexts, from pre-conflict to conflict to militarized masculinities, violent masculinities, diplomatic masculinities, and peaceful masculinities. So we're really excited about this new course, which is coming online fall 2020. In fact, we're opening it up to both undergrads and grads, because we think this is a very important course to really round out the knowledge and the research and the expertise of our community, with a focus on gender equality. So again, like I said, you can ask me more about those courses later. I'm just going to show you quickly now the undergraduate courses. So this semester, we have Farhana Kazi, who's been teaching Gender, Conflict and Security, Kayla Brushu teaching Human Trafficking, and Ambassador Liberata Mula Mula teaching Women and Leadership in Africa. And in the fall, we have Women in Global Politics, which is one of the courses that I teach, Women and Terrorism, another course, again, Gender, Conflict and Security, another Human Trafficking course. Then we have Women's Rights and Gender Equality, Masculinities in International Affairs, and Migration, Gender and International Development. And I meant to mention earlier, we also have another new graduate course coming online in the fall, and that is Gender and Security. I literally just found out about it today, and it's going to be taught by our very esteemed professor, Dr. Michael Brown, and it's a graduate level course. Okay. I've already mentioned the other courses here. You can just get a snapshot. For example, Gender Responsive Budgeting. What is that? We're developing templates, types of projects, monitoring adherence, across different issues such as health, education, and agriculture. Gender monitoring and evaluation analyzes indicators of bilateral donors and applies gender scales, collects data to improve outcomes. And then the feminist research methods in post-conflict settings looks at the ethics and practice of feminist research in conflict-affected contexts, intersectionality, and participatory research methods. Here are three of our research scholars, and I won't go into each of their work in detail, but just to say that Gwen Young has brought into the Elliott School a new Global Women's Leadership Index. And this looks at the pathways to power and positions for women across the globe in public service leadership roles. That particular index is going to be launched later this year. We also have a GIA advisory group. I won't go into all the details of all the different advisors we have there, but I think it's interesting for you to know that some of them are our alums. For example, Sonola Daly is an alum, and she is the Global Women's Empowerment Lead at the International Finance Corporation. We also have at the bottom Jenna Ben Yehuda, who is the President and CEO of the Truman Center. She's also an alum, and she also leads the Leadership Council for Women in National Security. And just to also point out here, a couple of people who are in the top 20 most influential people globally on gender equality. First of all, Gary Barker, who's the President and CEO of Promundo. It's an organization that runs programs and conducts research on engaging men and boys to end violence against women and girls. Also, Mary Ellsberg, who's the Executive Director of the Global Women's Institute here at the George Washington University. And Lyric Thompson, who's also one of our faculty. She teaches a course on advocating women's rights, and she is the Director of Policy and Advocacy at ICRW. So that advisory group is involved in directing the work of the GIA and the Global Gender Policy Program, its programs, its events, its conferences, etc. So here's a feel for some of the conferences and events that we have been recently working on. We had a large one-day event to celebrate International Women's Day, and that included two different panels, one on women in national and international security, and one as women as change agents in peace and security. We also had a photo exhibition, Raise Your Voice for Gender Equality, and that was created by GWU students and curated by them. And then also we had a conversation with the International Women of Courage awardees essentially the US State Department nominates 10 women every year for outstanding courage as human rights defenders across the globe. And I had the privilege of moderating a conversation with 3 of those women. We also had an event in February on how women saved Rwanda, talking to a number of women from Rwanda and the work that they have been doing on justice, human rights, and gender equality issues. And then last year, we had an event with our Shapiro professor, Admiral Michelle Howard, on the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan here in the US, and the future of the implementation plan to deliver US national security on women, peace and security. And we also had the launch of a photo exhibition, Women in War, Evolving the Narratives of Women's Contributions to Peace and Security in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think we're coming to the end. I'm just going to quickly show you some photographs here. So this was our International Women's Day event. This is some photographs of our students and their messages of solidarity to women across the world in violent and conflict settings. Here we have the Women of Courage awardees, 10 women for this year at the event at the Elliott. These are the women involved in the panel on how women saved Rwanda. This is a photograph of Admiral Michelle Howard discussing the US's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. And this is the photo exhibition. Some of the photos you can see there from the Women in War exhibition about women in Bosnia-Herzegovina and their involvement in post-conflict reconstruction. I've already mentioned some of our faculty. This is a snapshot again, and just to say you can look at this Prezi in your own time on our website. So if you go into GIA at the Elliott School, you'll be able to access this Prezi and find out more information about each of our faculty. And they're all gender expert instructors, and they work at institutions like USAID, State Department, international development agencies. And this is just a little bit about me. Again, you can look at that online in your own time. And the GIA program assistant, Katie Chambers, and also our research assistant, Erin Sharasnowski. And she's working very closely with Gwen Young on the Global Women's Leadership Index. So I'm just going to go right back to the very beginning and now invite you to ask me any questions that you may have about the work that we're doing in GIA, or about our program, our curriculum, or our events, anything at all that you're interested in finding out more about that might be useful for you in terms of your own decision making about whether you're interested in essentially participating in a course on gender equality and international affairs, or having a gender specialization, a gender capstone, or any other way interested in this particular topic. So I can't see any questions at the moment. Oh, hold on. Oh, here, Celia has a question. What are some opportunities available through GIA for internships? We do have opportunities within the initiative itself, Celia. So we do regularly also apply for funding for students to support various different research projects that we're running within the program. And we also, through our gender advisory group and our wider community, have a lot of connections with internships in those organizations. And they tend to reach out to us first when those positions become available. And so then we can, what we also do, which I didn't mention, is we have a news bulletin that we send out every 2 weeks, bi-weekly, to our community, so that we can highlight any of those opportunities that come available in the preceding week. I just can't see, Joshua, I think you just sent me a message and it disappeared, so I think I might. To sign up for the newsletter, go onto our website, and there's a sign up page there.
Hey, Dr. Grimm, you also have questions on, is it possible to complete the Global Gender Policy Certificate in conjunction with another graduate program such as SPS? And if so, is the certificate program something that they would need to apply to separately?
So the answer is yes and yes. So you can do it alongside SPS, and also you would need to apply for it separately. So if you do it alongside, so it's 15 credit certification. So if you do it alongside your MA, essentially we drop off 6 credits. So essentially we take away 6 credits, and so then you have the remaining 9 credits to choose from. My Global Gender Policy course, which is the core course for the program, and then you can look down our other courses and choose from those courses. So you could either do 3 1-credit professional skills courses and 1 other 3-credit course, or 2 other 3-credit courses. What were some of the other questions, Josh? I don't think I can see them on my screen.
Yeah, the next question is have any previous students incorporated queer theory and or post-structuralist approach to international affairs?
So probably they have, but I can't honestly tell you about all the students' research that existed before I arrived. I'm here the past 2.5 years. I'm not aware of somebody using that particular theoretical framework in a capstone at the moment. But that being said, I don't have access to all the capstone proposals at the moment either because they're in process. And I haven't yet had an opportunity under the current circumstances to hear all the kind of interim pieces of research. So normally what happens is around about now, I get invited in to hear the preliminary research from our capstone students, and they share with me the theoretical framework and the outputs from the research thus far, and I essentially critique it, and then they come back with their final presentation at the end of the semester. It hasn't actually happened yet this semester, so that's why I'm saying I don't know at the moment in relation to that particular question. It's definitely something I will find out about and know more about soon. You're very welcome to email me as well after this presentation to follow up, and I will be very happy to respond to individual queries. What were some of the other questions, Josh?
So another student said that they attended a GW exhibition with a researcher who used photo voice as part of her research. And for the exhibition, would there be opportunities to use photo voice in their research as well? And are there opportunities for taking other skills courses, such as video, with our classes at the Elliott School?
Yeah, so that particular researcher, Jessica Smith, she is teaching that course again in the summer. She will probably be teaching it online. And there would be opportunity for you to use photo voice with your own research, but it would have to conform to the type of research you're doing, obviously. So that would all have to be factored in relation to the type of research you're going to be doing, depending on the course and your area of focus. But certainly you could use that model in terms of engaging with primary research participants and photography, and from that building out a narrative that informs your research findings. And then I see that there was also a question around books that you could read in advance. So there's Women in War by Cynthia Cohn, which is one of the core books that I use for my Gender, War and Peace course, and I would highly recommend that. And there's a new book that's just come out literally in March this year, and it's called The First Political Order, How Sex Shapes Governance and National Security Worldwide. And that's by Valerie Hudson, Bowen, and Nielsen. And I would highly recommend that book also. But again, I can post a listing of different books that we are using in our curriculum that I can post that online, and you can refer to that. And again, please do feel free to email me for more detailed information.
And Dr. Graham, would you mind putting your email into the chat window for students to be able to email?
Of course, yes. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. I can see now why I didn't see the chat earlier. Okay. So this is my email, shirleygraham@gwu.edu. So hopefully you can all see that now. So please feel free. Okay. And then you can also access the bulletin online as well. Yeah, so some of the questions there. Okay, I think I've answered most of them.
Yes, and thank you so much for tuning in today to provide your information of GIA and how students can be involved. So if students have any other questions pertaining to GIA, feel free to email Dr. Graham. She just posted her email address in the chat window. You can also feel free to email us at esiagrad@gwu.edu. And if you have any questions, we can also connect you with Dr. Graham as well. But once again, thank you so much, Dr. Graham, for providing this informational session today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Best of luck. Take care.
All right. Well, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session. So before I introduce our next presenter, Ms. Yvonne Oh, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we all navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions to our attendees tuning in today. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or in the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the current presentation slide is colored red with a vertical dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current presentation slide and should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. And if you have questions for Yvonne throughout her presentation, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it up by going once again to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the current presentation slide, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. Ms. Yvonne Oh will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order that they were submitted. Also, please make sure that for each question that you ask, please address it to everyone in the chat box so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also onto our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics for how our session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next presenter, Ms. Yvonne Oh, who is the program assistant for the Global Communication Program. So Yvonne, I'm going to change you to the presenter. So whenever you're ready to begin, feel free to start.
All right. Thank you so much, Josh, for the good instructions and that information that we need for the presentation. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you for this presentation for the Global Communication Master's Program. Going through the list of the folks who are logged in, I recognize some names as a few of you have been in touch regarding the program. I hope this presentation will be helpful to give you more knowledge about the program, the Global Communication Program. So the overview that I have, the Global Communication Program is one of the newer graduate programs. It was launched in 2008 and is offered jointly by the Elliott School and GWU's School of Media and Public Affairs. This program aims to provide you with the necessary knowledge and skills, tools to manage the challenges of a global information environment, dealing with complexities of different government structures, security demands, business practices, and culturally different audiences. You would be applying communication skills to worldwide events once you're through with the program. We're looking at pandemics, economic crises, and the like. So that's just a glimpse into the adventures that lie ahead for you. The Institute for Public Diplomacy and Global Communication, or IPDGC, supports the Global Communication Master's Program. Though small in size, IPDGC nevertheless hosts a number of activities that contribute to the global communication graduate students' exposure and experiences while you're on your program. So you'll want to keep in touch with us throughout your graduate journey. Other than our director, Dr. Janet Steele, the Institute has a Public Diplomacy Fellow, which is a position held by State Department Senior Foreign Service Officer. Our current fellow is Amelia Puma. And I'm Yvonne O, and I'm the program coordinator for IPDGC. So looking at the curriculum for the Master of Arts in Global Communication, to earn this degree, you must successfully complete 40 credits of the program, which includes 15 credits in core courses, 9 credits in either a global issue or regional field specialization. I can explain that a little later. A 3-credit skills course and 9 credits of electives. You must also complete a 4-credit capstone project or enroll in the 3-credit alternative capstone option. Students have also the option to pursue a thesis. And that's just an overview of the program of study. So the core courses. To start with, let me give you advice that you'll probably hear from the Global Communication Academic Advisor, which is to take the first 3 classes on this list in your first semester. These courses are offered only in the fall semester. Also, the recommendation is to complete these core courses, Research Methods, International Affairs Cornerstone, Media and Foreign Policy, in this first year, as the second year is usually busier with the capstone project. And yes, the economic courses are a requirement for this program. As you know, economics is already a prerequisite for the program, and the expectation has always been that the Global Comm grad student has a good working knowledge of the subject. In addition, the prerequisite of a foreign language is also a requirement. You can also consider taking more language skills classes as electives in order to gain more mastery of the language. Occasionally, the admissions office will let IPDGC know to reach out and offer suggestions of online courses or textbook readings to help improve knowledge in these areas. The areas of specialization, also known as your concentration. The global issue specialization looks at deepening your understanding of contemporary issues, or you may want to build your expertise based on regional fields. You can find specific course listings for your chosen specialization in the GWU bulletin. Now, the skills courses and electives. If you're looking at skills courses, these are some samples that I've put up, and you would need to take a total of 3 credit hours. However, some students may be able to take 4 skills courses depending on the capstone project. And of course, all this is done in consultation with the academic advisor, director of program, and occasionally the capstone supervisor as well. The students can also consider electives that relate to international affairs or communications. And as I mentioned, diving deeper into getting better language skills. So these are all things to consider once you're in the program, and the conversation can be carried on with the director and academic advisor. The program director would be your content expert, but the academic advisor helps you keep on track with the courses you need to complete your program. So as a Global Comm graduate student, you will have that support throughout. Now, your capstone options, this will be the main focus for most of Elliott School's graduate students in the final year. The group you work with may not be with the GC cohort, but graduate students with different specializations who can contribute differently to your capstone project. Capstone teams conduct in-depth, real-time study of current global challenges, provide analysis of these policies that often involve field research trips to foreign countries, and then the team presents recommendations to some of the most prestigious institutions in Washington, D.C. You're looking at the clients which have included U.S. State Department, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the World Bank Group, or other exceptional private or public and nonprofit organizations that are based here. The other information that I'd like to share with you are the emails for academic and career guidance. So you can see your academic advisor is Elizabeth Lusk with the Graduate Student Services Office, and Program Director Janet Steele, that's her email. I've had a lot of students write to me to ask about financial assistance and student employment opportunities. So the Graduate Admissions Office is very helpful with that, as well as the two other offices for student financial assistance and career services. You can copy this down, but I can also provide you the whole presentation on email after the presentation. So what else is there for the global communication graduate student? Well, currently we are in unusually challenging times, but you'll find GW a busy place to be at school and with plenty of opportunities to get involved. IPDGC's activities include an annual lecture. If you look to the top left of the screen, you'll see Dr. Joseph Nye, last year's keynote speaker. And if you've studied international or foreign relations, you'll know he is the person who coined the term soft power diplomacy. IPDGC also has a blog that welcomes contributions. We call it our Smart Power blog. These are posts from students or invited guest writers on public diplomacy issues that are currently happening or being studied, or your experiences in the field. We welcome it all. Our podcast, Public Diplomacy Explained, or better known as PDX, are short interviews with public diplomacy experts and practitioners, again, powered by guest interviewers, which can be you, the Global Comm graduate student. If this sounds like a recruitment ad, it slightly is. Also, our public diplomacy fellow, Emilia Puma, is a great resource. She has spoken to many students about the opportunities available in working for the federal government. And being here in Washington, D.C., it's a city that has a strong sense of history, American politics and policies, influences on world affairs, nonprofits and other international organizations that also do their part in global engagement. It's a great city to be situated for this program. So do check out these links to activities. I apologize ahead for the IPDGC website. We've had a recent change in theme, which has made it a little bit messy, but the information is there. And again, if there's any questions, you can always write to me at ipdgc@gwu.edu. I will be more than happy to send a copy of this presentation to you. And if you have any questions now, please do let me know. And I'll see if I can help you. So that's it. Oh, I see. Sorry. Stephanie Maldonado, I'm hoping I said it correctly. What issues could I face if I can only take 2 of the 3 recommended core courses during my first semester? Well, Stephanie, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that one of the courses is held open for Global Comm students in the fall semester, but it's also available you're more in competition with the other students to enroll in the spring semester for that course. And that would be the SMPA course. I'm sorry, I lost my notes for that point, but I think that's the course that is numbered SMPA 6210, Media and Foreign Policy. I believe that's the course that is offered both in the fall and spring semester, but in fall they hold spaces open for Global Comm students. So I hope that answers your question. From Catherine Sullivan, would it be possible to complete the Global Comm capstone in coordination with the Gender Policy Program? I believe it is because you would be taking certain courses that, would how can I describe it? The programs that you would, the courses that you take for the gender policy program, some of them do overlap with the global comm program. So I do think you can, but I would also double check with your academic advisor to be absolutely certain. One thing I know is that our program director is very supportive. She, hopes to see everyone once school has started, or speak to everyone and find out what you hope to achieve from your program in order to support you. And so, if you can find coursework that will lead towards that, she is more than willing to support that enrollment into that course. All right, from Aaron Diens. Again, apologies if I'm mispronouncing some names. Name of the podcast again is Public Diplomacy Explained, PDX. If you go onto the IPDGC website, you'll see under our media drop-down box the link that takes you to our podcast.
And Yvonne, you also got a question on what student opportunities are available with the IPDGC.
Right.
Do you offer student worker positions, research fellowship assistantships, or internships?
Oh, thank you. I had missed that. So currently, our student worker positions are more related to the small projects that we get. So they are not necessarily the entire semester long or year long. We had an upcoming program in September, but we're looking to see if that's being postponed. And usually, like I said, our director is very supportive, and we try to advertise it within the Global Comm grad community before we open it up for others. So that's the only offering that we have right now. I hope that helps with your question.
Is another question about
from Catherine Sullivan.
Yeah.
I'll need to get back to you, Catherine. I am not very familiar with study abroad because I don't think there are any global comm grad students who has, and in the period that I've been working for IPDGC. So let me get back to you with information on that. Is there a Facebook or LinkedIn group with admitted students? I'm not certain, because there is a Facebook group for global comm students, the current and alumni, but I'm not sure if there's one available for admitted students. Josh, would you know that?
Yes, I'm going to jump in here real quick.
Yes, please.
So for any student who decides that the Elliott School is the institution that they would like to attend, once you pay your enrollment deposit, you'll have the ability to join our incoming class Facebook group. And in that, you would be able to connect with other incoming Elliott School students that are coming this fall. So that is the way that you would be able to join our Facebook group, is if or when you decide to pay your enrollment deposit.
Again, as I said, you can always write to me at ipdgc@gwu.edu if a question comes up after this presentation, and I'll be more than happy to look for that information for you. What courses can I take during summer for the Global Comm program? I think you would be a little more limited, but I would advise you to look at the GW bulletin, because that will give you the more current courses that are available. I'm not so familiar as to what runs during the summer, fall and spring semester, whether they also do have those similar courses during summer.
Yvonne, I don't see any other questions coming through.
No.
So we'll go ahead and just advise students tuning in that if they do have any other questions, please feel free to email Yvonne at ipdgc yvonne@gwu.edu. That specific email address is on the screen. So please email Yvonne with any questions you have about the program, or you can also email us at the Graduate Admissions Office at esiagrad@gwu.edu, and we can either help answer your questions or guide you to Yvonne if it's more programmatic in nature. But Yvonne, thank you so much for tuning in today and providing this really helpful information about the Global Communication Program.
Thank you so much, Josh, and thank you everyone for logging in. I wish you well and have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session. Before I introduce our next program director, Dr. Vanortis, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple talking points of how this session will run and instructions to our attendees who are tuning in today. So first and foremost, if you could please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the current slide is colored red with a horizontal dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a horizontal dash across the camera icon. When you have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Vanortis, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it up by once again going to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the current slide where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box feature. Dr. Vanortis will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted after he is done presenting. And when you do have a question that you'd like to ask, please feel free to address it to everyone in the chat box so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics of how today's session will run. So without further ado, I will introduce our next program and our next program director, who is Dr. Nicholas Vanortis, who is the program director of our International Science and Technology Policy degree program. So Dr. Vanortis, I have just made you the presenter, and so when you are ready to begin your presentation, feel free to begin.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Hello to everyone. Let me start by apologizing if you hear any background noise. I am in a block of flats with construction, believe it or not. So I hope we will not have any major interruptions. I am Nick Vanortis. As Josh said, I am the director of the International Science and Technology Policy Program of the Elliott School. I'm also the director of the Institute for International Science and Technology Policy, which is hosting the teaching program. And we have our own suite that we share with the Institute of Space Policy. Josh, I am ready. I want to thank everybody for joining the session today. These are extraordinary circumstances And as George said, the George Washington University, like every other institution, has done everything online. So we are trying to deal with this situation here, working from home. Hopefully, by the time you arrive in the fall, everything will be running normal. So let me start by congratulating you for your success in entering the program, by getting the invitation actually to join. I have prepared a few slides. I will go through them very quickly so that I leave enough time for questions and answers at the end. Because I think that's where the real thing is, right? The presentation, you will see it online. So the program is very, very flexible. This program consists first of 2 courses. These are 2 courses that everybody needs to take. The first course over there, the ISTP Cornerstone, you will take the very first semester in the fall that you are entering. The second course builds on the first, and it's a deeper discussion of science and technology policy. You will take it some in the second or the third semester that you are with us. At the very end of your studies, when you are about to finish, you will take a capstone course, which comes in a sequence. You take 2 credits preparing you for the course in advance, and then you take 2 more credits later on. This is also a requirement. Everybody does this. During your studies, of course, each one will specialize on a different field of your choice. You're given basically total freedom to make up your field. What you see here in this slide are just some fields that are predetermined, but you really do not have to go with one of those. You can come to the program director and you can craft your own, right? And then we will need to see what kind of sequence of courses you will need to take in order to achieve this. At the very beginning, the very first semester of your studies, you will complete a program of studies, and that's when you will discuss with the director of the program what exactly your program is going to be and what you want to do. So here there are 15 credits. There is a very wide choice of courses that you can take. Not only courses taught by our faculty, but definitely all courses taught by any Elliott School faculty and beyond that across the university. And I must mention across many universities in the region, because GW is part of a consortium, university consortium in the major Washington metropolitan area. And this consortium actually serves a great purpose. If there is a course that GW does not offer, but you find in one of our partner institutions, it's very, very easy to justify taking the course over there instead of at GW. And this is very easy, up to 2 courses. So if you have something very specialized that you need and we don't offer it, you can go to Georgetown, or you can go to Johns Hopkins, or you can go to some other university around here and take the course, Maryland and so forth. Okay, this is a great feature actually of the program. Then we have, there is a section in the program that is so-called analytical competency. Now here you have to put together 2 courses that sort of serve as background, building a background for you in analyzing policy. It can be mathematics, for example. It can be statistics. It can be economics courses. It can be business courses. Something that you can say helps you in addressing policy decision making. Right? There is a lot of courses throughout GW, and people here also take courses in the School of Public Policy, in our School of Public Policy. And then at the end, there is, of course, room for electives and skills courses. Now, the skills courses are particularly very interesting. The Elliott School has several, a big collection of them. These are taught by non-GW faculty. This is professionals that reside in the area here, who teach these specialized courses that on a very specific applied theme, each one. They meet for fewer times. It's not a semester-long course. It may meet 5 times during the semester, and it is totally flexible. So the particular thing of this course is that they are taught by non-GW faculty. So these must be professionals. Now, the highlights, I think I have already mentioned. It is highly customizable. It is very much interdisciplinary. The location in the middle of Washington cannot be stressed more for a program dealing with policy. Just being 3 blocks from the White House is important because that's how far we are from the White House. We can almost hear the president these days raising his voice. We are next to the World Bank, next to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that is, and across the you can see the Department of State and several other federal agencies. So the location is superb for policy studies, and the course offerings by the university and by all the partner universities, as I mentioned, is immense. Now, in the suite, we have our own suite, right? In the suite, you will find 4 full-time regular faculty located there. All the time. These are people that are always there. But I wanted to very much stress the difference in the fields of each one. And then in the next slide, a series of other people who are closely affiliated with our program. And when I say closely affiliated, I mean really closely. They may offer courses, they advise students who are affiliated. They are not a regular faculty, but they have offices in the suite, and they are highly accessible. Right? These are all very good people. In fact, the 2 ones at the end, Sharon Squassoni and Al Tyke, they are in the suite. Right? Okay. Now, what you can do with such a degree? What you can do is to get great internships and get great jobs. I'm sure some of you are, all of you are thinking, what do I do with this? Right? The easiest way to get your head around this is to think which are the agencies, the federal agencies and the state government agencies that spend money on research and development. Who does research? Who funds research? Who actually is interested in new products, new processes? Who is interested in space? Who is interested in maritime? Who is interested in food production? Who is interested in pandemics today? So these are the agencies that, at least in the government, who will be the most probable employer of yours. The next step is to think about international organizations. All the international banks are excellent employers. So the World Bank has taken several of our graduates. The Inter-American Development Bank, that too. Actually, the World Bank, as I said before, is just 2 blocks away. The Inter-American Development Bank may be 10 blocks away. But also the East Asian Bank, the African Bank for Development, and so forth. All these banks, exactly because they are interested in promoting international development of the country members, obviously they are terribly interested in technology and innovation, because that's the basis of development, right? For those of you who would like more social work, there are a large number of non-profits where you can work. Several of them are here in town, like the Woodrow Wilson Center, for example, is a major, excellent place to get a job or get an internship. But other places like the ITIF, which is Information Technology Institute, right, and the SRI, which is a sort of a hybrid of non-profit and profit organization, are fantastic. There are many others, including RTI, the Institute RTI, and so forth. Finally, for those of you who are more profit-oriented, obviously the private sector is interested these days in science, technology, and innovation. I don't want to belabor the point, but anytime you open a newspaper or you go to a magazine, you can see the role of technology and innovation all over the place, from the beginning to the end. These days, due to this major disaster that we have, obviously everybody is looking up to technology to come up with a new vaccine. Okay, going forward, connections, alumni. The program this year in 2020 is celebrating its 50th anniversary, 50. The program was established formally at GWU in 1970, and it has run uninterrupted since then. So in the first 50 years of operation, we have produced a very significant number of graduates, out of who a very large proportion is in Washington. They work here in all those organizations that I mentioned before, all the type of organizations. And one of the things that the program does well is to connect you with such people. Everybody understands the importance of this, the importance of finding alumni who are successful and working in good programs already to take in new qualities. And finally, I think we're reaching the end. There are opportunities to study abroad. We strongly recommend that your second semester and maybe the third semester, definitely not the first or the last or the fourth. Let's say if you are full-time students, just think of it like this. If you are for 4 semesters at the Elliott School, let's say the first and the last are not advisable to go abroad. Somewhere in between, you could, and there are excellent schools around the world with which the Elliott School has working agreements that you can visit and take courses. This includes universities in Europe, in Japan, and other countries, but primarily these two. Europe, several universities, at least for us, for our program, right? I always talk about our program. Several universities in Europe are pretty strong, and if you want to go abroad and you want to live abroad and study there, we strongly recommend some. For example, the University of Maastricht in the Netherlands, in a city called Maastricht, which is really at the heart of Europe and not very far away from the European center of decision making, which is Brussels these days. Now, I talked a little bit at the beginning, and you can look at the details yourselves. The program is 50 years old. It's run by this institute, the Institute for International Science and Technology Policy, which actually has the same age as the program. It also was established in 1970. I am the director of the institute also. It's also, we have a sister institute, it's the Space Policy Institute, and here is where our cohort of students coalesce around space policy. We have some great people in this institute with the best experience and the widest knowledge. I think it's a unique institute in the country. I don't think there's many competitors or any actually great competitor to it, and I strongly recommend that you get around these people, my colleagues. Now, to finish, the Elliott School is very rich in terms of programs, in terms of faculty, in terms of visitors, and I strongly recommend when you arrive here to actually go beyond our institute and participate in other programs where you will find your future colleagues sitting next to you in classes. And I will leave it at that. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Dr. Van Nortis, I'll help read some of the questions that have come through already. We have a student that is asking for more details of the space policy path.
Mm-hmm. It's just that, more details of the space policy path?
Correct, yeah. Could you just provide him a little bit more detail about specializing in the space policy area?
Sure. Okay, the space policy field is led by my colleague, who is, I will go back to show you his name. This is the colleague, Professor Hertzfeld, Henry Hertzfeld. He is the director of the Space Policy Institute, and he would be the best person to get in touch directly for any detail you want. You can find his contact on the Elliott School site. This field is extremely important because for people who are interested in everything that is above the commercial airlines, where a commercial plane flies. It includes from satellites and out. You understand that space is part of our lives today. I don't need to tell you that the internet very much depends on space, and that GPS is very much space related. That would suffice, but that is only a very small part of space policy. There is many other things. For example, our colleague that you see here, I'm just mentioning circling his name right down here, Scott Pace, is currently serving as the executive director of the Space Policy Council of the United States. Scott's direct boss now, he talks to Vice President Pence. This is extremely important operation, and these are the kinds of caliber of people that we have for this. In this list of faculty, Pascal Ehrenfurt, our colleague, is one of the utmost international experts in things of space policy. She's actually leading the German Space Agency. Several others like Peter Hayes and other people here are dealing with space policy. Jobs, if you're asking about jobs there, depending on your specialization, there is a large number of companies around the Beltway of Washington, and there is NASA. Usually these are the places, so it will be NASA in terms of federal agencies, it will be consulting companies that relate to space, and it will be companies that actually deal with space, like SpaceX of Mr. Musk that you see always in the news. I hope that this is enough.
Great, thank you. Our next question is how can the capstone and possible internship opportunities help students find relevant work in big and exciting organizations?
Yes, very good. Let me go with internships. Start with internships. We strongly recommend. We cannot oblige, of course, people, but we absolutely strongly recommend that during your studies and being in the middle of Washington, you get either one or more internships. There's a lot around here, a lot of places to intern during your studies, or you get a job. Many of your colleagues, as you will realize, will be employed. I guess you have noticed that all our courses, the graduate courses at GW, are taught in the evening, and the reason they are taught in the evening is that actually many people work around here. So there is no excuse basically for you not to get a very good internship in this town and in this region, and that will be a big part of your ticket to a good job later on at graduation. So that is for internships, but for the capstone now is centralized, is run by the school itself, and I think the capstone will help you by putting you together with other colleagues that have similar interests, but a very different way of looking at an issue. To give you an idea, we are dealing today with a pandemic, right? We have a coronavirus around here, and it's bothering us. You may you may look at this issue from the economics point of view. You may look at this issue from the public health points of view. You may look at this issue from the pharmaceutical companies' point of view. You may look at this issue from international relations point of view, and so forth. So creating teams in the capstone with people who are interested in a particular topic, but from different viewpoints and different backgrounds, will be an amazing experience. Many of these projects actually link to organizations in this town and elsewhere, organizations that deal with a particular topic that the students, the project that the students choose.
And I think we have time for one more question. So to kind of go off of internship opportunities that you just spoke on, we have a specific to international students. So do you know of any examples of ISTP students who were able to get internship opportunities as an international student in the public or private sector?
In the private sector, is this?
In the public or private sector?
In the public or private sectors. Obviously, the limitation of the international students is the visa. They will not have a working visa, and that creates some limitations in getting out and getting jobs. However, the city is full of international organizations, and I believe that the international students can get in touch with individual faculty members that will sort of try to help them navigate this. The international students cannot work for the government, the federal government, but they can work for think tanks, and in these international organizations that I was mentioning before, like the World Bank, the IMF, and so forth. But in this particular case, it's a case-by-case opportunity. And what happens with them, with these people, is that with the foreign students, I mean, is that at the end of their studies, they will have the practicum. They will have some time period where they can stay around and work, and that's where they really can get out and compete for all the jobs that everybody else is looking at.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Vanortis. I think that's all the time that we have for this presentation today, covering the ISTP, or International Science and Technology Policy Program. I would welcome you. I'm going to skip to your last slide for your contact information. So for any students who are tuning in who have questions about the Science and Technology Policy Program, please feel free to utilize the contact information on this slide currently on the screen. So you can reach out to speak with Dr. Vanortis or Christine Gilbert, his program assistant. But thank you,
yes,
Dr. Vanortis, for tuning in today and providing this information session. It was really great, and thank you so much, and stay healthy.
Thank you, and please, indeed, I would urge anyone who wishes to get in touch with me directly via this email address, and I will direct them to the right person if I do not know the answer. Thank you.
So real quick, I just wanted to say hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions here at the Elliott School. So I will act as the moderator of this session today. And before I introduce our next program directors, Dr. Matthew Levinger and Dr. Layla Sorbosh of the International Policy and Practice Degree Program, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student content to a virtual atmosphere as we all navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as possible. So now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions to our attendees. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing this current slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a dash through the camera icon. When you do have a question that you would like to address to Dr. Levinger or Dr. Sorbosh, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of the WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it by going to the horizontal toolbar once again, located on the bottom of your screen below the current slide, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box feature. Doctors Matthew Levinger and Layla Sorbosh will look at the questions that you have typed in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of their presentation. And then when you do have a question you'd like to ask, please feel free to direct it to everyone in the chat box. So if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. Lastly, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. All right, well, I believe that covers all of the basics for how the session will run this afternoon. So without further ado, I will introduce our program director of the on-campus MIPP program, or International Policy and Practice program, Dr. Matthew Levinger. So Dr. Levinger, I will unmute you and you should have the ability to see that you have presenter privileges now. So whenever you're ready, feel free to go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, Josh, and welcome everybody to this presentation. I am, as Josh said, the director of the Master of International Policy and Practice program, and we're also joined by our associate director, Dr. Layla Sorbosh, and Dr. Sorbosh has principal responsibility for the MIPP online program. And she is also the interim director of online instruction at the Elliott School. So Dr. Sorbosh has been supporting all of our faculty in their efforts to move their courses online during the spring semester. We will also be doing all of our instruction at the Elliott School online this summer. Dr. Sorbosh has also taken the lead in helping develop our Flex Start program, which enables all students who are admitted to the Elliott School to choose whether they would like to begin their studies at the Elliott School on campus, or whether they would prefer to study in the fall semester online and then move to an on-campus setting as of spring 2021. This is a really exciting initiative that we've just announced today. And our thinking is simply that we know that it's a challenging time for everyone, and that we want to be supportive of our incoming students in being able to make the decision that's right for them. And so all of the program directors at the Elliott School have made the decision that for students coming in, whether they be international students who may be concerned about getting a visa or even an airline ticket to come to the US this summer to start in August of this year, or for domestic students who may, for whatever reason, prefer an online option in the fall semester rather than moving to DC in the middle of a pandemic, that this is an option that will work for everybody. Now, the thing about our new Flex Start option at the Elliott School is that it, in fact, incorporates a lot of the online courses that we have developed for our new MIPP online option, which we initiated in the fall of 2018. And we have made considerable headway over the past year in aligning the requirements of MIPP on campus and MIPP online in a way that will enable every MIPP student, regardless of whether you are an on-campus student or an online student, to have the flexibility to choose to study either on campus or online throughout your coursework. MIPP, as you know, is a very special program. It's a program designed for accomplished mid-career practitioners. Typically, our MIPP students have either 8 years of professional experience, or they have a prior advanced degree. And in many cases, people have both. So if you have a law degree or a business degree, and you, or even a PhD, and you want to take the MIPP program, you can do so without the 8 years of experience. But otherwise, most of our people are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, sometimes even in their 60s. People have reached a stage in their professional development at which point it makes sense to get a new policy-focused degree. And what we aim to do with the MIPP degree is to support your professional advancement either in your current field or through a transition to a new career. We want to help people build expertise in a self-designed specialization in international public policy, and we want to also help people forge professional networks and entrepreneurial skills. So it's a degree that provides people technical expertise, policy expertise, but also we focus a very great deal on leadership expertise. I'd like to turn this slide over to my colleague, Dr. Sorbash, and perhaps she could talk a little bit about the key themes of our program and about how the MIPP program is designed in order to help people move to the next level in their professional development. Dr. Sorbash?
Sure, thanks, Matt. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me. My name is Dr. Leila Sorbash, and I am the Associate Director of the International Policy and Practice Program. Through the Flex Start program and also through just traditional MIPP online, most of you will be taking me in your first semester in your core class, which is the Strategy and Leadership class. The Strategy and Leadership class is one of 3 core courses that we have as part of our program, with the second being the Leadership Capstone, and the third being Econ Tools for Global Policy. And these three core courses really do sort of embody the key themes that permeate throughout the program. And those themes you see here, that of collaborative leadership, data analysis, and strategic design, are taken into focus in those 3 core courses. So the idea of collaborative leadership, without getting too far into it, is the idea that, in order to be a global leader, you want to create as much buy-in as possible. Too often we see policy decisions being taken just from a unilateral place, and without fully understanding the needs and the desires of the people who are involved, and also in understanding the problem holistically. Sometimes policy design can be, not necessarily as best or as strong as it could be. And so that kind of takes in the third key theme that you see here, which is that of strategic design. So one of the other items that we focus on is in sort of creating your policy recommendations and in evaluating policy. One of the key things to remember is strategy, right? What is the purpose of the policy? What is the end goal that it is trying to serve? And are the policies that are being developed, are they actually serving the goals that they had intended to? And so focusing on this idea of strategic design allows us to take policy development and policy making really to the next level, to help serve all communities as opposed to just targeted ones. And finally, with the data analysis piece, you're able to assess and monitor policy a little bit more closely. Being able to have a particular a skill set and tools in your repertoire to be able to assess these policies is really crucial, not only whenever you're designing the policy itself, but also when you're checking back in to make sure that the policy was implemented, with a view to the original goals, and if for whatever reason the policy would need to be adapted or changed to fit or realign itself with the goals. So these three key themes, again, taken into your core classes, are sort of the foundational themes that carry over into your particular electives and into your particular specializations. So with that, I will turn over the rest of the presentation back to Matt.
Thank you so much, Leila. And let me just summarize very briefly what I think is special about the MIPP program in our approach to leadership. There are, of course, many programs in public policy, in management, and in other fields that focus on leadership skills. And we do indeed focus on leadership skills in terms of what are the attributes of an effective leader, what's the communication style of an effective leader, and so forth and so on. But true leadership requires not only that you can move people in a given direction, getting them to do something that they would otherwise not be doing without your direction, but also that you'd be moving them in the right direction. And so we focus a great deal on really the questions of how do you analyze the situation, how do you analyze the terrain in terms of potential obstacles, in terms of opportunities for coalition building, and how do you design a process of change and a program of change that really is well fitted to addressing the challenge that you've identified. And therefore, we need to be looking at the ethical dimensions of your decision. We need to be doing scenario analysis. We need to be identifying an appropriate change. We need to be rigorously monitoring and evaluating the process of implementing the proposed change. And so this holistic approach that helps you improve not only your own personal attributes as a leader, but also your ability to grasp the larger strategic context and work to make constructive change happen is really something that's very distinctive about the MIPP program. Now, let me talk a little bit about our curriculum. Our curriculum is highly flexible. We allow you access to a wide range of course offerings, both at the Elliott School and at other graduate programs at George Washington, including the law school, the business school, the School of Public Policy, the Columbian College of Arts and Sciences. In addition to that, you can even take courses at our consortium universities in the Washington, D.C. area, including Georgetown University, American University, George Mason University, and the University of Maryland. Our classes are typically held in the evenings, which is ideal for working professionals. For our on-campus classes, most classes meet one night a week, Monday through Thursday, either 5 to 7 or 7 to 9 p.m. And for our online classes, we also have live synchronous sessions in the evening. Those are typically 1 hour once a week in combination with a lot of asynchronous material. The program is an accelerated program. Unlike our 2-year MA programs, this is a 3-semester program for those people who take it, who go full-time. So 9 credits or 3 courses per semester, 27 credits total. If you go full-time, you can finish typically within 12 to 16 months, depending on whether you study in the summer. And there's also a part-time option. We don't distinguish in terms of our admissions or our program administration between those people who are studying part-time or full-time. You also have the option to study full-time initially and then part-time or vice versa. And given that we have aligned the requirements of the online and on-campus program, you also are completely flexible in this program as to whether you want to take some of your courses in any given semester on campus and others online, or to begin as an on-campus student and then go online, or vice versa. So that given the fact that many of our participants are people who are highly successful professionals working for government agencies or other organizations, people who may have extensive travel requirements, although obviously these days not quite as many travel requirements as has been the case in the past. You could, for example, know that you're going to be in sub-Saharan Africa for a month during one semester of your program, and you might choose to do online classes that semester, whereas you would be doing on-campus classes in your other semesters. We also do a lot of cohort events throughout the year, providing opportunities for professional networking. We like to do happy hours. We do parties. Sometime I do an annual party on the rooftop of my apartment building. We've been doing a retreat every semester in recent semesters. And that brings together other students, alumni, faculty, and guest speakers. So we really like to build a very vibrant community among among MIPP students and alumni. Now, I mentioned that we have 3 core courses: strategy and leadership, leadership capstone, and then our international economics course. And I would actually like to turn the floor back over to Dr. Sorabash, if you don't mind, just to talk a little bit about the structure of this core course program.
Sure, and I spent a little bit of time talking about this already, so we don't need to go too in depth here. But essentially, the strategy and leadership course, as well as the leadership capstone course, are taken almost as a sequence of courses. And in these 2 courses, you will actually have the opportunity to develop your passion project. So what I always tell my students in the very first week of class is to think of a problem, whether it's in the world or whether it's something personal that is really bothering you, something that keeps you up at night. And then through a research design process, we take it as sort of an investigatory look into that particular problem and come up with any sort of recommendations based on the literature and based on research that has been done before. By the end of the leadership capstone class, which is the second in the sequence, you will have a fully developed project proposal that then in turn you could actually take into the Econ Tools for Global Policy class and be able to analyze using real data, either that you have acquired or data that has already been established in the literature. So it's a really great opportunity to investigate some problem or some sort of solution and make recommendations, strategic recommendations based on whatever it is that you are proposing.
Thanks very much, Leila. And so here are some examples of some recent leadership capstone topics. The first one is one that was actually done by the Ethiopian ambassador to Japan, who happens to be a student in MIPP Online. And it was a program to establish a system of long-term work visas for skilled workers from Ethiopia, which has a large number of university graduates who don't have job opportunities commensurate with their abilities in Ethiopia. And so the notion here is to strengthen economic relationships between Ethiopia and Japan. And this is a project that's gotten strong support from both the Japanese Foreign Ministry and from the Ethiopian government. Another project that has actually been implemented in part by the U.S. Army focuses on enhancing partner nation security capacity through professionalizing the non-commissioned officer corps. Our graduate Major J.B. Bissell who's a foreign area officer to Latin America, wrote this proposal about 5 years ago, and it's subsequently been implemented in, I believe, Chile and Japan. But we also have things that are more in the realm of NGO work, such as the Birth Wisdom Bank, a project to improve midwifery practices in indigenous communities in Peru. Another project to reduce air pollution in Mongolia through a collaborative initiative involving the Mongolian government and international funders. And so these topics just, I think, illustrate the rich range of opportunities that people can pursue in their projects. And the challenge is not only to identify the problem and a solution for addressing it, but also to build the necessary networks that will enable you to find your way into not only addressing a passion project, but ideally also moving to be able to implement that, to find an outlet for your passions in your work. Now, let me go on and talk very briefly about this remaining material, because I want to leave plenty of time for questions and answers. In addition to the 9 credits of core courses, you have 18 credits of elective coursework. And so this, as I said, gives you just a huge amount of flexibility. You can take courses across George Washington University or at consortium universities. You can take up to 3 credits of professional skills workshops, which are typically 1 credit courses each. And the courses, as long as I or Dr. Sorbash concur with your plan, we're very happy to have you pursue your interests in a way that will really meet your own intellectual and professional needs. Now, so here are just a few sample examples of types of specializations that people have chosen in the past: security issues, environmental issues, development issues, and diplomatic issues. So there's just a wide range of possibilities, and these are just a few selected examples. In terms of on-campus electives, here again are just some examples of areas that you can pursue in your elective coursework. You can focus on any of the areas of regional studies. You can focus on cybersecurity, environmental and energy policy, intelligence, development, economic affairs, technology policy, and so forth and so on. Now, in the realm of online coursework, we also have a robust selection of courses, which we are building up. We're developing a significant number of courses every semester. And Dr. Sorbash perhaps could talk a little bit more about this issue.
Sure, thanks, Matt. So effectively, prior to sort of the flex option being available, we were developing courses at a rate of 6 new courses every semester. But effectively, what the flex option allows us to do now is across programs, whichever programs we are helping to produce, those are now also available to our MIPP online students and our MIPP face-to-face students should they wish to take online courses. So this long list of electives has effectively doubled just in the past couple of weeks. So if there is a particular interest area that you would like to focus on, please let me know and I can help to identify some of those classes that will be available in the fall.
Thanks a lot. And beyond the on-campus and online coursework, we also have a range of short-term on-campus and study abroad programs. We have an on-campus U.S. foreign policy course, which is 2 weeks at the Elliott School. We've run courses in the past in Israel on cybersecurity, in Egypt on issues of state and society in contemporary Egypt, There's a great international human rights law program run by in partnership between the GWU Law School and Oxford University called the International Human Rights Law Program. So these vary from year to year, but we'd be happy to give you more details if you want to give us a call or send us an email. And that's about it. I wanted to end up early, so we had plenty of time for Q&A, but we can certainly circle back to any of the previous slides if anybody has questions that you'd like to raise. So Josh, I take it that you're managing the chat line. Would you like to lead us through?
Sure, whichever is easiest. I can definitely read questions and help moderate the questions as they come through. So once again, just like Dr. Levinger mentioned, please feel free to type any questions in the chat window in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, and either Dr. Levinger or Dr. Sorbash can help answer any questions that you have. So we'll just hang tight here for a couple moments while you're typing in your questions. Oh, great. One just came through. So the first one is when should students be compiling / completing proposals for self-specialization?
Let me take a first crack at answering that question, Juan, and I will also ask Layla for her views on this. I would recommend that you start right away because ideally in applying for the MIPP program, you have, you're coming back to school for a reason. People who are making this decision to enroll in MIPP are people who have a sense of the direction that they want to pursue in their careers, and this is a bridge to help you move from where you are today to where you want to be in a strategic leadership role in a field of your choice. And so you can start browsing around, looking at our catalog of courses, and start to think about what really is most exciting to you. The problem 9 times out of 10 is not that people can't find courses that they're interested in, but that there are so many courses that interest you that it's a question of winnowing it down to just a series of 6 electives. And so if you start to engage in that process, just looking at our GW course catalog, you can look at our website to get some sense of the range of possible options. Then you can begin a conversation with me or with Dr. Sorbash, and we will help you in your efforts to shape your thinking about those projects or about that specialization. But typically people come in with a preliminary list of courses that they want to take, but then that's a work in progress, and we're happy to have you change your mind as you move along from semester to semester. The goal is simply that you come up with a coherent specialization that really advances your intellectual and professional interests.
And just to chime in, we've been working with students, long before the actual start date of their program. So there have been a few students who have actually reached out already about potential courses and potential specializations to take when they start in the fall. So we're very happy to start that conversation with you, as soon as possible. Or, alternatively, if you would like to wait until you actually begin the program, sort of get a feel for your classes, get a feel for your professors, that's also perfectly fine. So there's definitely no pressure to reach out to us beforehand, but it might be a good idea to just kind of start browsing around the way Dr. Levinger suggests. Josh, have you shared the Flex Start program website with the students also?
I have not. As of about an hour ago, I'm not sure if it has actually been created yet, so it's still in the process. If I have Nicole tuning in as well, so if anything has changed or been updated on that, I'll have her mention in the chat window if that has been updated.
Yes. It has been updated because I made the last edit to it, and that was this morning, and Nicole just shared it into the chat box. So if you guys want to take a look at this, effectively all of the courses that are listed under the across all programs are effectively classes that have been committed to being offered online in the fall. So if you take a look at those under the MIPP course lists, you'll see, two of three of our core courses. The only reason why Leadership Capstone isn't listed there is because we expect to take that in the second semester. But then you'll see a full list of course electives. All of those are available online, and feasibly so, any of the other program options are also available to online students.
So in addition to that, kind of a very similar question in terms of developing the self-specialization, our next question is, at what point should students reach out to you to design the entire course plan? Is that kind of a similar time frame, or would you suggest waiting until fall semester?
Well, you can reach out to us anytime. The deadline is that for your program of study, you need to submit that by October 15th if you enroll in August. It may have been moved up to October 1st, I'm not sure. But in any case, you have plenty of time at the beginning of the semester to sort that out. But in terms of, but I'd recommend initiating a conversation sooner rather than later, simply because you need to make some decisions about your fall classes. I just wanted to jump ahead. I know you have a lot of questions coming in, but there was one question about whether you can enroll in the summer semester. That's something I think for Josh and his colleagues to talk with you about the procedure. But yes, you can, in fact, if you've been admitted for the fall, you can work with the admissions program department to get your start date moved up until May. So is that correct, Josh?
Correct. Yeah, they'll just want to reach out to us in the graduate admissions office. So if you're thinking about starting in summer versus fall, please email us at esiagrad@gwu.edu. We'll put that in the chat window. So if you do have any questions about starting summer versus fall, please email us and we can help you work through that.
Thanks.
All right, so the next question we have is there any specific information available regarding international students starting online in the fall and moving to on-campus in the spring?
Yes, international students can start online in the fall and then move to campus in the spring, provided you get your appropriate visa. Dr. Sorbash, do you want to answer that one?
Sure, and this is also some information that can be found on that Flex Start webpage, the one that Nicole shared not long ago. But there's some information there for international students. And then any questions as far as visas go, et cetera, those are questions that you can funnel over to the grad admissions department. And so Mindy in the chat, she actually just shared that email address, the esiagrad@gwu.edu, I think is a really good resource. So.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have a couple questions kind of all in one here. So as an admitted student to the in-person MIPP program starting this fall, can you speak more about what GWU is doing regarding, one, preparing for the program, both courses and networking to be online, and two, revising policies and deadlines in response to the pending acceptance deadline, and yet continuing uncertainty on what the program can be in person, or when the program can be in person. So I guess looking more at that Flex program about preparing for the degree and courses and networking to be online, And also, can you describe a little bit more about the revising policies and deadlines in response to the pending acceptance deadline?
I think that on the acceptance deadline, this is an issue that that you should address with the admissions office. But frankly, I would also encourage you, if you have concerns about that, to reach out directly to me and Dr. Sorbash, and we may be able to help you navigate some of these issues. And I'm just putting up the slide with my contact information, although frankly, I still get voicemail through my office phone, so you can just use that phone number. But email is probably the best, both for me and for Dr. Sorbash. In terms of the online socializing, as I said, we have a very robust program of social events and academic events, and that's something that you know we're still in the very early stages of navigating new mores of pandemics, but we're trying to figure out if this is an extended period of self-isolation of how we can develop strategies to really continue to maintain and build community. Virtual happy hours may not be quite as great as person-to-person happy hours, but we'll figure out a path forward. And on the academic side, I'm going to ask Dr. Sorbash to comment.
Sure. And actually, what's really wonderful about the MIPP program is that since we have also been fully online since 2018, our program has been sort of the lead in finding some of the resources that students can use online. So essentially, every resource that is available to an on-campus student is also available to an online student. So one thing you'll notice whenever you start your classes in the MIPP program, in our Blackboard course shell, we have already listed every single course, links to library contacts, links to the Writing Center, links to financial aid, et cetera, et cetera. So every single resource that you could potentially need would be available to you as an online learner as well. So we've really developed a full suite of services, not just for students in the face-to-face program, but also online.
And I think we have time for just one more question. So the last question I see here is, are there any seminars, workshops, et cetera, for MIPP students to get back up to speed on research skills or writing papers, as this area has changed since most of us were in school?
Dr. Sorbash?
Sure. So that's a really great question. If you reach out to me after this, I could share some resources with you. But I also want to just reassure you that all of the skills that are necessary to really complete these courses successfully will be talked about and will be fully developed in the class. So, one of the things that I think the students really appreciate is that we understand that, coming back to school is not always easy. And so we're really, really willing to work with students, particularly in sort of reacclimating back into, the graduate experience, but also to kind of manage expectations that there is a learning curve, and in some aspects, learning to do research and learning the research design process is almost like learning a new language. So being really patient, being really flexible, and at the same time giving you the best possible instruction is really going to solidify your success. And at the end of the day, that is Dr. Levenger and I's number one concern is, making sure that our students are as successful as possible. So yes, please feel free to reach out to me if you would like some added resources just to prepare. But I assure you that, there is no background preparation necessary. We take all of that development in the classes themselves.
Thanks so much, Leila. And I just want to reiterate that we are committed to your success. We expect you to work hard, but we want to help you find the path to moving to the next stage of your career. We want you to become leaders in your fields. And we've designed the program in a way that's intended to help people who have been out of the classroom for a number of years be able to really thrive in a policy leadership environment. Now, I'm sorry that we haven't had a chance to get to all of the questions. I am going to ask that that Josh and his colleagues forward to Layla and me the questions that we haven't had a chance to answer. But I just do want to stress, we know this is a very, very challenging time, a tremendous amount of uncertainty. What we're trying to do is to give you the options to be successful either in an on-campus or an online environment. We want to put you in control of your learning program, and we're committed to being flexible in order to help you meet your objectives in a time that's very challenging. But frankly, this is a time in which what's going on around us at this historical moment has demonstrated very, very vividly the critical importance of international leadership. And we want to help you be able to thrive in whatever environment you're contending with. So with that, I guess I'll turn the floor back over to Josh.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Levinger and Dr. Sorbach, for providing this very informative overview of the International Policy and Practice Program. If any attendee has any questions for Dr. Levinger or Dr. Sorbach about the degree program, their email addresses and phone numbers are on this slide, so please feel free to contact them with any questions, or feel free to contact us at esiagrad@gwu.edu with any questions about your admissions or moving over your start term from fall to spring, or sorry, from fall to summer. With that being said, once again, thank you, Dr. Levinger and Dr. Sorbach. And we'll go ahead and start preparing for the next upcoming presentation, which is Academic Services and Capstone Advising Overview. So if you want to stay tuned for that session, please just wait a couple more minutes while I get our two individuals, Carter and Jonathan, prepared for their information session. All right, Carter and Jonathan, I have you both unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Josh. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Carter.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. So for any student who is tuning in right now and you hear us chit-chatting back and forth, have no fear. We're just going to go over the quick ins and outs of WebEx and how they'll be going over their session today. So we're not starting quite yet. We're just going to go over a quick information of what we all need to know in terms of the ins and outs of WebEx. So with that in mind, real quick, Carter and Jonathan, I'm going to share my meeting window with y'all. All right, so you should be able to see my cursor kind of going around the screen right now.
Yep, that looks good, Josh.
Okay, perfect. So if you look over here on the far left-hand side of your screen, you should be able to see the vertical toolbar. This is how you will go through your presentation slides. So whoever is the presenter at that time will have the ability to go through each slide. So just let me know when it goes from Jonathan to Carter, and I can change the ability to have that presenter opportunity to go through each slide. Also worth noting as well, over here on the far left-hand corner, or sorry, right-hand corner, and the lower right-hand side is the chat box window. This is where students will be able to type in questions during your session. And so you'll be able to address those questions after you're both done presenting.
Awesome, that sounds perfect.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to stop sharing my meeting window. Just worth noting too that I will be on this session tuning in. So if you do have any questions or concerns throughout the presentation, just call out my name and I can help you out.
Okay, great. That
sounds good.
All right. So
Josh, one more question, or just one question for you is, In terms of where those questions are going to pop up, they'll just be on that right-hand side panel. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Great. Okay, thanks.
All right, well, I'm going to quickly introduce both of you and just provide a couple quick instructional points to our attendees, and then I'll hand over the reins to Jonathan. But without further ado, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session today. Before I introduce our next presenters, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as possible. So now I want to quickly cover a quick couple talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our attendees. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or at the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the current slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a dash through the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to either Jonathan Walker or Carter Quinley, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see the chat box feature, you can open it by going to the horizontal toolbar once again, located on the bottom of your screen below the current slide, where you will be able to see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. Both Jonathan and Carter will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of their presentation. And when you do have questions, please make sure to address them to everyone in the chat box so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. And I believe that covers all of the basics for how our session will run for today. So now I will introduce both Jonathan Walker and Carter Quinley. So hold on one second, Jonathan. I'm switching you over to be the first presenter. So whenever you're ready, you can feel free to begin the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Josh, and thank you all for joining today. Again, I'm Jonathan Walker, and I've been here at the Elliott School for 4 years now, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Assistant Dean for Student Services, Diversity, and Inclusion. And if I could just echo Josh's sentiments regarding hoping that you and your loved ones are doing particularly well during these unprecedented times. I know that it can be difficult in thinking about the next few months, given all the uncertainty that's happening. And so I really just applaud you for participating in today's online admitted student day. I also want to, of course, congratulate you on your admissions to the Elliott School. And Carter, I don't know if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself or do you want to wait?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yeah, just to echo Jonathan's sentiments, congratulations to each of you for your admission to Elliott. I will say, as both a staff and student myself, my decision to join Elliott has been one of the best decisions I made in a very long time, so I'm looking forward to speaking with you all.
All right, perfect. So at the Elliott School, we certainly have a keen focus on each student's professional development. This is evident through both our curriculum that we provide and the services that we offer to all of our students. One of our overarching goals is to prepare international affairs practitioners who have the necessary skills to really advance in their chosen field or industry. And so today, Carter and I will be talking about two specific opportunities for professional development through our curriculum more specifically, and that's through our professional skills courses and the capstone course. Our director for the Office of Graduate Student Services, Jim Wild, will talk more about career development during your next presentation so that you have a full understanding of all what Elliott provides to all of our students to promote their success. The Elliott School was one of the first to offer its graduate students with a full set of professional skills courses that is really focused on those practical skills that students need to be successful in their chosen careers. And the skills courses are sort of, in summary, a one-credit professional development workshop that, again, talks about that practical experience that can be applied to your workplace. We have a strong emphasis at Elliott in terms of students exploring theory, but how do they translate that theory into actual practice in the workplace? And so most of your academic programs will allow you to take up to 3 credits in terms of skills courses, but it's important for you to consult with your academic advisor and program director regarding the specific requirements for your program. The skills courses are designated under course numbers IAFF 6502 and 6503. And so from this side, you can see a sampling of some of the professional skills courses that we offer. You can enroll in a skills course during the fall, the spring, or the summer semester, so they're offered each semester. And these courses and their descriptions are available on the graduate academic section of our website. We offer courses that help students strengthen their fundamental skills, such as formal briefing and public speaking, to more advanced skills, such as political analysis and gaming, to more specialized knowledge, such as the role of the U.S. Embassy. And if you're looking to improve your language ability, we also offer language skills courses as you're preparing for your language proficiency examination. So whether you're interested in working in the private, nonprofit, or public sector, we offer an array of skills courses that would help you in increasing your competitiveness. So I've talked about one of the ways that our students have the competitive advantage through the professional skills courses. Now I'll talk briefly about other ways that the Elliott schools offer better advantage. Our faculty really are amazing, and I'm sure Carter can speak to this just as a student also at Elliott, in terms of these are practitioners who are actively involved in the policy community, and so having an opportunity to take a course with these faculty really provide an exceptional experience for our students. We offer an array of events each year, over 300 events a year, so we really provide a holistic experience for our students, both in and outside the classroom. As a professional school, we believe that it's important for our students to have, again, that practical experience through employment and internships. So we offer all of our classes in the afternoon, after 5, evening, so that we can accommodate those experiences. Of course, you join a network of alumni, both at Elliott and GWU, and there's a number of different platforms to engage and network with these groups. And one of the important resources that you'll have at the Elliott is the Office of Grad Student Services, which is our one-stop sort of location for questions regarding study abroad, advising, and professional development. And of course, our location. We're certainly located in the heart of the nation's capital, and so access to a number of different resources really provide an exceptional experience for our students. And I'll turn it over to Carter.
Thanks, Jonathan. Josh, can you just confirm that my microphone's on?
It is, and I have switched over the presenter opportunity to you, so you should be able to scroll through the slides.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. Like I just said earlier, just huge congratulations to each of you on your admission to the Elliott School. As I was saying, I am both a staff. I'm the Global Capstone Coordinator for our capstone program here at the Elliott School, and also a student. So speaking to you kind of from both capacities today. So yeah, Global Capstone. Global Capstone really is the Elliott School's culminating experience. It's our signature project for our graduate students, and it's something that we're really proud of here at the Elliott School. Now, it's kind of, I guess, funny to be talking to you about the global capstone, as you guys are thinking of starting your graduate experience, and it is our kind of final culminating experience, but we do find it important to kind of start off the bat to explain, sort of what capstone is, so that you can kind of be thinking about capstone even as you begin your graduate experience with us. And so I really just want to kind of emphasize how capstone really fits into our larger mission at the Elliott School. And so just to kind of briefly go over our mission is to educate the next generation of international leaders. And so that's all of you who would be joining us at Elliott. It's to conduct research and produce scholarship that advances understanding of important global issues, and also to engage the public and policy community in the United States and around the world, fostering international dialogue and shaping policy solutions. And so capstone really is the culmination of these three pieces of our mission. We are building international leaders for the globe that are researchers on global issues in the policy community. So what is capstone? Essentially, capstone is sort of mimicking professional experience while you're in graduate school. And now we're aware that several of you, and probably most of you, actually have professional experience yourself. But capstone really gives that opportunity for a real policy focus on a professional experience. You will work in teams over the course of an academic year, so it's a 2-semester sequence, on a real-world policy issue that you essentially get to sort of craft yourself with your team. It is a research policy sort of piece, and so there really is that kind of research component. We're wanting to build, leaders who are researchers and who have the skills to support that research. You're essentially training to be researchers. Like I said earlier, it is a focus on global policy challenges. And so one of the kind of things that we hear often about our capstone projects is just that our students or the clients that work with our students actually say, our students actually have really innovative solutions that they find to some of the challenges that they're working on. So this isn't just desk research, right? This isn't just a research paper. It really is an innovative kind of problem-solving piece. And so I guess one point that I would kind of pick out too is that you really get to choose your groups. And so that's kind of an exciting part about capstone as well. You're not assigned to a particular project. You're not assigned to a particular group. You get to actually kind of choose your instructor, choose your thematic topic, and also, kind of find a team that your kind of experiences work together. And so we really see it as a resume builder and a networking opportunity for our students. And so capstone here at the Elliott School of International Affairs really is the culminating experience for all of our graduate programs. So each graduate program does have a capstone that you will go through. Most programs have a 2-semester sequence, so it's 4 credits that you'll be going through. Probably 4 of the toughest credits at the Elliott School that you'll go through. I mean, 4 credits doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a pretty heavy load. And 7 of our kind of programs have actually come together to form the global capstone. So that's our international affairs, security policy, global comms, Asian studies, international economic policy, international science and tech policy, and Europe and Eurasian studies. So those 7 programs have come together to kind of form the global capstone, which means that actually those of you that are in certain programs would actually be able to be in a class with colleagues and students who are from other programs. So you might be a security policy student who's actually in the same group as an international science and tech policy, and that would inform your project and actually be able to kind of create sort of new, connections across programs that we see as unique and really important to the capstone experience. So like I said, it is kind of that culminating experience for your graduate program. And so in order to register for your capstone, you have to have 18 credits completed. Most students do complete the capstone within their final year of their graduate program. So here's just a really kind of brief overview of our projects last year. We normally have around 300 plus students in capstone. And so this is just a very, very small kind of snapshot of some of the projects that students worked on last year. Everything from, you'd see cyber trafficking in Mexico, nuclear focus in Pakistan and India, gender mainstreaming in parts of sort of Northern Africa. The range of projects is wide and kind of reflects, I guess, the interests, academic and professional interests of our students. One piece I really want to emphasize is just our travel and fieldwork component. And so we actually, as the capstone office, are able to provide travel awards for students who are wanting to travel as part of their capstone. And so we do have a large kind of percentage of students that travel normally during the kind of spring break time frame. And so they'll normally be traveling, kind of to conduct research, either with their client organization that they work with. And so we have a wide range of regions also that students travel to. You'll see the Middle East didn't have a very large number last year. That's because our Middle East Studies program had their own capstone program, but all the other regions kind of have a wide variety of students that are traveling there to conduct research. So in terms of preparing for capstone, sort of some of the ideas that we sort of have as an office for you as you begin your graduate experience really is to ensure that you have, that you're looking at research methods, skills-based courses, and even taking advantage of some of our short-term abroad offerings that we offer at the Elliott School. And so I'll just hop on to our next one. We have several different research methods courses that we offer. And, I guess as somebody who's sort of been coordinating this program now, seeing the kind of outstanding, I guess, advantage that students have if they take research methods kind of in their first or second semesters, or at least first or second years as graduate students, because it really does inform and strengthen your capstone projects. So this is just a snapshot of some of the research methods courses that we offer at Elliott. And of course, our skills-based courses, as Jonathan was mentioning earlier, we have a pretty wide variety of skills-based courses. Writing skills is one of them. Our employers that we work with have sort of reiterated to us over and over again that writing skills is sort of one of the top key, I guess, skills that they're looking for from recent graduates. And so our skills-based courses can really inform your capstone as well as just kind of up your, I guess, professional sort of, resume. And on top of that, we have other skills-based courses such as negotiation skills, formal briefing, public speaking, that all kind of would inform your capstone experience as well. So I think on that, I'm going to kind of look and see if there's any questions that have come in as we've been going through. I know, Yadira, you've been answering some of as they've come in. And Jonathan, obviously, feel free to jump into. So I see Sarah asked a question, and Josh, let me know if I'm kind of doing this correctly with the questions. But Sarah was just asking a question, is it correct there's no traditional capstone for the MIPP? And that is, the MIPP program does have a leadership project that you will go through, but it's not, I guess, it's not part of the global capstone, but it does have its own kind of leadership project that you will work on. Let's see, scrolling through the rest of these questions. Nega says, in regards to professional development, it just jumped every time a question comes in. Josh, is there any way to make the questions not jump? Probably not.
Unfortunately, no, but if you want me to kind of moderate the questions that have not been answered already by Yadira or Jonathan.
Yeah, that would be
I
helpful.
see that too.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's jumping every time I start to read one.
Yeah. Okay, let me start down here. What are some examples of employers students work with for the capstone?
Oh, that's an excellent question. So our clients that students work with kind of range everywhere from kind of some of the bigger name kind of government agencies here in DC, so State Department, USAID. We have students that are working with the DoD, as well as, I guess, kind of smaller kind of think tanks or nonprofit organizations. We also have groups that have worked with the World Bank in the past. And so it really is as kind of as wide as your network can cast, or as our network can kind of help to support to connect you with. Yeah.
Now, Carter, can you also describe for our students the difference between a capstone and a thesis, and also the requirements at the Elliott School if a student is interested in doing a thesis?
Sure, absolutely. And so here at Elliott, capstone really is sort of, I guess it really is in place of a thesis. It kind of is more of, I guess, the thesis is a bit more traditional, and the capstone really is sort of a more innovative, kind of dynamic sort of culminating experience. We do still offer a thesis option for students who are interested in it. So that would be in addition to your capstone experience. But really with capstone, it's the difference is you're working in a team versus doing your thesis on your own. And the client piece is really the sort of exceptional and most important kind of, I guess, piece of the puzzle, just because you do get that real world hands-on experience of working with a professional client who, kind of potentially would be able to connect you in the future to networking opportunities for your future career after graduate school.
So I know you mentioned the Middle East Studies program has their own capstone requirement. So does the Latin American and Hemispheric Studies have its own capstone project, or is that not a requirement for the program?
That's correct. So Latin America Hemispheric Studies also have their individual capstone, as well as the International Development Studies students, IDS. And so those three kind of specialize regionally, and then I guess thematically, and the other 7 programs join global capstone. And so, yeah, that kind of answers it.
And so for the capstone, do students form groups first or pick their capstone project first?
That's an excellent question. So I guess there's a few different ways students go about finding their group, their thematic kind of section, and then overarchingly their project. And so we have around 17 faculty who teach 17 sections of capstone, and each of those sections kind of have a different thematic focus. So we have defense and tech policy, we have foreign affairs, transnational security, we have tech and international affairs, gender policy. And so students are able to self-select into that specific section or course, and then either sort of throughout the course of their graduate kind of studies, they either find kind of others that they might want to kind of do their capstone with kind of core complementary focuses, or they're able to be kind of matched when they're in their kind of class themselves, and able to find others with similar focuses.
All right, I know Yadira kind of already briefly answered this question through the chat feature, but I want to talk a little bit more about the travel aspect of capstone.
Yeah.
And have students been able to travel extensively, something like a semester for the capstone project, or is it more short term?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And so the travel component really is a key piece of the capstone experience. Obviously, right now, just under the circumstances that we're in, that was a challenge for our students this year. Of course, we don't know what the future holds, but ideally, kind of, sort of if kind of things kind of go back to normal, Capstone should have a travel component for a week or two, normally over the course of spring break. And so our Capstone groups normally travel, sort of within that short kind of time frame in order to conduct some sort of a research project that kind of contributes to their research and their overall project. A lot of students do have a client that they're working with. I know our International Development Studies program, it's required to have a client. On Global Capstone, it's optional, but recommended. And a lot of times students will travel to wherever in sort of globally that they've been working with their client on. And so, yeah, it's obviously, it's optional to travel, but it's highly recommended and something that our office is able to provide funding to support. And we do see it as an exciting opportunity, especially as the School of International Affairs. We do see international travel as such a key piece of your culminating experience that we do really highly recommend that.
So I think we have time for one more question, and I'll kind of shift gears here to possibly Jonathan answering this question. That's a little bit more focused on academic advising. I know that Yadira and Jonathan have been kind of powerhousing through the chat box with answers to your questions, but I think this would be a good point to bring up in terms of not only discussing academic advising at the Elliott School, but also working with your advisor and your program director. So Jonathan, can you discuss a little bit more about how students will consult with their academic advisor and program director, both simultaneously, but also what they do separately with both individuals?
Sure. That's actually a great question. And so the academic advisor is a professional staff member at the Elliott School that's housed in the Graduate Student Services Office. They are not necessarily an international affairs expert. They certainly know the curriculum and know courses. However, they're more familiar with the policies and procedures, the process for registering for classes, and can walk through helping students make their decisions. Your program director is the content expert, right? And so if you have questions with regard to what you're interested in exploring, your program director will be able to answer those questions. Both are invaluable resources here at the school, and you'll work with both during your time here at Elliott to map out the requirements for your degree.
All right, well, thank you so much to Jonathan and Carter for tuning in today and providing this really helpful informational overview of both academic services at the Elliott School and also capstone services and advising at the Elliott School as well. So thank you so much for you both for providing this really helpful information to our admitted students.
Sure, thanks Josh, take care.
Thanks Josh.
Of course, have a good rest of your day and stay healthy.
You as well.
Hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions, and I will act as the moderator of this session. So before I introduce our next presenters, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we all navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much as possible as fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to go over a quick couple talking points of how the session will run and instructions for our admitted students. So first and foremost, can you please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times? I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing this slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a dash through the camera icon. And when you have questions that you would like to address to either Jim or Patrick during today's session, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see the chat box feature, You can open it up by going to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen once again, and you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box window. Both Jim and Patrick will look at your questions that you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of their presentation. And please make sure to address your questions to everyone in the chat box so that another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. I am also finally recording this live session as well, so I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded into our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I think that should cover all of the basics for how this session will run for today. So without further ado, I will introduce our first presenter, who is Mr. James Wild. So hold on one second, Jim. I will transition you to be the first presenter. So whenever you're ready to begin the presentation, feel free to start.
Thank you so much, Josh, and hello to all of you. We are looking forward to welcoming you to campus. We are experiencing, as you know, a once-in-a-century occurrence with this pandemic, and as a School of International Affairs, we are looking to you as people who will be able to face this challenge and work on critical issues. The picture here we start with is actually a bricks and mortar photo, but it's a school that is about people, and you're among those people. But I do want to start with a place-oriented photo because there is an important element of place, and that we are looking forward to having you on site either partially or fully within the coming months. And so the School of International Affairs has up on the 6th floor, a unit called Graduate Student Services. And this office is comprised of international education, academic advising, and career development. The story of this office is that over the last 3 to 4 years, we really transformed our offering. And it is a good thing that we did, because we're in a time now of such national and global uncertainty. Having this structure really provides a ready-made community for you when you join us online or when you're joining us in Washington. So the idea really is to put all 3 of these divisions, international education, academic advising, and career development, under a single roof, and from there be able to address across each of the areas questions that you may have, offer resources that you may need, and to pull it all kind of together. So I'll be telling you about, particularly today, the career development side in a few minutes, because we really do believe that you are people that we want to equip. We had a 91% employment rate last year. I'll tell you all about that, and we're feeling like we can face this new challenge and the virtual challenge, and all of that. We'll be working with you. But before I get into that, I thought on a rainy day where we are here in Washington, a good way to start is with international education. Since in the short term, it may not be the option you go with, but in the long term, it will be really a critical factor, and it's a thread that runs through what we do. So let me turn it over to Patrick, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Jim. And as Jim said, my name is Patrick Murphy, and I work in the Graduate Student Services Office here at the Elliott School. This is my 4th year at the Elliott School. And I can tell you that Jim and all of our other colleagues in the Graduate Student Service Office are so excited for you to be considering the Elliott School. I'm so excited to have you with us here today. So, the Elliott Advantage, International and Experiential Education. What we have is exchange programs, which many of you may have done in your undergrad. And those are full integration during a semester abroad. So that could be fall or spring semester that you cannot do your first semester abroad or your last semester. So you're looking at 2nd or 3rd semester if you want to go abroad. We do have some funding available for study abroad programs. The Vedetto Family Award is a $5,000 award available for one student per year to study abroad at Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan. And many of our students who go abroad combine their study abroad experience with an international internship, either the Freeman Foundation grant or the International Internship Grant. The Freeman Foundation grant is for internships solely in East or Southeast Asia, and that is up to $6,550 in funding. And the International Internship Grant is up to $3,000, and that is specific to other parts of the world outside of East and Southeast Asia. One thing that's important to keep in mind too is that the Freeman Foundation grant and International Internship Grant can also in many instances be combined with other awards or fellowships that may exist. So for instance, you can combine the Vedetto Family Award for $5,000 if you want to go study at Waseda University with the Freeman Foundation grant to give you over $11,500 to study abroad for one semester in Tokyo. And a good thing about our semester abroad programs, though, is that they allow you to transfer back up to 10 credits toward your program, so you're able to complete a quarter of your degree program overseas, should you so choose. We also have short-term abroad programs. They're led by faculty members either during summer or winter or spring breaks. Those change throughout the year, and when we see you at orientation, either virtual or in person, that's something you'll be learning more about is the opportunities for that year that will be available. And it's another way for you to go abroad if maybe you want to spend some time overseas, but don't think that you have the time to commit to a full semester with an exchange program or our internship grants overseas, which require a 10-week commitment. So programs at a glance, just for some of you who may be wanting to learn more about some of our specific program offerings. Our most popular exchange programs are with Sciences Po in Paris, France, the Graduate Institute in Geneva, Switzerland, and Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan. We have more than 15 programs to pick from, and it's a great way to improve your language skills and to set yourself apart. As I said earlier, you also have the ability to complete up to a quarter of your academic program while you're overseas, which is a great way to combine international experience, language acquisition, professional development experience, should you so choose to do an internship grant, with the ability to make significant progress toward degree completion as well. As I mentioned earlier, we have the Freeman Foundation grant, which is up to $6,550 for a 10-week-long internship in East or Southeast Asia, and the International Internship Grant, which is up to $3,000 in funding for a 10-week-long internship in other parts of the world. One thing that's very common for students to do for internships overseas, many of you may be interested in going and working for the US government, either for the Department of State maybe, or USAID. So interning abroad is actually a great way to gain practical international experience. Many students do internships overseas that we help fund with the Department of State at an overseas US embassy or consulate. And for those of you who might be interested in development, there's many development opportunities available. We have a growing number of business-related internships that are overseas. There are even some think tank and security-related internships overseas, specifically for Freeman. And if these are of interest to you, feel free to schedule an appointment with myself, or later in the summer, one of the career coaches. We're happy to help you get a jump start on this. We know that many of you are probably kind of feeling a little bit nervous about going overseas due to what's going on with coronavirus. But you know, GWU is tentatively sending students overseas for the fall semester, depending how things are looking with coronavirus. And I think, you know, summer in particular of 2021 for internships overseas, by that time, knock on wood, there should be a coronavirus vaccine that we can all get. So it'll be a great opportunity for you to go overseas and get funding from the school to help offset those costs. And this is just an example of a student who interned abroad. This was when the International Internship Grant was $2,000 instead of $3,000, but he received $2,000 to intern with the US delegation to UNESCO in Paris, France, while completing a semester at Sciences Po. And he was in their International Affairs program. And then another example of a student in the Asian Studies program who studied abroad at Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan, and then also did the Freeman Foundation grant. So he got $6,550 to help offset his overseas experience. And with that, I will turn it over to Jim, and then I will be back to you later for any questions you may have.
At the Elliott School. It's a journey that involves thinking on your part. Right now you have a dream, something has drawn you to international affairs, you've been thinking about how you want to serve in the world. And so what our mission is really is to work with you all the way through, starting right away today, and thinking of ways that you can make your mission complete, in your life. So we have something called the Comprehensive Action Plan, which helps you to think through with both your career coach and your academic advisor where you're headed, how you want to set up your courses, how it all fits together. We encourage you as you go through your 2 years with us, or if MIPP, a 1 year. And the idea is that you test out your interests with internships or jobs. And so that by the time you complete your 2 years, you're fully on your way to the career of your dreams. So it's a very interesting time right now with the global public health crisis. We have the best people at GW to learn from, to help you to sort of give substance and direction to your dreams. So let's take a look at some of the things that we offer. Career coaching is something that we're very proud of. We have 3 career coaches who can help you. Each one has a special area, and so you would be assigned to a lead coach who has background and knowledge of a particular area. And then beyond that, if you choose to go to see some of the other coaches, you can do that. We have the grants that Patrick was telling you about. We have a lot of networking. I co-authored a book on networking, and so I'm a big believer in our online cafe last Wednesday. We talked not only about networking in DC, but networking online, how that works. Because in the kinds of global jobs that you're probably interested in, it just is so important to begin building relationships. And if you look over in the participants list to your right, if you have one there, those people are all part of your initial network, even before you go to Elliott. So we like to help you think in that way. Site visits, we have trips. We've had trips to New York, to Chicago, to Seattle. Here in DC, we have actual visits the week before orientation to local employers. We're figuring out how to do the virtual piece or 1 foot on site before we get the semester started this year. But all the way through, the idea is to give you access to the best professionals in public, private, nonprofit sectors. Some are alumni, some are just top-notch professionals, faculty, adjuncts. All of us bring some international expertise that we want to share with you. PMF is a big thing in the fall, Presidential Management Fellows applications. That's sort of down the way after you've been with us for a little bit in most cases. Handshake is our medium. We work closely with the rest of Campus 2 in order to make sure that you're getting access to everything that would help you. So as soon as you get Handshake access, you can see lots of opportunities, and you can schedule appointments with us in the Office of Graduate Student Services. Beyond that, also, Handshake is just a good platform for resources, for everything that you may need along the way. So it's good to get that under your belt as we get toward the fall semester. Comprehensive Action Plan I was mentioning, alumni networking, mock interviews, anything related to the search, to communication, to being a dynamic networker and communicator. We work with you on professional development workshops. We have regular email updates. We text. We're doing our online cafes. We've got a virtual engagement plan now, so we're very excited to share all of that with you. Dinners with alumni, it's a sort of emblematic, it's sort of a metaphor for how we work. We believe in connecting you with, for example, our last dinner with alumni was with an alum who's at Booz Allen Hamilton, and up to 10 people were in the room, but just nice meal, conversation, that kind of thing. So it's not sort of a stilted presentation. You really get to meet people and talk with them. So it's something we try to build as a sense of community, not only with current students, but with alumni. And I hope you'll take part of that. Career Cafe is every Tuesday at 4 o'clock. We've positioned it at that time because a lot of people are just coming through to start their evening classes. But we're coming up with other options like the online cafe in the interim and perhaps carrying into the fall semester, which is every other Wednesday at noon. Okay, so this is kind of how we see ourselves in the coming era as far as employment. In case you didn't know, everything has changed in the blink of an eye. We've had a strong employment record, 91% in our last graduating class. There's just all kinds of ramifications of COVID-19, and we are staying with them. We're in touch with our APSIA colleagues. We can help you to navigate virtual opportunities. We can really to equip you for something that is unprecedented, we've never seen before. But as I say, to echo what I began with, is you are needed in this market. You are people who are very important to where the world is going now. Just a quick pie chart of where we had students gain employment in the last graduating class. Largest chunk is public. We do, World Bank, State Department, Commerce, CIA, all those kinds of things. Multilaterals are a little bit different, but I guess there's also, yes, under public. Private, we have everything from city in New York City to booze to, there are a good representation from that sector also, and then of course nonprofit organizations. Here are some example employers who come to campus and with whom students have gained employment. We have very close relationships. There is something about being on-site in Washington, but in the time if you are flexing and you're not here all the time, we can help connect you. This is really a hub for your career, the hub for access to opportunities throughout the world. Here's just some examples of career development events that we've had. We have a partner relationship with the CIA and a regular presence and collaboration. City is an organization that not everybody thinks about, but we had a site visit to them in New York City, and people realized that they really are sort of the State Department of banks. They carry on international relationships and really interesting places to work. A lot more going on with consulting, with organizations that focus on project management, research, policy. All of those we have contacts with, and we can help connect you to. Fellowships, of course, we don't offer ourselves, but we know who does, and we can refer you to the appropriate channels. We do work with you on your own development in your career and professional development, whether it's your internship abroad, the Myers-Briggs, LinkedIn. If you're an international student, of course, we want to help line you up with what you need with the International Students Office. Here are some organizations that we have site visits with. Here's some example events that are coming up. Actually, we're past April 2nd now, but next is today, General Dynamics Information Technology virtual job fair. So very appropriate to where we are in the world. Department of Homeland Security, students, cybersecurity, a couple of things coming up in the next month. June 24th, McKinsey & Company. So once you're in Handshake, you'll be able to see all of them, and we are not slowing down as far as the types of employers and opportunities that are offered. Okay, so that's it basically. Why don't we open it up to any questions that you may have?
Hey, Jim and Patrick, I think to make this easier, because I know that Yadira has been kind of powerhousing through a lot of the questions and answering a lot of students' questions, but I think some of them could be great if we could provide a little bit more clarification. So I'll start with, does your internship location have to be the same as your concentration? For instance, if I'm planning on focusing on African studies, would it make sense to pursue the Freeman internship?
I mean, and I'll let Jim give his perspective after I finish, but I've worked with a number of students who may have an interest in Latin America as an example, but then and maybe they're interested in international development in Latin America, but then they'll go do a Freeman internship in, say, Vietnam, with an international development organization. And then I think what a lot of our students gain out of internships, aside from the fact that it kind of broadens their horizons and lets them look at the world from a different angle, is that they are able to pick up transferable skills that maybe their interest is Latin America, but if they can go do what they want to do in Vietnam, they can bring those skills back to the United States and use those for when they're applying for a full-time job after they graduate.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at the State Department, for example, the Foreign Service officer is in India, and then they're in Argentina and somewhere else, and so there's a certain core of just competence that we'd like to have people cultivate. Of course, if you are interested in Africa and you've never been to Africa, I would encourage you to go to Africa. So it just partly is circumstantial, but certainly there's no limitation.
Great, thank you. The next question is in terms of career coaching. Can you speak a little bit more on the aspects of career coaching and what students get out of that resource? And she asked specifically, would this be a good resource to use if you need help narrowing down your interests and understanding the possible career paths and skills and experiences that are needed to reach your end goal?
Yes, absolutely. And many of us, the international affairs professionals, have had to go through this process because international is such a broad term. It's an adjective. And so a coach is somebody who works with you and meets you where you are in first getting specific about what you're most interested in, and then finding out opportunities that are available to you. So yeah, that's what we're all about. In the comprehensive action plan, you're sort of led through some steps of what you think you're interested in, and you certainly don't have to know right now. You don't have to have it all put together. So we are presenting you with an opportunity for a sort of a professional relationship to go through your 2 years in examining, what your skills and interests and values are, and then what kinds of employers you'd best be advised to explore.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for just one more question. And for right now, I see a really good question here that I think Patrick can help answer, or both you and Patrick can help answer, in terms of studying abroad. And it's in terms of whether or not it is having the capability of studying abroad at a non-exchange partner school, and can you transfer a full-time semester's worth of credit if it's not a partner school?
Sure, yeah. So the GWU-wide graduate transfer policy is that you can transfer in up to 6 credits. The Elliott School makes an exception to that transfer credit policy for our exchange partners, specifically Sciences Po, Waseda University, the ones that are listed on the website. So specifically in the chat box, they're referring to a university that the Elliott School doesn't have an exchange agreement with. And in those instances, you would only be able to transfer back 6 credits instead of a full semester's course load. Now, with that said, we're always very supportive of what students want to do, and supportive of enabling students to do what they want to do. So if that's of interest to you, you should schedule an appointment with myself or one of the other advisors, and we can help you with that.
Well, thank you so much, Jim and Patrick. Oh, Jim, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, that it wraps it up, I think.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you both for tuning in today and providing this really helpful informational overview of both graduate student services at the Elliott School and specifically international education advising. If any students tuning in, we did not get to your questions, or if you have questions after today, please feel free to email us at esiagrad@gwu.edu, and we will be able to help answer your questions or connect you with Jim or Patrick if they can provide any more clarification to your questions. But once again, thank you so much to Jim and Patrick for tuning in today and providing this informational overview. I hope you both are doing well and staying healthy.
You too, and best to all of you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks everyone for coming today. We really appreciate it.
Hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions here at the Elliott School, and I will act as the moderator of this session. Before I introduce our next program director, Dr. Moore, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our attendees. So first and foremost, if you could please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you have entered the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or in the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing this current slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a dash across the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Moore, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it up by once again going to that horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of the screen, and you'll be able to see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box feature, and you'll be able to address questions to Dr. Moore either during or after the presentation. When you do have a question, please address it to everyone in the chat box, so if that another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. And I think that should cover all of the basics for how our session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next program director, Dr. Moore, who is our program director for our International Economic Policy Master's Program. So Dr. Moore, I will hand over the reins to you, and you should be able to start presenting whenever you're ready.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Josh. And so let me begin by welcoming everyone as well. We've got a few things to cover here. I'm going to make sure that I can navigate. Okay, there we go. So I'm the program director for the master's degree in international economic policy. We often call it just MIEP. I'm also one of the main professors in who teaches economics at the Elliott School. So I'm going to focus mainly on MIEP for this presentation, but I'd like to welcome any of you who have questions about economics requirements in the Elliott School, how to prepare and to make the most of that. Please feel free to get in touch with me. And so my email address is mom, like mom, @gwu.edu. So I'd be happy to answer questions that you might have. But let me get into the details of MIEP. So we are just blocks away from the heart of international economic policy making in the world. Literally within steps of the Elliott School building, we find the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, the White House, and all of the institutions in the United States that deal with economic policy making. There has never been a time, literally, where economic policy decisions have been more important. We're living through an extraordinary period right now, and understanding how the economy works what policy tools are available, how people can play a role in fashioning policy or dealing with the economic consequences of the pandemic is truly critical. Now, part of that is getting training, not just descriptive versions of what happens in the economy, a journalistic approach, but instead getting down into the nitty-gritty of how economic policy is formulated, how to analyze economic policy so that you can play a useful role, a productive role, a wonderful role in economic policy in the future as a professional. So Elliott School very much is in the heart of things, as I've mentioned. The internship opportunities, the job opportunities within a mile of the Elliott School in international economics, broadly defined, is extraordinary. We have top flight faculty members who teach in this program, full-time faculty members that are part of the program, award-winning teachers, a wonderful group of people that would be involved in your classes. In addition, we have adjunct professors who are working in the field at the Federal Reserve, at the IMF, the World Bank, and consulting agencies who can help share with you how the material that you're learning in class is applied in the real world. We're going to talk also a little bit about a new option that could be particularly relevant for international students, a STEM option, but also for U.S. citizens who would like to get more technical training. So let me note that at the Elliott School and the associated MIEP program, and also the research institute that's associated with MIEP, our International Institute for International Economic Policy, has a wide range of top flight conferences, speakers, research opportunities that involve people like the chief economist of the World Trade Organization or the president of the World Bank. We've had the chief economist at the IMF speak at our institution, and also people just one step below those who are very much engaged in policymaking and how economics can help you understand the world. Now, the program itself is 2 years. Now, that's if you go full-time. Full-time is not what all of our students do. In fact, many of our students will go part-time from the very beginning because they have jobs in Washington, D.C., or get them shortly after they arrive. But I'm going to describe this as if you were going full-time for 2 years. If you're going part-time, I would say to count on probably 3 years. And we basically have a first year that's required of all of our students. And then the second year is going to be a professional specialization, which is student designed and very much tailored to the individual interests of the students. Now, one of the great advantages of this program, I would say, is its relatively small size, basically around 15 to 25 students typically, a very diverse group internationally, and that small size allows our students to have interaction with each other and also with me, the program director, in developing a program of study that really matches your needs. Now, I want to make clear that this is a small program, but it's embedded within the Elliott School and the George Washington University more broadly. It's not as if these 20 students only take classes with each other. You take classes with the whole range of people, but there is a cohort of folks that get to know each other well, that provide a community, which can sometimes be missing with a program of 100 or 200 students. And I should mention that as program director, I'm very much committed to being involved with students at every stage of their time here at the Elliott School. So let's talk a little bit about the core courses. And essentially, this is in the first year. There's one course that bleeds over into the second year, but essentially it's in the first year. And we have really three components. One, an economics core, a statistics requirement, and then a quantitative track that provides students with more training in relevant quantitative skills, which are incredibly important for the job market. Now, I think over the next few years, the next couple of years, it will be a challenging economic situation. It'll take a while to dig out of the problems that we're in. So you want to get the skills that you need to stand out as a potential employee. And one of the best things you can do is to have more technical training. It is that no one will ever turn you down because you've had too much economics or too much stats and quantitative work. It's precisely the opposite. Over the years that I've been at GW, what I hear more often from students after they graduate is that they'll come back and they'll say, I wish I had done more of the technical work. Make that decision now rather than after you're done. Now that economics core, which is taught by full-time faculty, regular tenured faculty at George Washington University, really is composed of international trade, international macro, and development economics. You can really think of this as sort of like what the WTO does, what the IMF does, and what the World Bank does. So all of our students will take these courses to provide a basic understanding of the global economy, and is really the basis to go forward. We also have a statistics requirement, a basic statistics course. There could be a variety of ways that you fulfill that, from really just introductory statistics to something that's a little bit more advanced. And then one of two options for what we call a quantitative track. The standard is an accounting and corporate finance course. Now, a lot of people say, well, why in the world would I want to take accounting and finance? I don't want to get an MBA. Our alumni have told us consistently that accounting and finance have been one of the most important types of courses that they can take for the job market. Now, some people, especially if you go into the private sector, we also have a second option, which for the more technical oriented, which involves econometrics and time series and forecasting. So this is really more for somebody who might want to do more research or work at the IMF in a more technical area. And students get to choose between those two options. In the second year, we have what we call a professional specialization. Now, this is student designed with the input of the program director. And we've got a couple of four options listed here: international business and finance, trade and investment, quantitative methods, development economics, or some combination that a student chooses. For example, a student might want to say, well, I've got my econ and quantitative methods down. I want to focus on Latin America, or I want to focus on the Middle East. I want to have a regional focus. You're more than welcome to do that. This is a very, very flexible option. After you've done those quantitative methods in the first year and the econometrics in the first year, we want to work with you after you've got your a year of experience to then develop a specialization that really makes sense for you, not a predefined set of courses that we think you should take. Instead, it's based on what makes a difference for you. Now, you can also do up to 3 of our one-credit skills courses. That could be learning a software package or formal briefing, various options, and you can do up to 3 of those. Those are typically 1 month or short courses that are very focused, very practical, and help with the job the job search. And then we have participating in the Global Capstone, which is a program in the second year of, or the last year of a student's study. Now, the Capstone project in the last few years, just to give you a sense of this, is a 2-semester project with small groups of students, and you typically will work with a real-world client on some issue of importance to that organization. I've got some titles of some projects in the past for the IMF and the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, or with the private sector like John Deere or the U.S. International Trade Commission. But we very much want to get beyond just a purely academic approach and get you involved in the real world. This is a really exciting part of the program, and is a major part of the training that students get. It allows you to show how you can use your work to help a real world client. So we don't have a master's thesis, an individual master's thesis, an academic exercise, but instead a capstone project with a group of people, much more like what you might do in a professional setting. Now, I want to talk a little bit about a new technical track that we have instituted this year. It's called a STEM track. It's science, technology, engineering, math. That's a catch-all phrase for technical training at American universities. For international students, that allows for the possibility of extended, for a total of 3 years in the United States under a U.S. work visa. So that's a really important possibility for students that want to take that direction as an international student. If you go down this technical route, which is not required, it's simply an option, students need to have more calculus, intermediate micro and macro. And I want to emphasize that most of our classes and most of our students aren't doing calculus-based economics. That's really not the focus for most students. But if you have that background and have a more technical interest, then you can go down this STEM track, which would include a course in mathematics for economists, probability and statistics, applied econometrics, time series, and a separate capstone project of a more technical nature. So a student doing this would be trained for a much more technical career, not for everybody, but is very much for some of our students. Now, an important thing that you need to keep in mind is that, like every program that has really a focus on economics at GW and elsewhere, is that students are expected to have proficiency in intermediate economic theory. And students must, this is not a prerequisite for admission, but it's a requirement to get into the core economics classes so you can be prepared for the material in those courses. And I will work with individual students to assess where you stand on this. But basically the options are, if you've had prior coursework in intermediate, and it's important to note, intermediate micro and macro, with a B- or better for over the last 2 years, or passing a proficiency exam that's given in August, and multiple times throughout the academic year thereafter. You're not required to pass it in August, but we'll offer it in August. And one way that you can get prepared for that is an online summer program that I've developed over the last year. It costs $300 for micro, $300 for macro, and it's been very successful for students in the past. It's a course that probably you would have to pay $1,500 at other online programs. We're doing it for $300 in order to get students prepared for the courses. But I'd be happy to talk to you if you would like more detail about that, and it really depends on an individual student's background. So We do have study abroad options, at least in normal times. This year is a little bit different, but I just want to mention a couple of them that are particularly appropriate for our students. And probably the best one is the Graduate Institute in Geneva. This is very much part of the international organization scene in Geneva. Our students have worked at UNCTAD and the WTO in Geneva. Great program. Fudan in Shanghai is very good, Sciences Po in Paris, and we also have short-term programs. I will say that more students say that they're interested in study abroad programs, but then find that they don't do it in the end. And part of that is because of the options that students find in DC. Study abroad is great, but working at the IMF or the International Trade Commission is pretty good too, right here in Washington, D.C. But that is an option for you. D.C. is filled with opportunities outside of George Washington University. And we have conferences that are organized by our Institute for International Economic Policy. We have, there's just a list of some of the ones that we've done regularly in the past on Chinese economic development, poverty reduction, all sorts of things that we organize here at the Institute. MIT also has career panels. We have a strong sense of networking with alumni and current students. We have happy hours, so there's a social aspect to graduate school as well that I don't want to diminish. Of course, as a professor, I want you to only study, but the reality is that people are learning about their future by networking with current students, former students, and that's an important part of the experience. So I do want to note that we have the possibility of having students go to school full-time and working part-time or doing internships at some of these institutions that I've just noted, Department of Commerce, U.S. Department of Treasury, U.S. Trade Representative, IMF, World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, nonprofit organizations, and it's an amazing variety of opportunities in DC. There's really nothing like it anywhere in the world. It is a great place to both go to school and take advantage of work and internship opportunities while you are going to school. Now, it's clearly important to understand, what it is that you do afterwards. And so I've got a pie chart here. Increasingly, we have had students involved in the private sector in postgraduate employment, about 50%. And that people work for the multilateral organizations like the IMF and the World Bank, the U.S. government, nonprofits. Those private organizations, those private organizations can be management consulting, banks, corporations of various types, consulting agencies. So a wide variety of things that students do. Had a very good placement experience. So in the last few minutes, I do want to open this up to questions that you might have, and I'd be remiss if I didn't talk just a little bit about the opportunities in the fall. We are working to have the core courses in international trade and international macro available as an option online and in person. I think you will have already heard about that. I personally have lots of experience with online teaching, and I'm going to be doing the international trade class. But we want to make it possible for people to continue to be involved in their professional training, regardless of the circumstances that we find ourselves in the fall, either here in Washington or from afar. We're going to be able to handle both. So let me open it up to questions that you might have, and just if you got questions, Oh, I'm sorry. There's one other thing that I want to note. Okay, so how do I want to answer or put up a website here. Okay, Josh, I'm trying to find where I can post my, this one note for students under the chat. Here we go. I found it. So for the students that have been admitted into the program, you've already been told about this Course Sites website that has more information. I've got the a URL down here. It's tinyurl.com/MIEP2020. If you go to that website, you'll be able to get more information, and you'll have even more opportunities than what we have now to address some of those issues. So let me go ahead and open it up to questions that anybody might have.
Hey, Dr. Moore, I don't know if you saw this question coming in, but one student had a question about, would the online course with Professor Moore be sufficient for meeting the economics prerequisite? And I believe that they mean the online summer course.
The online summer intermediate course would be. So let me write that down. So the Elliott School has two types of online courses. One, an intro micro and macro for students who have not had any economics before. That is not sufficient for this intermediate proficiency. We have a separate one for intermediate microeconomics and intermediate macroeconomics, but it would probably be best to contact me directly, and I can discuss with you based on your own background what would be the most appropriate way to go. But you need the intermediate level for the MIEP program, which is a higher level of training than just the basic entry requirement for the Elliott School. And there's information about that on that at that tiny URL address that I gave just a little bit ago. You're most welcome. So I should also note that sometimes, and not infrequently, students that are interested in international economics start in international affairs and then transfer into MIEP during the summer. If you are interested in doing that, that is easy to do. You can, once you've been admitted into the Elliott School, you can petition or ask to be considered for other programs. And for students that are interested, let me just be upfront. If you're interested in international economic policy, it would be very easy to potentially switch over. So the question is, could we get a brief syllabus of the intermediate econ prerequisite so we can engage and prepare ourselves over the summer? Absolutely. I will be happy to send that out, and will be doing so in mid-April. So, we will give you a list of topics, materials that you can use to prepare. This is not examples of past proficiency exams. We want to make it. We're not trying to make this an impediment or a hurdle. We want to help people get trained so they can thrive in the required courses. So be happy to do that, and we'll be doing that. Anything else? Well, I do want to put down my email address, which I said before, but it's very easy to remember, mom@gwu.edu. And if you have questions about economics at the Elliott School, I can help you with that, especially the background that you have and whether what you're prepared for, and whether or not you're in MIEP or another program. So I've got lots of experience with that.
All right, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton and I'm the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions here at the Elliott School, and I will act as the moderator of this session. Before I introduce our next program director, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we navigate through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple talking points of how this session will run and instructions for our attending admitted students. So first and foremost, please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times. I have already set up the session to mute you when you have entered the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you see this current slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on the bottom horizontal toolbar below the current presentation feed, and you should be colored red with a vertical dash across the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to our presenters, our program director, please make sure that they are featured in the chat box located in the lower right-hand corner of your WebEx window. If you do not see the chat box icon, you can open it by once again going to the horizontal toolbar located on the bottom of your screen below the current slide, where you will see a chat bubble icon to open or close the chat box. So Dr. Bente-Brun will look at the questions that you have typed in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted. And when you have questions that you'd like to ask, please feel free to address to everyone in the chat box so that if another admitted student has a similar question, they can see that it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this session as well. I'll make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that should cover all of the basics for how our session will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce Dr. Diego Bente-Brun to begin his presentation. So Diego, whenever you're ready, I have changed the presentership to you and you are ready to go whenever you're ready to start.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, hello everyone. Welcome. I thank you for making the effort of being with us today through this virtual vehicle. I mean, we're facing a difficult time, but I'm pretty sure that everything will end up well and we're going to go back to our normal life. I hope you're all safe. As I just said, thank you, Josh, for helping us with this. I'm here also with the program assistant, the program assistant of the last program, which is Emily Sote, and she will then share eventually her email so that you can also contact her for any additional questions. I don't see my PowerPoint just now.
So if you want to click to the next slide using that arrow feature on the left-hand vertical toolbar, you'll be able to start scrolling through your presentation.
No, I see here an Acrobat DC country report. So this is my. Should I download free scan app? No. Wait a minute. Okay, the one I see now, Josh, is again the cover page. Up next, Latin American and Hemispheric Studies. I don't see the PowerPoint.
So I just changed myself back to the presenter, and you should.
Yeah, please help me with that so I can move on. Okay, so this is, as I said, the Latin American and Hemispheric Studies program. I'm the program director, and Emily Soter is the program assistant. Next slide. What I will do now, as briefly, so we have time for questions and answers, is introduce the program, the curriculum, a brief overview. I will also share with you the names and specialties of some of our faculty. I will talk about employment and internships and study abroad options. Next slide. The curriculum is the core credits it is a 40 credit program, as you know. We have 12 credit core curriculum. That includes a cornerstone course, which is a 3 credit hours course, which will give you an interdisciplinary foundation for your program. And then the core field. The core field comprises 9 credits, that is 3 courses. And you have to take one course from 3 different disciplines, which are listed here: anthropology, economics and political economy, political science, international affairs, geography, history, and Spanish literature. Next slide. Then you also have the specialized fields, and you have to choose 2 specialized fields and 12 credits. That is basically 2 courses for each field. And again, the options are anthropology, art, history, literature and culture, economic development, geography, global public health, history, international business, migration, political science, and security. Next slide. The next component is the elective. You have to take 9 credits in the elective credit, that is 3 courses, from any of the previously mentioned fields. But in addition, you can also may choose to take professional skill courses, including, for example, for students, the EAP, which is English for academic purpose. And also, you need to take the language courses up to 6 credits. You could. A requirement is a research method, 3 credits, and there are a number of options as which one you can take depending on what your main interest is. Next slide. Next slide. The capstone is the culminating experience. It's a signature program, a signature course of our program, and it is a 4 credit hour course. The capstone is divided into 2 semesters. It's divided into 2 parts, 2 credit courses. One in the fall of your second year, and then the other one in the spring of your second year, that is just when you are about to graduate. This is a 4 credit hour course. It's a year long to be taken, as it says, in the second year. What is a capstone? The capstone is a team-based in-field research, which is funded on a competitive basis. That means that once you pick a topic, once you develop a project, once you find a client, once you sign the terms of reference, once you finish this process, you, in the spring, you travel to the country where you want to do the research, and the school provides you with, you and your team, with financing for that trip. Normally, that trip takes place in the spring. Unfortunately, in this case, we had to cancel. And you have to apply for funding, and funding is given on a competitive basis, but we have been very successful so far, and all our teams were able to get the funding for their in-country field research. However, this is not a requirement. It is an option. It's an option, though, that the majority of, so far, all of our teams have used. Some of the clients that our teams have worked for in these capstone courses, which are, like a pro bono research, include Asylum Access, the Ministry of Tourism and Civil Aviation of Belize, the Pan American Development Foundation, the Wilson Center, the Crisis Group, the Organization of American States, Organización de Estados Americanos, also in the past, the Inter-American Development Bank. Next slide. Some of the examples are listed here, the most recent ones, 2018-2019 and the 2019-2020. A roadmap to STEM education in Buenos Aires, enhancing community-based tourism in Belize, narco blocks, an increasingly common phenomenon in Mexico, Venezuelan migration to Colombia and Trinidad and Tobago, a comparative analysis, assessing economic integration in Mexico, challenges for asylum seekers and for refugees in the Mexican labor market, and fighting against femicide in Latin America, challenges of implementing the Belém do Pará Convention. These are the 5 most recent capstone projects. Next slide. Of course, you have a thesis option. That implies 6 credits in addition to the capstone. Keep in mind the thesis option doesn't replace a capstone. So you have to take, in this case, the 6, 9, 98, and 99 courses, 3 credits each, the thesis research semester 1 and semester 2. There is also an independent research option, which is only 3 credits. So if you're interested, you should consult with me and also with the program advisor, Patrick Murphy. Next slide. The language requirement, this is something many students ask. The language proficiency implies that when you complete the MA in Latin American and Hemispheric Studies, you have a demonstrated oral and reading proficiency in Spanish or Portuguese. The test dates are announced, usually are in November and April. That is at the end of the fall and at the end of the spring semester. You have free language tutoring available through GWU, and you also have Spanish conversation hours through the LATAM, which is the Association of the Students of the Latin American program, Latin American Studies program. We've been very successful in the past. We've done, all our students have been able to pass the test without major difficulty. So this should not be seen as something scary, as a barrier, or something like an obstacle to you progressing towards graduation. Next slide. Some of our faculty. Well, I'm here. I'm the program director. Paula Alonso is a professor of history. She teaches Latin American history. She's from Argentina. We have also Alec Dent. He teaches in the Department of Anthropology. He's an anthropologist, teaching basically rural-urban relations. We have Ambassador Lino Gutierrez, former ambassador, U.S. ambassador to Argentina. His courses are dealing with Central America, Cuba, and the Caribbean, and diplomacy. And we have Professor Stephen Kaplan, who teaches political economy of Latin America. Professor Cynthia McClintock, she teaches Latin American politics. The country in which she specializes is Peru. We have Marie Price of the Department of Geography. She teaches political, cultural, and environmental geography, migration, and development. We have Ambassador Arturo Sarucán, former ambassador of Mexico to the United States. He teaches contemporary U.S.-Mexico relations. Arturo Sotomayor, he's with the SPS, the security program, the director, and he teaches transnational security. And Erica Worthman, she teaches media and culture, indigenous media, visual heritage, and archiving, national ethnicity, and her country of concentration is Mexico. Next slide. And we have also adjunct professors that are distinguished practitioners that are in the Washington area. I just want to mention Paulo Sotero, who is the director of the Brazil program at the Wilson Center, Jason Marczak, the director of the Latin American Center of the Atlantic Council, Eric Jacobstein, who is senior policy advisor of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and Carla Maenza, who is a PhD that teaches gender and violence in Latin America. Next slide. Employment opportunities. Our alumni have been quite successful. They've worked in some of the following organizations: Counterpart International, DIE Global, Human Rights Watch, Inter-American Development Bank, IREC, Community Solution Program, Partners of the Americas, the World Bank, United Nations, the U.S. Department of State. Next slide. Our program is not only very interdisciplinary, but you can see that as well in where our graduates end up working. As you can see in this graphic, you have a perfect 25% division. 25% go to nonprofit, conflict resolution, human rights, 25% to the private sector, private consulting and government contracting, public 25% to private law, and 25% to public multilateral organizations. Next slide. We also have a study abroad option. One of the most popular one is the University Torcuato Di Tella in Buenos Aires, but we also have other programs with the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Rio de Janeiro and with the Colegio de México. There are additional opportunities with non-partners, and there are also short-term courses led by GWU faculty. We were planning one in Mexico, unfortunately, for the summer. Unfortunately, we had to cancel because of the COVID-19 crisis. Next slide. The next slide is it. Questions, preguntas, gestión yo, preguntas. Please type your question in the chat, so I can.
While we're waiting for questions to roll in, maybe you or Emily could write do you have a good contact that if students have questions after today, they can contact you with?
Yeah, Emily will write her email address that you can write to her, and she will answer quickly, and also, eventually I can answer the questions as well. In addition, I should mention, good question, Ari. I should mention that on Friday from 7:15 to 8:15 p.m., we're going to have a faculty panel. We're going to have 3 faculty members, Cynthia McClintock, Paula Alonso, and Marie Price, participate in a question and answer session with students, admitted students. And also Stephen Kaplan will participate with a video, short video. He's not going to be able to join us in the online session on Thursday. You will be getting the link, WebEx links to access. The question was, how many credits do we recommend per semester? You need 40. You need to complete 40 credits. So if you take 9 per semester, you end up having 36. So it is important for you to see which of the semesters could be a better choice for you to take an extra course, or it could be the summer. It depends. You have to adjust to your, to your reason, the amount of time you have available, the courses that are being offered. The good thing here is always keep in mind that the capstone is a 4 credit hour course. So the capstone, you should calculate the capstone on top of the 36. So think about 36 plus capstone, and the capstone closes the 40. Yeah. Any other question? As I wait for questions, excuse me, I would just answer. We have a little time left. I wanted to let you know what are the courses some of the courses we're going to be teaching this fall. We are going to be teaching, the standard cornerstone course, which, as I said, is an interdisciplinary foundation of our program. We are going to be teaching a course on the politics of Latin America, government and politics. And we are going to be teaching political economy of Latin America. We are going to be teaching a standard geography of Latin America course. And we are going to be, we have 3 distinguished adjunct professors that will be teaching this fall semester. Well, as I mentioned them quickly before, Eric Jacobstein will be teaching a course on the security in the Americas. The course has to do with this big challenge that we have, the issue of security, which is not only a military issue, but it's also a human issue. Eric Jacobstein, Professor Jacobstein, is a senior foreign policy advisor of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, senior Latin American advisor as well at the same committee, and he served before as the coordinator or director of the caucus on narcotic control in the Senate. So he's a person that has been in Congress, working in the Hill for many years, and knows this issue, is an expert on the issue, and knows as well, all the initiatives and all the negotiations that have been developed within the government, between Congress and the executive and the White House, and also in relation with other countries. We also have a course by Paulo Sotero. As I say, Paulo Sotero is probably the best person to teach Brazil here in DC. He's going to be teaching a course on Brazil in the global context. He is the director of the Brazil Studies program at the Wilson Center. We're going to have Lisa Vicini, who is the director of the energy program at the Inter-American Dialogue, teaching a course on climate change in Latin America. In addition to the standard courses, these are, practitioners that will be teaching these specific courses. in the spring, and this is to be confirmed, we're going to have a course on economic and social development, in which we have to confirm, but this is what we're working on. Professor Ottaviano Canuto, former Vice President of the World Bank for Latin America. We're going to have a course on China and Latin America, but it's going to be taught by Dr. Margaret Myers, who is the top expert of the China Latin American program of the Wilson Center. So, and we're going to have, we're planning on a course on the issue of migration and human rights, or international human rights, and the international framework and the Inter-American framework, human rights framework, or systems, and especially with an emphasis on the issue of migration. Ambassador Francisco Villagrán, who is the former ambassador of Guatemala to the United States and very high-level diplomat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, retired ambassador, has taught this course before, and we're looking forward to him teaching again this spring. The spring schedule of classes is still to be confirmed. The fall schedule of class is already set and is there. Professor Carla Maenza will teach a course on women and violence against women in Latin America. She will be teaching this summer, and again, she's also. We are also preparing the spring schedule of classes, and including that same course, the expanded course in the spring semester. So I think this is a full plate of very, very useful courses in addition to the standard courses from our discipline. What tips do you have for first-year students starting the program? Any readings that are important before matriculating? Oh, yes. Number one, be in touch. Be in touch with Emily, be in touch with me. That's the tip of the tips. We're here to answer any questions. We're here to help you. We're here to guide you. Even if you don't have your comprehensive, you still don't have your comprehensive plan, academic plan. Nonetheless, we can still, talk about it. If I were to recommend you a book, depending on what's your background in Latin America, some of you have taken many courses already, or a few courses already, other fewer. But I think a good book is Modern Latin America, which is a course, a book published edition 2019, published by Oxford University Press, is by Professor Green and Professor Skidmore and Green on the one hand. And Smith, Skidmore, Smith, and Green. And the other one is by Green, which is called Modern Challenges to Latin America. I will share the exact name with you, which has to do with the issue of democracy, with the issue of the transition to democracy, the consolidation of democracy, and as well as the challenges that democracies in Latin America are facing right now. So these are the two books that I would suggest you, the one by Smith and Green, and formerly by the 2019 edition, which is the most recent one. That will give you a more historical background. And the other one by Smith will give you a more contemporary approach of the current challenges that we are facing.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Diego, for your presentation today and providing us this information about the Latin American and Hemispheric Studies program. That is the last question that I saw, and it's just about rounding up to finish your time frame for your session. So please feel free to email lasp@gwu.edu. Emily provided that contact information if you have any other questions for Dr. Vince Brun or Emily, his program assistant, about the Latin American Hemispheric Studies program. And once again, thank you so much, Diego, for chatting a little bit more about the degree program and providing this information to our students today.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this meeting, virtual meeting. And as I said before, feel free to write to Emily, also additional admission-specific questions to the email that you can see there, that Danielle Goldstein has shared with you. Also, you can write me. And again, keep in mind that we're here to answer any questions you have and to help in any way we can. So thank you, and have a very good rest of the day, good afternoon, and stay safe.
All right, well, hello and welcome to the Elliott School of International Affairs Online Admitted Student Day. My name is Josh Fulton, and I am the Assistant Director of Graduate Admissions here at the Elliott School, and I will act as the moderator of this session. So before I introduce our last program director, I wanted to quickly thank you all so much for tuning in today and bearing with us as we move all of our admitted student events to virtual content as we are navigating through this current global pandemic. We want to make sure that we are keeping everyone safe and hope that you all are staying healthy and that your quarantines so far have been both productive and as much fun as they possibly can be. So now I want to quickly cover a couple quick talking points of how the session will run and instructions for our attendees. So first and foremost, can you please make sure that your microphones are muted at all times? I have already set up the session to mute you when you enter the WebEx session. However, please double check that the microphone button either next to your name in the participant list or on the bottom horizontal toolbar where you are seeing the current slide is colored red with a dash through the microphone, meaning that you are muted. Please also make sure that your webcams are also off. This feature is also located on that bottom horizontal toolbar below the current slide and should be colored red with a dash through the camera icon. When you do have questions that you would like to address to Dr. Brzezinski, please type them in the chat box feature located in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. If you do not see a chat box feature, you can open it up by going to the horizontal toolbar once again and locating on the bottom of your screen where you see the current slide, where the chat bubble icon is, and you can open or close the chat box feature as necessary. Dr. Brzezinski will look at the questions you type in and will answer them in the order in which they were submitted at the end of his presentation. And when you do have a question you'd like to ask, please address it to everyone in the chat box so that if you or another admitted student has a similar question, they can see it has already been asked. And finally, I am also recording this live session as well. I will make sure that this recorded session is uploaded onto our admitted student website and also into our weekly admitted student event newsletter that I send out every Monday. So I believe that covers all of the basics for our session and how it will run today. So without further ado, I will introduce our next program director, whose name is Dr. Greg Brzezinski, who is the program director for our Asian Studies degree program. So Dr. Brzezinski, whenever you're ready, you should have the ability to start your presentation.
Okay. First of all, let me thank you all for being here today online. I know this isn't the best possible format. I have a mischievous corgi. Apologies if you hear him barking or doing other stuff in the background. I know that right now, a lot of you probably have things on your mind other than graduate school, or at least some of you may have things on your mind other than graduate school. And you may even be wondering, you know, should I go to graduate school at all in the fall? Do I want to study Asia? But let me just say that we know right now that the world is broken, that we need to fix it, And Asia is going to be an absolutely critical part of that. It's going to be critical. You see the critical role that it's playing in the crisis, and cooperation and our general relations. The relationship between the United States and Asia is going to be one of the most critical things to understand and study and to know going forward. But if you're going to study Asia, why should you do that at the Elliott School? I'm going to just list a few things about the Elliott School that I think make it the best place to study international affairs and especially to study East Asia. GW is the only university in Washington, D.C. that is recognized as a Title VI National Resource Center in East Asia by the U.S. Department of Education. It is the only university in the D.C. area that has its own Korea Institute. I know. Some of you are also admitted to SAIS. Some of you are also admitted to Georgetown. Go to SAIS, go to Georgetown, go to other places. Ask them, why aren't you a Title VI National Resource Center? Where is your Korea Institute? We also have a fantastic and diverse faculty. We have more tenured faculty working on Korea and China than any other university in the area. Our location is unique. We're blocks from the White House, the World Bank, many fantastic internship opportunities available. And right now we have a very distinctive emphasis on ethics and practice in international affairs. Let me introduce some of our faculty. David Shamba, everybody in China knows who this guy is. One of the leading specialists on Chinese foreign policy and China's international relations in the world. He teaches courses on China's foreign relations, the international relations of Asia, which is one of our core courses, and a number of other courses. Jisoo Kim, who is the director of our Institute for Korean Studies. She is a specialist in pre-modern and modern Korean history. She also works on gender. She is the winner of a very prestigious book prize, the James Pillay Prize, for her book on emotions during the Chosun Dynasty. She teaches she sometimes teaches history, memory, and violence in Asia, and she teaches a number of courses about Korea. She is a fantastic person, and I think studying with her is and being able to get that deep historical knowledge is also part of what we have here at the Elliott School that our competitors just don't have. Mike Mochizuki, our leading Japan specialist, a professor of political science and international affairs. He teaches courses on Japanese politics, East Asian security. He is one of the most liked and beloved professors at the Elliott School. He has been for a number of years. He does fantastic research on Japanese politics, Japan and Korea. So I think if you look at our faculty, it is diverse, it is excellent, it is unparalleled in Asian studies, not only in the DC area, but I think if you look at other places in the Mid-Atlantic, you would be really hard-pressed to find an institution that has such wonderful faculty as the Elliott School has. We also have two very important and fantastic centers that will be important to you if you come to GW. The first of these is the Seeger Center for Asian Studies, which just enriches the study of Asia at GW in so many ways. It has events, film series, it offers travel grants, it offers summer language study fellowships. Some of you want to come to GW to work on your Mandarin, work on your Korean, work on your Japanese. We have in the past few years been able to fund every MA student in the Asian Studies program who has wanted to go to Asia during the summer to take a summer intensive language course. I hope we will be able to continue to do that in the future. The other main institute that we have is the GWU Institute for Korean Studies. I've already talked about this. The Korea Institute not only hosts Korea-related events, a summer program in Korea, it also has a signature 8-week workshop on North Korea where we bring in leading North Korea experts from around the country, and they offer this an 8-week seminar. GW students are allowed to participate. They get high priority, but we also have people in this North Korea program who come from the State Department, think tanks, and consulting firms who just want to know North Korea more deeply because it's kind of useful thing to know about. So we've done this. It's a fantastic program. It's not a course, it's supplemental to your courses, but it can expand your knowledge about North Korea and the Korean Peninsula in general. So it's also a fantastic networking opportunity. I also want to talk briefly about social life, social life and extracurricular activities. We are a small program, a close-knit program, usually about 15 to 20 students a year. If you come, you will get to know your classmates. Hopefully, you will get to go to the noraebang or karaoke with your classmates, and that's the fun side. The Organization of Asian Studies is a student-run organization for Asian Studies students, and this organization also helps to bring students together, not only for happy hour type events, but also for networking, alumni, cultural events, all kinds of events that further enrich what you're doing in the classroom. Let me talk a little bit about what you'll study if you come to the Asian Studies program. We basically require a few things. First of all, 3 core courses, a thematic specialization, a professional specialization, 1 methods course, 3 electives or 9 credits of electives, and the capstone sequence. So let me just go over these briefly. The core courses, we try to make it interdisciplinary. One of these is a history course, History, Memory, and Violence in Modern Asia, which looks at Asian history from a broad perspective. The second is David Shambaugh's course, International Relations of Asia, which is, a basic overview of East Asian international relations taught by one of the foremost specialists. And finally, the political economy of industrializing Asia. So these are the core courses that everybody has to take at one time or another. Then you can choose a thematic specialization. These are the thematic specializations: International Relations of Asia, Politics and Policy of Asia, Asian Business and Development, the History of Modern Asia, and the Culture, Art, and Religions of Asia. And let me just add that we have also added 3 country thematic specializations on China, Korea, or Japan, because I know some of you really want to focus broadly on themes like this, but some of you come into the graduate program, I want to be a China specialist, I want to be a Korea specialist, and I have also designed specializations to accommodate people such as yourselves. Professional specializations, you see the list here: conflict and conflict resolution, international development, international economics, political economy and business, international health policy. Obviously, if you can combine something like that with an Asian studies degree, it's going to be something that I would suspect would be pretty marketable going forward. International organization, diplomacy and globalization, security policy, international education, research methods, or science and technology. So you choose these professional specializations. They are designed to help you build specific professional skills. to complement the broader knowledge of Asia that you will get in this program. Electives can be almost anything. A lot of people, if you're coming in and you're not ready your language isn't at a high level, or your main language is not at a high level, you could use these for language courses. You can also use it for skills courses. We have a variety of one-credit skills courses. They include things like writing for international policymakers, crisis diplomacy, and so forth and so on. So these are some of the skills courses you could take. You can use them to do an MA thesis, or you can just use them to take that random course you're interested in. I've had people who they're really interested in Belt and Road. So, you know, their thematic specialization was China, but they also wanted to take, you know, 1 or 2 courses on Central Asia and Africa. So we have people who do that, who use electives that way as well. It's designed to give you flexibility. The capstone is sort of the it is what it says it is. It's sort of the capstone of your graduate career, and it's 2 semesters. And what you do with the capstone is a group research project that usually involves field research where you travel to another country under the guidance of a client. And usually the capstone is 2 semesters. The first you do, usually you do this in your second year. The first semester you do a pre-capstone workshop where you refine your policy questions, develop your research strategy, and begin your research. And then in the second semester, that's where you really do the bulk of the research, do your field research, do your final report, and give an oral presentation on your findings. It is a tremendously useful experience. It helps you to network, it improves your research skills, and it gives you experience doing the kinds of projects that you would do in a wide variety of different kinds of careers. Language proficiency. Some of you are already fluent in Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, and you'll come on day 1 and pass the language test. For those of you in that situation, fantastic. Others are going to come and work on their languages. We understand that. And, you know, what I advise and will require everybody who is not a native speaker to do is to come in and take a placement exam with the East Asian Languages Department to see what level you're at. And after you take that exam, we will see what you need to do to get to the level that you need to be at to pass the language exam. We do require you to achieve, it's called low advanced level in Chinese, Korean, or Japanese to graduate the program. You can also use other Asian languages, Vietnamese, Thai, you know, or South Asian languages. These are also acceptable, but you have to make special arrangements, usually with my assistants, to get tested in that language. But what we will do if your proficiency isn't where it needs to be, we will help you. We will help you get there. We will come up with a specific plan for what you need to do, what courses you need to take, do you need to study during the summer, so that when you graduate, you are ready to pass that exam. If you want to be an Asia specialist, you need to speak and read an Asian language proficiently, and it's just a critically important skill, and we make it very important to our program. We don't have an economics requirement like a lot of other programs do. We have a tougher language requirement. Thesis. So the thesis is that the idea of the thesis is to enhance your professional research and writing skills. First of all, if you even want to do a thesis, you need a minimum GPA of 3.5 after 20 credits. And somebody has asked, how is this different from the capstone? Well, the first way it's different is the capstone is a group research project and a group research presentation. The thesis is an individual research project that you do with one faculty advisor and one faculty member who's sort of a reader on this. And you publish the finished product under your name, you publish it in an online database, and you would use your elective credits to do the thesis. And it's also tends to be a little bit, in many cases, it's a little bit more academic than the capstone research project. Some of the people who do the thesis want to do PhDs. Some of them just have a strong personal interest in doing a sort of individual research project. Some people, another example might be someone who wants to work at a think tank after they graduate and wants that experience doing their own research, writing their own piece that can be published and that you could show to that think tank and say, look at the kind of work I can produce. That's why you would do an individual thesis. Internships, as I've said, we have great opportunities for internships. These are just a number of the places that some of our students have done internships. There are many, many more. They include government, the private sector, pretty much anything that you could imagine. We have also a number of people in our program study abroad. Some people, who want to get that extra boost or extra help with their language do it. Some people just want to spend a semester in Asia. These are our exchange partners. Ewha Women's University in Korea, Fudan University in Shanghai, University of Hong Kong, University of Sydney, and Waseda University. All of these are excellent study abroad programs. I've been at Ewha once, had a great experience there. I also visited Fudan, fantastic place with, just an amazingly beautiful campus in a great area of Shanghai. So these are our study abroad programs. And again, you can do, in addition to this, there is short-term study abroad, such as the summer language programs, and there is also the opportunity to do internships abroad during the summer. So these are a couple of things that you can look at. So I'll end it there, and I'm going to open it up to questions. I already see one from Aruba Farouk that says, I'm an SPS student, which is Security Policy Studies, and wants to specialize in South Asian security. Are there any resources I could utilize from the Asian Studies program? And I would say, it's not the program, because, you're sort of going to be in your program and I'll be directing my program. But what you could definitely utilize is the Seeger Center for Asian Studies. The deputy director of the Seeger Center for Asian Studies is actually Deepa Alapalli, who is a fantastic expert in South Asian security. And, I would definitely recommend, if you want to know more about our resources in South Asia at the Elliott School, I would tell you get in contact with her or get in contact with Ben Hopkins, the director of the Seeger Center. But South Asia is an area which we're growing, we're building. I think we have very good people who work on it, and I would definitely recommend it. So I think I missed a question here. Do we still partner with National Chengchi University in Taiwan? Sorry, I missed that, and it wasn't on the list that I put out. Yes, we do. We actually have someone who's there right now. Most people study abroad. This is Ron. He asks, will the study abroad program be held in a specific semester? Most people study abroad in the second semester of their first year. because that enables them to come into the program, get to know the other students, then they go abroad, then you can come back and complete the capstone sequence. So that makes the first semester of your the second semester of your first year the best to do the study abroad, but not everybody does that. Will it be impacted by COVID-19? That I honestly don't know. And I should speak, a little bit more broadly about this because it's sort of an 800-pound gorilla in the room. Our intention is as much as possible right now to reopen in the fall and have things be as normal as possible. Taiwan is actually one of the places that's been the least impacted by COVID-19, and they've done an amazing job of handling it. So I'm saying why should you study Asia? Well, if you want to study, one thing to definitely study that I would be super interested in is how Taiwan's handling of this. I think I actually hope that the program won't be impacted, or we don't know where we'll be a year from now. We may have a vaccine, we may not. But our intention right now is to try to conduct business as normally as possible in the fall, and I will do everything possible to try to make this work. Somebody else asked, how does studying abroad interact with the capstone requirement? Is it possible to do both simultaneously if you wanted to study abroad in your second year? My understanding is some people do study abroad in their second year. They find other ways of making up the capstone. Some people, when they know they want to do it in their second year, might take the first part of the capstone in the spring of their first year, but I actually have to double check on that. But I do know that we try to be flexible, and we try to make it work so that if people really want to and need to study abroad, we try to make it possible for them. A question from Hannah Goda. It was how many of the students in this program work while in school? If we take advanced language courses, how many times a week do these courses tend to meet? Very good questions. First of all, students in the program do a huge variety of things. There are students with unpaid internships. There are students with paid internships. There are students who work full-time. There are students who work part-time. I think my program assistant, Rue, is online with us here. We even have students who find employment within the university, right, and eventually get some tuition benefit from that. What percentage of people, what percentage of students in our program work? I would say probably 70% do, we 70% are doing either internships, paid or unpaid, or they're working full or part-time. I would say the majority of students. And then the language classes, what times do they meet? I think that tends to vary. By the time you get to third year in most languages, they usually meet twice a week. If you're in second year, they sometimes meet 4 times a week. The only thing is that most of the graduate seminars you'll find are in the evening, so that students who do work or have internships can come to these, can make these classes easily. The language courses usually meet at times because you're going to be studying with undergraduates, so they tend to meet at times that are more typical for when an undergraduate would take a class. But let me point out a few other things. Some people come in, and to get to where they want to be in Mandarin, they need to improve a little bit. So we also have a Confucius Institute, which offers evening classes. If you want to study there, it's up to you. The teachers, I know Confucius Institute sometimes have a bad rep these days, but, our Confucius Institute is, the teachers are mostly very sweet people who are extremely dedicated to teaching Mandarin Chinese, and they really don't want to do anything other than that. Now, there's a few more questions, but let me just say, Josh had told me before that I could take a little bit of extra time. So I know we're almost at 5:45, but I'm hoping Josh said he'll let me go for another 5-10 minutes if necessary. So I'm going to keep answering these questions and talking. Michelle Turner asks everyone, how big is a typical class size? Is there funding? Is there funding for students abroad? Is there funding for study abroad? Are there any other opportunities besides the thesis to get published? Great questions. Class size varies. There are the core courses tend to have about 15 students or so. So usually the max in any class is about 17. So most of the graduate seminars are around 15. But if you're doing something in a very specific area, it can be smaller. I've taught graduate seminars with only 5 or 7 students. It all depends on what enrollment is like, what the course is. Some years we get a lot of people who want to do Korea, and then the Korea classes are more full. And then in the other years we get more people who want to do China, then the China classes are more full and the Korea courses are smaller. So that it's not completely predictable, but I would say as a general rule, most graduate seminars are between 6 and 17 students. Is there funding for study abroad? There is, first of all, as I mentioned, if you want to study abroad during the summer, that is where we have our best funding. Now, the one thing that you would have to ask admissions, and I'm pretty sure if you were awarded a fellowship already, some of you were awarded some fellowship money from the school. If you were awarded a fellowship, I believe you can apply that to a semester abroad, right? I think that's how that works, but you may want to just double check. Are there any other opportunities besides the thesis to get published? Absolutely. If you're interested, both of our the Seeger Center and the Korea Institute both have blogs. Our blogs sometimes publish, entries by students, and and there's also, opportunities to work with professors on something that's publishable, right? So there's a number of different there's a number of different opportunities to publish. What percentage of students pursue a PhD? A number of them do, but as you can see, somebody already answered this. In 2019, only 6 students across all of the programs, only six students did so. I would say in my group of Asian Studies MA students, if there's usually I say about 1 or 2 students a year tell me they want to do a PhD. We have a pretty good track record of getting our best students into PhD programs, depending on the field. Some PhD programs are very, very competitive. I don't know if I would tell anyone to do a history PhD right now. I would say you're much better off in the MA Asian Studies program. But if you really want to do it, then come and speak to me, and I'll try to do everything I can to help you to prepare your application. And that's a lot of times we have we do get some students who want to do this. Yeah, I think that's all of the questions that I see. I see one more from Hannah that says, do Asian students often publish their work from the thesis or other courses? And you know, I would say sometimes. It depends what kind of publication you're talking about. There are some journals in DC that are completely student run and student organized, and I actually don't know as much about those, but they do publish stuff by Elliott School students. I would also say, though, that occasionally in my graduate seminars, I'll get a research paper that's so outstanding that I say, you know, you should submit this to an academic journal. So that happens too. It just needs to be really, you know, to publish in a professional journal, it needs to be really excellent. But I do see some students in my program who do that kind of work. Within the Asian business, political economy, and business specialization is their coordination with the IBiz classes, meaning the classes in the business school. Yes, we have created this. We created this specialization. Or this thematic specialization. It's really sort of like there's some people. They're caught between doing an MBA or doing an MA in Asian Studies. They want to have, but they lean a little bit more towards wanting to deepen their knowledge of Asia. So we sort of sat down a number of years ago with faculty in the business school and said, okay, what are the skills? What are the courses that you think would be most beneficial to getting our Asian Studies program, giving our students the skills that they need. And so we've coordinated with them in that sense. And there's also, you'll notice if you go to the Seeger Center website, that there's a lot of faculty in the business school who focus on Asia and are affiliated with the Seeger Center. A lot of these faculty make excellent contributions both to the center and to the overall learning environment about East Asia in the Elliott School. Is there any opportunity to sit in on an Asian Studies class virtually during the rest of this semester? This is from Michelle. Michelle, I would be happy to let you sit in on my History of U.S.-Asian Relations class, which I've been doing virtually in seminar format. If you email me, I will try to find a way to make the technology work. And I'm not always a genius at this, but I think I could make this work. So you guys could sort of sit in, listen. Actually, this Thursday, we're going to be talking about North Korea and North Korean history. So hopefully that will be good. So if you want to do that, I think I probably can't have too many people because we may not, then we'll have issues with the bandwidth. But if there's a few of you who would like to do that, fine. And if a lot of you write me, then I'll also ask my colleagues if they could accommodate you as well. I hadn't thought of that in advance. A couple of you are asking. My class meets Thursday. If you send me emails after our meeting, I will get to work on trying to put you in as guests. I hope I can do it. I actually use Blackboard Collaborate to do this, so I'm not sure if that will work, but I will ask our tech people to help me certainly. Okay, other questions. I think I'm running out of questions. Let me just say to everyone, thank you so much for joining me in this online Admitted Students Day event. I usually love meeting everybody in person. I looked over every application for this program very carefully. If you were admitted is because I believe you have the intelligence and the ability to be a great Asia expert and specialist in the future. And I would, I welcome further emails from you if there's any other questions I can answer. I hope to see many of you in the fall. And in the meantime, though, I would just say stay safe, stay healthy, be well.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Brzezinski, for your informative session over the Asian Studies program. For any admitted students into the Asian Studies degree or just interested in the region of Asia, please feel free to get in contact with Dr. Brzezinski if you have any questions, or you can also get in touch with us in the Office of Graduate Admissions. Our email is also, and contact information is also on this slide. So please feel free to let us know if you have any questions, and either we can answer them or direct them to Dr. Brzezinski to help answer as well.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Yes, thank you as well. Have a good rest of your day and stay healthy, Dr. Brzezinski.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, now it is the end of our online admitted student day. Thank you so much to all of our admitted students who tuned in today. Once again, we have recorded this day's session and we will be sending out the links to rewatch within the next few days. So please let us know if you'd like them a little bit sooner than next week. However, if we're not able to address any of your questions or you think of some questions later, please email us at esiagrad@gwu.edu, and the members of the graduate admissions team can help address any questions that you have and or put you in touch with one of our program directors and or the program assistants. So please see the chat box for our contact information, and we hope you have a good rest of your day and a good rest of your quarantine. Hopefully it's not terribly much longer, but we hope you're staying safe and healthy.